Assalamu alaikum. Welcome to this live stream. We are back again with you to answer your questions about Islam. We had quite a few good streams. We had people on here with different backgrounds from different parts of the world, some very interesting characters. We had a sort of processual spiritual guy last time as well, before the live stream ended. And
Yeah.
every single time, we've just taken it back to Tawheed. We've just taken it back to the core message of Islam.
Yeah.
And fundamentally, that's what makes Islam so powerful. We can just take it back to something so natural, something so rational, and people can just resonate with that because it's something that doesn't require much resistance, that the soul just looks at that and it accepts it.
That's right. And also, we've raised some good money actually,
Yeah.
but we
Jazakallah.
didn't meet the target. Actually, we were quite. I'm not gonna say like we got 46,000. So I'm not gonna do what I did 2 weeks ago and start reprimanding everyone.
Why not?
Reprimanding.
Let's do that.
No, because some people will misinterpret this. I mean, it's like, we're a family. The Muslims are a family. So part of our religion is to give each other advice and encouragement and stuff like that. And you guys do it with me. I do it with you. We try and encourage each other to do good and so on. So
Okay, so just on this point, right?
Yeah.
Okay, some people may get offended when we talk like that or whatever it is. However,
yeah,
whenever someone does anything, you have to ask yourself,
Hmm.
is it coming from a good place? That's the first question. Is it coming from a good place?
yeah.
Where is this money going? It's not going in your pocket. It's not
Exactly.
going in my pocket.
Yeah, and this is the thing. It's going to a third party.
It's going to
charity.
the Lebanese
Yeah.
people, Muslims,
Yeah,
Christians. Okay?
exactly.
Additionally,
Exactly.
the other point that you made, I
Yeah.
didn't chime in when you had your long rant about this, but I think I should have.
Yeah.
We have people who do not believe in anything.
Yeah.
We have people who believe in Hinduism or believe in God having a son or believing in atheism or liberalism, Zionism as well. They will put forward for their propagators, for their preachers, for whatever, the smallest thing they'll take care of. Okay, so I want to make the video on my channel rather than this other guy's channel. I'm going to raise $60,000 just to go for a court case. Okay, I want to basically have some personal protection because I think my life's in danger. I'm going to raise 100K. We are not asking for those small things for ourselves. We are asking for others.
Yeah,
So when
exactly.
that passion comes from you, I don't
Yeah.
think you need to be apologetic, bro. I think you
Yeah.
need to own it. I think you
No,
need
yeah,
to be
no,
like,
exactly.
you need to be like, you know what?
Absolutely.
It doesn't matter how you may think I came across.
Yeah.
My intention is what? My intention is I want to be used for the religion of Islam. I want to help the Lebanese
Yeah.
people.
Yeah.
I just saw
Yeah.
footage from Tyre. You know, Tyre is a city that was established in 2300 BC. It's one of the most oldest cities in the world, being hammered. There's like 3 buildings that have been smashed by the Zionists. So we are talking about real life pain that we see, and we want to help people, bro.
Yeah, and I'm very disappointed with some of the Christians that have tried to weaponize this, because actually, to be honest, we are raising
helping
money
them.
we're raising money for Muslims, Christians, and Shiites, Sunnis. We're actually raising money, and we've actually come close to our target. So we're at 46,000. We want to bring it to 50,000, and the link is in the description. And in terms of fundraising, actually there is a lot of different approaches that the Quran uses with people in terms of fundraising. So sometimes it uses more incentivizing approach, and sometimes it uses almost, if you want to put it, a reprimanding approach. Like, for example, as I mentioned before. Oh, the link, yes. Yeah. Put the link.
Yeah.
So, for example, like in chapter 47 of the Quran, at the end of the chapter, Allah says, "Ha antum haula'i tud'auna litunfiqu fi sabilillahi, faminkum ما يبخل وما يبخل فإنما يبخل عن نفسه والله الغني وأنتم الفقراء وإن تتولوا يستبدل قوما غيركم ثم لا يكونوا أمثالكم." That, oh, you people, تدعون لتنفقوا في سبيل الله, that you've been asked to give money for the sake of Allah. فمنكم ما يبخل. So some of you are stingy about it. Okay, so this is not talking just about zakat. It's talking about sadaqah as well. So it's talking about all of that. All right. So what do you call it? وَإِن تَتَوَلَّوْا يَسْتَبْدِلْ قَوْمًا غَيْرَكُمْ. Allah says that if you turn back, He will replace you. All right. That's a very reprimanding tone, right? If you turn back, yeah. وَإِن تَبْخَلْ, yeah. So if you actually become stingy, look at the wording that's being used, right? You're stingy, okay? And then it says, "Yastabdil qawman ghayrakum," he will change you. Then it won't be like you, right? So sometimes there's this, and sometimes there is that. Sometimes you need to incentivize, sometimes you need to disincentivize, whatever. That's one thing. The other thing that I wanted to mention actually before we start is this issue actually about the gender dawah, or I don't know how you want to call it, because I think it's important. Recently, I saw Ali Dahi put up a video. I actually saw the video recently, or not all of it, maybe 10 minutes of it. And he was responding to like Muslim Lantern or something like this, right? Now, when I made my video, I'll be honest, I didn't watch any Muslim Lantern videos. I'll be honest with you. And I mentioned it in the beginning of my my discussion in the car when I was making the video, that it was actually on the back of some discussions on Twitter, which I actually saw some like sort of other accounts talking about some things. So I can't, when I started speaking about that, people say, why are you speaking about Muslim Lantern or something like that? First of all, wallahi, I didn't watch the video of Muslim Lantern. And number two, we have nothing but love for Muslim Lantern. We know him privately. You've traveled with him yourself, isn't it? You're good friends. You're good friends with Muslim Lantern, actually. And we don't have any sort of disagreement with Muslim Lantern. In fact, I'll be honest, and you can testify to this, because
we praised him many
times. No, like when we speak about, like, for example, we've been doing like activism and stuff like that, Palestinian activism and Uyghur activism and different types of activism. He's been holding the fort in terms of the actual dawah.
Absolutely.
Okay? And you could argue that his content is actually the best and most effective in the last couple of years, maybe 1 or 2 years.
Absolutely.
That's what you told me, right? When I was driving you back from the thing. So, and then how was my response to that?
We reciprocated. You said absolutely. And you said, in fact, this is the bread and butter type of stuff, which is what people look, this is what people love. And every time that we've spoken about him privately or publicly, it's been positive.
It's been positive.
And for people to latch on to, maybe he's, look, this is Namima. This is tail.
I never intended the brother. And I'll be honest.
And people just do
look,
this silly thing.
Saboor said this the other day about Muslim Lantern when they were driving. He said that, this brother is actually a religious brother. He traveled with him. This is a religious brother. He's a pious brother. He's a good brother. Because, I'm not going to lie to you guys. There are some dais. I'm not going to mention, obviously, any names here. But there are some dais that you'd be surprised at, like, what kind of behavior they have privately. What kind of jealousy they show. What kind of haqt, or what kind of anger they show. Or what kind of behavior they show. Like, as characters. They're very unsavory characters. But Muslim Lantern is actually, everyone, like, right, even in private, like, he's a very good guy. We always talk. He's like, to be honest, when he disagrees with me in private, the way he comes across when he's communicating that disagreement is so unjudgmental. It's so like, I would take what he has to say. Do you know what I mean? Like, I see what this brother has to say. You know what I'm saying? So I'm proud of the brother. I think he's doing the great work now for the dawah. Yeah. And to be honest with you, I never intended him, wallahi, when I was saying whatever I was saying. And I have still to watch his video, and I might not watch it because, to be honest, I don't have the time for that. Not because he doesn't deserve it. He's a great guy, but because we've got commitments. We're finding it hard to even just do this live. The family commitment, mother, father, these kind of things. It's really hard to watch like a long video, to be honest with you, nowadays. Yeah. So I'm not talking about that, number one. So just make that very clear that when I was making those videos in the car, when I was quickly making those videos, it was on the back of things I saw on Twitter, not because of anything that he said. I didn't watch his video. I saw a part of what Ali done, but I didn't see anything. Number one. Number two is, on the issue, we need to do something called, this is what the usulis call it, tahrir wa mawt al-niza'. Like, what is it that tahrir wa mawt al-niza' means? Trying to find the area of disagreement. I don't know what his area of disagreement, or if there is one. There probably is one, yeah. But with us, in terms of the gender issues and the public dawah, the women giving dawah, I don't even know what we're talking about here, yeah. What is the area of disagreement? I was responding specifically to some statements online that people were saying that women should not be public, okay, giving dawah. That's what the claim was that I was responding to. I saw on Twitter. Yeah. They were saying, this is the claim that I'm responding to. The claim was, women should not give, it's haram actually, for women to go public and to give dawah. They didn't actually specify in the claim that I was seeing whether they're giving dawah to men or women or anything. They just made a general claim that it's haram for women to come out and give dawah. So this is what I was referring to in the first instance. Is what part of it is haram? So the fact that women are public, is that the haram part of it? Or is the fact that women are speaking, or the fact that women are speaking religious knowledge, or that they're giving dawah, or they're giving dawah to men? So which part of it is haram? Do you understand? I support all of the Muslim teams and England and
You're
everything.
in England.
But yeah, it's not the World Cup. I'm just whatever, man. This is no problem. I'm in England, I can wear this. It's just like nothing. Don't worry about this stuff. Yeah, that's a different issue. Put this to the side for now. Yeah, that's a different issue. But the point I'm saying to you is this: like, okay, so let's get to the crux of it. What's the claim that's being made? I don't know what the claim that's being made is by Muslim Lantern. I can't speak to that. But what I can speak to is the following. I can say this: if someone says women, like, let's separate the claims, right? It's haram for women publicly to come out in any capacity, whether it's dawah or activism or any capacity. Then there's an easy refutation of that and say, okay, well, what's the evidence of this? Because, obviously, if a woman, like, for example, what do you define as public? Okay, is public, for example, if there's 10 people watching, 100 people, 1,000 people, 1 million people watching, how many does it have to be in order for it to be public? So, and what's the evidence that it's haram for her to come out publicly in any capacity, whether it's activism or any capacity, right? So, because you have something called bara'at al-asliya, you have something called the default position, al-asl al-hil, etc. Yeah. So you have to prove evidence that it's haram if she's wearing her full hijab and she's fully covered, etc. That you have to actually provide evidence for the fact that it's haram. Yeah. Are we not there? Or what's going on?
I think this is like
Something.
tech issue.
Yeah, they were saying there was lag, so I put into another port.
Yeah, there was lag.
Yeah, it should be better now.
Right.
There you go. Yeah.
Okay, there we go. Are we good now? Yeah, we're good now, yeah?
Still a lag.
All right.
There's still some.
Bismillah marham. Yeah, Bismillah. Is there a lag or is it okay now?
Press 1 if there's a lag. Press 1 if there's a lag.
Is there a lag? Press 1 if there's a lag. If there's no lag.
Still lag, yeah. What do you think the lag is due to?
Oh my God. There's a lag, man. We're talking about important matters and there's a lag. And
What's the problem?
2. So is there no lag? Press 1 if there's no lag now. If the lag has been
Periodically lagging. That's the problem.
Yeah. No lag. Okay, should we just continue? So it's no lag, is it? He said. Very minor lag. Okay, so let's just talk. Yeah, no lag. All
Carry
right.
on then.
So let's continue. So 'cause here's the thing, yeah. So if the issue is to do with a woman appearing in public, okay, so that now is, since it's not an act of worship, with al-asl al-hil, al-bara'at al-asliyah, then the person has to come out with evidences, or whoever makes this claim has to come out with evidences that it's haram for a woman to come out and speak in public, okay, because there's no evidence of such a thing. Now, if someone brings, okay, وَقَرْنَ فِي بِيُوتِكُنَّ وَلَا تَبَرَّجْنَ تَبَرُّجُ الْجَاهِلِيَّةِ الْأُولَى وَأَقِمْنَا الصَّلَاةَ وَآتِينَا الزَّكَاةَ وَأَطِعْنَا اللَّهَ وَرَسُولَهُ, that chapter 33, verse 35, where Allah talks to the wives of the Prophet, وَقَرْنَ فِي بِيُوتِكُنَّ, as some kind of a general rule that women shouldn't be in public, as an example. I'm not saying I'm not attributing this to any particular individual, Muslim Lantern or otherwise, whoever is speaking about it. Yeah, I'm just saying if the person, whoever the person is, says X, then I'm responding in a Y way. This is how I'm responding. Yeah. So if they bring this ayah, then I will say, fine, no problem. This, first of all, the scholars have differed whether it's khas bin Nisa al-Nabi, if it's specific to the wives of the Prophet, or is it something general? And I think the majority would say it's actually specific to the wives of the Prophet, because the verses indicate that, yeah, Nisa al-Nabi. It actually start the chapter, the paragraph, if you like, or the subject starts with, yeah, Nisa al-Nabi, oh wives of the Prophet. So that's one. Number 2, there's 2 qira'ahs of that. The one qira'ah is وَقَرْنَ فِي بِيُوتِكُنَّ, and the other one's قِرْنَ فِي بِيُوتِكُنَّ. So there's 2 actually. Qarna means stay in your homes. Qirna means stay with waqar. It comes from the Arabic word waqar. Waqar means tranquility. Have tranquility in your home. So if you were to add them together, maybe it could give the impression that you stay in peace in your home. Stay with, yani, have that. And by the way, I saw something interesting. Saad al-Kamli, he said this. Saad al-Kamli, he had this interpretation. Big sheikh from Saudi Arabia. So that's number 1. Number 2, akhi. So let's say someone says, okay, dawah. So we're not speaking about just going public. We're talking about specifically giving dawah. Okay, So giving dawah to whom? Are we talking about giving dawah to men? If we're going to give dawah to women, which one is it? So let's start with giving dawah to in general. In general. So we've got the ayah in the Quran, verse number 71. It says, وَالْمُؤْمِنُونَ وَالْمُؤْمِنَاتِ بَعْضُهُمْ أَوْلِيَاءُ بَعْضٍ. Okay, that the Muslim men and the Muslim women, that they are allies to one another. يَأْمُرُونَ بِالْمَعْرُوفِ وَيَنْهَوْنَ عَنِ الْمُنكَرِ. That they, يعني, what do you call it? They command to the good and they forbid the evil. All right. So clearly, I mean, Ibn Taymiyyah says this, Ibn Kathir, everyone says this is talking about both men and women. There's no difference here. Now the question is now, okay, let's go more specific. Yeah, did I not say that?
I think you said something else.
No, I think Moroccan scholar, yeah, obviously, Saad al-Kamili. By the way, if you want another like interesting perspective on this, Sheikh Ad-Dado, yeah, has a whole Mohammed Dado Shaqiti has a whole series on this called حقوق المرأة في الإسلام. حقوق المرأة في الإسلام, which is the rights of women in Islam, actually. Oh, I think, oh yeah, so if I said Saudi, he's Moroccan, obviously. Actually, Al-Kamili was a student of Ad-Dado, interestingly enough. That's how it shows you how important Ad-Dado is. Yeah. Yeah. So,
Just before we carry on, there's a lot of people joining. If you're Muslim, we're going to remove you from the studio. It's only for non-Muslims, okay? So if I'm going to remove you, please don't come back.
Yeah. So saying that, going back to the point, right? So let's go with the dawah issue. So what is it? We're talking about religious knowledge, like religious knowledge. So giving, mentioning religious knowledge, a woman mentioning religious knowledge to a man. So we obviously have examples of that. We have Aisha radiallahu anha, etc., which you all know. Then the argument will be, yeah, but that was done behind the veil. Okay, so it's done behind the veil. Okay, does it have to be done behind the veil? Because the behind the veil aspect is, once again, could be argued and easily argued that it's khas bin nisa and nabi. It's something which is very specific to the wives of the Prophet, because the whole context is that is, what do you call it? Khas, or specific to the wives of the Prophet. So can a woman convey religious knowledge to a man who's a non-mahram? This is the question. Obviously, there's going to be a discussion about conditions and fitna and all these kinds of things and etiquettes. There's no question about that. I'm not denying that. And that's not, by the way, just with a woman to a man. It's also from a man to a woman. If there's an issue of seclusion, khalwa, for example, if there, all of this kind of stuff, that's true. But let's go to the point, which is that the question is, can a woman convey religious knowledge? Okay. The answer is obviously yes, because the wives of the prophets did that. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Now you're saying it's, what do you call it? Khas. Sorry, you're saying or it can't be a non-mahram, or it's got to be behind the veil. So I say, there's examples of women, sahabiyat, doing it without the veil, without behind the veil. For example, Sulaym and Abu Talha. Now, he was a Christian and she was a Muslim, and they were both having conversations with each other, and she invited him to Islam. Okay, so you'll say that's one-off example. So another example, no problem. I'll give you another example. There's instances of sahabiyat coming to the Prophet and asking him questions, asking her questions, receiving knowledge, giving knowledge. There's instances of all of this interplay happening. Okay, no problem. So what else can we say? Okay, what about, for example, when what do you call Hind, in the public gathering, she came out and she started objecting to the Prophet. So is it matter of, so the issue of women not being able to, because Hind, after the conquest, she started loudly objecting in the public gathering. The Prophet didn't tell her off for that. So if the issue is that you're making it haram for women to speak in public, how do you make sense of this data? You have Hind bint, what do you call it, Utbah. It's basically making these proclamations. I want you to make sense of that for me then. Okay, make sense of what's happening, because here's what I'm not going to lie to you guys. I'm not going to lie. I think that we've taken it too far, the gender segregationist stuff. It's far beyond what the Salaf actually did. Don't claim this is what the Salaf did, because it's not what the Salaf did. Whether you're talking about tabaqat al-sahaba, the companions, or tabaqat al-tabi'in, or tabaqat atba' tabi'in, any of those tabaqat, it's what we've imposed in terms of gender relations because of a rule in usul fiqh called sadd al-dhara', which is very nisbi, very relative. Sadd al-dhara' means like basically trying to stop the pathways of evil, which that's what a lot of these scholars in Saudi Arabia used to make female driving haram, driving for a female haram. Okay, there's nothing in the Quran, there's nothing in the Sunnah that says a woman is not allowed to drive a car or drive any animal, actually ride any animal or any vehicle. But because of this principle, people are going above and beyond what the Nas actually says about gender relations. And I mentioned this point and I'll mention it again. You have, for example, lots of examples. I'm just coming to my mind right now. For example, Darda, who is a tabi'iyya. She used to teach in the mosque of Damascus Mosque, actually. She used to teach in Damascus Mosque, clearly. She used to teach in Jerusalem, Damascus Mosque, different places. Okay, so that's what, okay. Karima al-Marwaziyya, as another example. She used to teach, and there's even narrations of people saying, I used to be at the right of her, left of her. So you could see her. Okay, you're not going to accept that one. She teaches Bukhari. She's actually one of the biggest scholars of hadith of all time. I think her teacher was Al-Farabri, which like literally one before, and then Bukhari. Yeah. So you got her. Then what about Abu Shihab al-Zuhri? Yeah. Al-Zuhri told Mohammed Qasim, and I put this on Twitter for those who are interested in. He said to him, go to Asma bint, not Asma. Her name is, Asma bint, what do you call it? Abdul Rahman. Yeah. And he said, go and seek knowledge from her. So the question is this, like, at what point are you telling me this is haram for a woman to teach a man? I just want to know. You say, get me something in the Salaf. I get you something in the Salaf. You start making excuses. It's not fair. Well, you're lying about the Salaf, because the moment you say, okay, get me something in the Salaf, I get you so many examples of the Salaf, and you say, well, they don't count. These examples don't count. So the question is, have women in the Salaf? It was Az-Zuhri the Muhaddith. Someone put Az-Zuhri Muhaddith. That Ibn Shihab Az-Zuhri told Muhammad Qasim, go and seek knowledge from this woman who is Asma bint Abdul Rahman. She's an ocean of knowledge. Go and accompany her. Go and seek knowledge from her. And he did it. He obeyed him, actually. He went and did it. So what are we talking about, man? Are you saying that it's haram for a woman to give da'wah? Why did the Salaf do it? Why did the Salaf give da'wah? Why did women from the Salaf give da'wah? Why? Why are they conveying religious knowledge? Why are they, if what you're saying is correct, make sense of it for me. At least make sense of it for me. Have a response for it. If you don't have a response for it, then don't lie about it. ولا تقولوا لما تصف ألسنتكم هذا حلال وهذا حرام لتفتروا على الله الكذب, as I mentioned in the Quran, Surah Al-Nahl, chapter 16. Don't say this halal haram. You're fabricating about Allah. You're lying about Allah. Just because you don't like it, you don't like the fact that a woman can speak publicly, it doesn't make something halal or haram based on the fact that you don't like it. I'm sorry to say. Yeah. Just because you do not like it, it doesn't mean it's. And someone saying, okay, would you let your family members do it? Yeah, I don't. If they really felt strongly about it, I don't care. So and what I would do with my family members, with all due respect, doesn't establish what's halal or haram anyway. So it's not an argument. You don't have an argument. You have zero argument. Just know that. You have zero argument. If you're saying that a woman can't give da'wah in public and the recipient of that is a man, you have to provide evidence. You have to provide evidence for that. You have to explain why the Sahabiyat were giving da'wah. Why Al-Khansa, again, an example, you're talking about public women publicly speaking. Al-Khansa was a woman who was giving emotional poetry in front of the Prophet, and he was encouraging her to do so. He says, continue. What you have to admit, well, that's with all due respect, your cultural understanding of Islam is not actually what the Salaf believed. You have to admit that. Whether we're Arabs, or from the subcontinent, or from wherever else. I don't think in Africa they have this issue that much. But let's say from the Arabs or the subcontinent or somewhere else. Wallahi, I'm sorry to say, but you're wrong about this. You don't have a justifiable reason for, and this is what creates the conditions, akhi, for feminism. We talk about you're creating the conditions. You're straight jacketing women to a point. Yeah, you're actually straight jacketing women to a point. Yeah, where they feel like, okay, well, the only way I can, express myself or not be inhibited is by being a feminist, because all of these conservatives do this and that. You are actually creating the conditions for feminism to be okay, because you are insecure. That's the fact of it. You're fragile and insecure. That's your problem. You're afraid of women. You're afraid of a woman showing that she's, what do you call it? She can speak and stuff like that. Akhi, just let the woman speak. Akhi, let the woman speak, bro. There was a woman recently that came out. She was speaking to 20 Christians.
Oh, yeah.
Akhi, I saw it on TikTok. It's got hundreds of thousands of likes. You telling me that's not good for the case of Islam? Are you telling me this is not good for the case of Islam, Akhi? For a woman to come out and face all the Christians like that and speak and Akhi, no. She is very good for the case of Islam, bro. And in fact,
she's wearing a niqab.
Yeah, niqab and stuff. It shows like empower. You can disagree with me. Some people say I disagree. I don't care if you disagree. Wallahi, I don't care. I'm giving you evidence from the Quran, from the Sunnah, from the Sahaba, from the Salaf. If you say, brother, I really disagree. I don't think women should be doing this. Okay, you don't think women should be doing this. But the question is it haram for them to do so? Is it? This is my question to you. Is it haram? And if it is haram, what is the evidence that it is haram? Since Aisha did it. Since, as we mentioned, we had women that were objecting publicly at the time of the Prophet. We had women that were going to the Prophet and ask them questions. Surah Al-Mujadala, you can see a woman debating the Prophet, debating him. Okay, so is this not gender interaction? She's not mahram. قد سمع الله قول التي تجادلك في زوجها وتشتكي إلى الله. Allah has heard the saying of the woman who was debating you about her husband and she was complaining to Allah. And look at the hadiths that are connected to this fact. The hadiths are connected to this fact is that Aisha said that I heard them debating in the other room, blah, 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 and she heard them debating. Tayyib. So what exactly are you trying to establish? And let me tell you something, guys. I'm not going to lie to you. You know, I love you guys. I know that, a lot of you guys are great guys and excellent guys. Yeah. But we have to be honest. At the end of the day, we have to be honest with each other, innit? I actually think the extreme and hardline gender segregationist approach has the adverse effect. And I'll tell you what I mean by that. I'm not going to mention, I don't want to besmirch any culture or any people, any country, yeah? But look at those provinces and places which have had the extreme gender segregationist approach. And let's talk about the sexual perversions that permeate those particular places. Let's be honest about it. Homosexuality, where is it present? It's present in those places where you apply a strict gender segregationist approach. Yeah, no, I'm not talking about Muslims here. I'm talking about Muslim societies. Once again, we have to be self-accountable here. There are some, when you go too far on something, and you go way further than what the Salaf actually proposed, it actually creates an adverse effect. The counterintuitive effect. So it creates homosexuality, some perversion, some this and that. Akhi, why have you done this? Because you've made it a taboo to communicate with women. You've made it such a taboo that the moment you do, like, then you become homosexual, then you become this and that. And it's a classic psychoanalytic fact. Any psychologist will tell you, when you suppress this much, bro, so it creates the adverse effect.
Why do you have so much of this going on in prisons?
Exactly.
It's very simple. It's human nature. Every prison you go to in the world, regardless of their culture, because of that extreme segregation and the fact that this is all that's going on.
No, but you could argue because they don't have access to women and they're desperate. Yeah.
No, but that's what I mean. Any human society in which you have that type of extreme segregation is going to lead to that. And prison is an example.
Absolutely. But what I'm trying to say to you is this: just follow the Sunnah. Follow like the way that the companions were. I can give you many hadiths of where the women are talking to men, and without like taboo, making it taboo, making it so like what you guys make it. A lot of you, with all due respect. Oh, you don't speak, brother. Pretend to lower your gaze. Actually, those individuals who go that far, usually they're the most perverse. I'm not going to lie to you, bro. And once again, I'm not speaking about anyone in particular, akhi. And I've made that clear. All right? I've made that clear. So don't say, oh, but he's saying this about such and such. I haven't watched anyone's videos. I just saw a couple of tweets. I'm responding to a sentiment. I'm saying that when you go this far, then it's a problem. And akhi, we don't have an issue with any other space. Activism, when a woman comes out for Palestine, no one complains.
Office work.
Office work, anything, bro. We don't have a problem. You would let you're talking about what would you let your wives do? What would you let your daughters do? Bro, you let your daughters go work in an education environment which is mixed. You let her live in the West. You let her go on transportation which is mixed. You let her go to restaurants which are, you can't even stop that if you wanted to. Yeah. You can't even stop that if you wanted to. Yet, when it comes to issues that actually advance the case of Islam, now we have to apply the most strict criterion. Now we have to lower our gaze like this, and we can't even look, and it has to be behind the veil, and there's no evidence for this, and there's no evidence for that. Even if I present 1,000 pieces of evidence, you have ta'wil for each one, whether it's Asma, whether it's Hafsa, whether it's Salama, whether it's Sulaim, whether it's in Tabaqat al-Tabi'in, whether it's Atba' al-Tabi'in, whether it's in this period of time or that period of time, you'll always have something to say because you're not sincere about it. Well, you're not actually sincere about following the Salaf as you claim to say. And that's why a lot of I call it neo-Salafism. I'm not saying that every single person who's a neo-Salafi, is I'm saying that neo-Salafism is an attempt.
No, but don't you think this is true for all sects?
Yeah, it's true. Some Sufis are like that as well. It's true.
Look, it's everybody.
Yeah, you've got that somewhere.
It's
true. I actually agree with you, Akhi.
Yeah.
Some Deobandis are like that, bro. Some are extreme with this kind of behavior as well. Some Bralvis are like that as well. Some extreme. Shi'i, extreme. I'm only more comfortable speaking about Salafism because it's kind of like a background of mine. Like, I'm not speaking to other people like this, I come from, in a sense, Salafi background. I obviously don't agree with a lot of the practices and beliefs.
To add to the mix, majority of reverts are sisters. So if you're not going to have women involved in dawah in a particular capacity, who's going to teach the reverts?
No, but
very simple.
So I don't know what they're saying is they don't mind, from my understanding, women speaking to other women. We're discussing the issue of a woman coming public, and in so doing, I say let's be specific about what we're talking about. We're talking about a woman coming online and speaking about things to do with dawah.
But I think this was in the context of Sister Cora, who was speaking to women,
to 20 different
Christians. But it's women, right?
But they're upset about the fact that men are watching this.
Right.
What are they upset about exactly? Do you know what? I don't understand. Why now? Why are you talking about this now? Let's be honest. The reason why you might be talking about this now, whoever is speaking about it, and once again, I'm not singling anyone out, but it potentially is, because you're a bit jealous. How could this newcomer come out? No, I'll be honest. How could this? And she's coming out and she's speaking to all these Christians and stuff like that. Bro, there were people that were speaking. There were women that were doing dawah for a long time. There were women that were doing dawah for a long time online. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But why now are we making it an issue when this sister started to get like unbelievable traction? Well, the reason why you're doing it now is because you're threatened by that. That's the only psychological, that's the only thing I can say.
I would not make that inference.
I believe it's coming out now.
Okay.
Because look, why did this video come out now? Why are these videos coming out now? Why is this discussion why are coming out now? It's because you are threatened by this new woman in this space who's speaking to thing. That's what you're afraid of. You're afraid that she's going to take your space or something. That's what you're afraid of. Let's be honest. So, with all due respect, like, why? It goes back to what I was saying last week, Akhi. Just whenever we see someone grow, we have to destroy them, bro. We have to tell them what they're doing is haram. We have to tell them what they're doing is wrong. You don't even have a reason for saying that these people are wrong. Yeah, do you get it? You don't. Okay. Do you know what? I want to challenge. Give me something. Give me something that says this is haram, bro. Give me something. I want to know what you're talking about. It's even if you had something. Okay, with all due respect, give me something, bro. Wait, no, give me something. You can argue from maslahah. You can argue from maslahah. Even if you had something, you don't have anything. Because, as I mentioned, at the time of the companions, men and women were speaking publicly together, or open, no problem. Yeah? So, I'm asking a question. If you think that I'm wrong about this issue, then what's the refutation, Akhi? What's the refutation? What is the refutation? Have a refutation. What's the refutation? What is it? When you present Quran, you present Sunnah, and you present Sahaba, and you present companions, you present Tabi'in, and then you say, okay, no, I'm not happy with it. I'm telling you, Akhi, feminism is growing. You're seeing all these... bro, think of this, yeah?
So
feminism is growing so much, yeah? You've got these women like advocating kufri belief systems, or whatever it may be, yeah?
Yeah.
Muslims or non-Muslims. And then you've got a couple conservative sisters coming out, yeah? And they're, okay, now you've got empowerment happening, actual conservative female empowerment,
So
which is now these women are looking at it.
Yeah, just on this point, I just had a podcast with Dilly, and I gave him this exact example. I said, do you know what these sisters giving dawah, I was talking about Sister Cora, is actually a counterfactual to the claims about the du'at
Exactly, man.
and feminism, because we're defending them. We're saying, yes, this is good.
Well, I don't
So-
understand.
so
Why
look-
are
look-
you inhibiting this?
So-
Why? I don't
so
get it.
Look, put it this way. We know that the sad situation of the Muslims is we're going to follow the other nations that are before us in terms of even if they go inside a lizard hole, we're going to do it. They had their gender wars in the 50s and 60s. So people decided to import that gender war into Islam. If there's a brother and sister fighting online, the brothers support the brother. They don't care who's right or wrong. The sisters support the sister. In this particular case, you get du'at who are saying, well done, Sister Cora.
Yeah.
So in fact, we're breaking this supposed gender war. We're breaking this, we're challenging
Yeah.
that narrative. We're actually, this is a good counterfactual. And the other thing to keep in mind is we are told what? You are oppressing your women. This is what the colonial mindset was, right? When they went to the colonial lands, we need to liberate the Muslim women. This is what they did in East Turkestan, they did in Uzbekistan, they did in Algeria, they did in Africa. They said, look, all these primitive Muslim misogynistic men, they have these women who are oppressed. Now you have a very articulate young niqabi who's challenging and domesticating 20 people live. So that breaks this stereotype. If anything, we should be thinking, wow, this is actually a good segue for us to say we're not against women.
Akhi, all I hear, I don't agree with this, blah, blah, blah. Okay, you don't agree, no problem. What's your evidence?
Yeah.
What's your evidence? Give me evidence. Give me evidence.
Okay,
That it's not. Give me. I just want to see.
Can I play devil's advocate?
Oh,
Can-
here's what
let me-
I really want to know.
let-
This.
let me-
But before you play devil's advocate, I just want to ask this question.
Yeah.
Okay, no problem. What exactly do you disagree with? The
Okay,
fact that I want to know.
Okay.
Do you disagree with the fact that a woman is speaking publicly? Okay. Are you disagree with the fact that woman speaking publicly? That
Okay.
part of it. So we've already established that the Sahabiyat were doing that. Are you going to bring me قَرْنَ فِي بُيُوتِكُنَّ in chapter 33 of Quran, وَلَا تَبَرُّجْنَ تَبَرُّجَ الْجَاهِلِيَّةِ الْأُولَى, which we've already told you is specific to خاص بنساء النبي. This is a very specific verse to the wives of the Prophet, and it goes on to speak about things that only apply to the wives of the Prophet. For example, it says that you're not allowed to get married again after the Prophet's death. You cannot get married again. Sorry, after the Prophet ever again. That doesn't apply to any other woman. That if you commit a fahisha, that you have double what the other women have. It's obvious that this is actually all khas to the Nisa and Nabi, and the Mufassir say that. Okay, so you can't bring a khas verse, okay, and now generalize it on the rest of the Muslim people. Apart from that, I'm struggling to find where the evidence is that a Muslim woman cannot go. Let's say I'm giving you Surah Al-Mas'ala, exactly what I'm talking about. So she's behind the camera like this, like me and Saboor are behind the camera right now, yeah?
Mhm.
Muslim woman, she's behind the camera just like this, and she's talking about issues relating to Islam, blah blah blah. She's confuting and refuting, let's say, feminist Muslims, other Muslims, whatever. Is my understanding that you think this is haram? Okay, fine. You think it's haram. Why? What is the thing that makes this haram? That's what I want to know. You might think I'm wrong. You might think I've got it wrong, and he's got it. Give me evidence. Okay, if you can't bring me evidence, then at this point in time, I've provided so much evidence for you, and you've not given me the courtesy of having some of your evidences. All right, so I can change my mind. Let me change my mind. Go ahead, provide evidence for me. Let's look at the chat and see if there's any evidence. Let's see if anyone who disagrees with me has any evidence.
Yeah, before we get into that, some people
Yeah.
in the chat are still misinformed and thinking that we're refuting one of our own brothers who we love in the dawah, who we've praised many times.
We've already said.
I don't know
haven't
why
watched the
they're
video.
saying this in the chat. We're not referring
Actually,
to...
I've never mentioned the brother in
This is-
public. I didn't watch his videos. I've got nothing but love for the guy. He's a million times better than me. He's pious
Yeah,
guy.
so stop the
allow
straw
it.
man. Yeah?
Why-
Stop the
we're
straw
not
man.
talking about the brother,
yeah.
and I haven't watched his video.
And-
I'm speaking to you guys directly. So instead of
Yeah.
keep mentioning the brother,
Yeah.
all I'm asking is, you're saying it's haram for a woman to speak public or convey Islamic knowledge or go online. My only question is, what is the evidence?
Okay, so can I give you an angle that I think may be helpful here?
Yeah.
It's related to the sort of Palestinian protests, right? So
Yeah.
people are going out there protesting, and they're protesting genocide. They're doing this. They're doing that.
Yeah.
The people who believe protesting is not allowed, they would say, but you're free mixing, but the guy next to you is of this particular LGBT community, but you're next to this person. Like, they'll pick out these types of things. So in this particular case, it could be the same thing. Fine. You're normally allowed to protest, so you're normally allowed to give dawah. But in this particular context, they are non-Muslim men who may be gawking at her. for example.
Okay.
So they're going to use it from a perspective that, you know,
Said the dhara'a.
yeah, that sort of
Okay.
thing. What would you answer?
Yeah, okay.
What would
Said the
you-
dhara'a is okay. So look, the Sharia is composed of two different things. Yeah, this is usul lesson 101. There is these are what we call masadr al-Sharia. Okay, what is the Sharia composed of? The Sharia is composed of different sources. Number one, Quran. Okay, obviously the Quran, the verses of the ahkam in the Quran.
Yeah.
Number two is the Sunnah, and obviously specifically we're talking about the authentic Sunnah. Yeah. Number three, we're talking about ijma'. Okay. Number four is qiyas. Now everyone agrees obviously to all those four things except for the Zahiris who don't agree with qiyas. Everyone agrees so far. Fine. Now At-Tufi mentions there are 11 different masadr of Sharia, including Shara' man qablana, including istihsan, istishab, maslaha mursala, etc., etc. So these are the four main ones, and then you have other ones which are now different types of Sharia sources, right? So, for example, you have, like I said, Shara' man qablana, the Sharia of those prophets who came before, or qawl al-sahabi, or the sayings of a companion, etc., etc. So you've got two types of evidence in Islam. Okay, the first one is ijma'. Everyone agrees of them, except for the Zahiris of the fourth one. The second one is min al-adilla al-shar'iyya al-mukhtalaf fiha. Everyone agrees that these are difference of opinion matters. Okay, so some usulis accept some of these sources, and some of usulis don't accept some of the sources. Yeah. So for example, there are some what do you call it? There are some of these sources, some of these sources like qawl al-sahaba, which is mukhtalaf fi. You'll be surprised to know that actually. So sahabi, a saying of sahabi, there's a difference of opinion as to whether it's hujjah or not. Like Ibn Qudama mentions it's not hujjah actually in the Hanbali madhab, as an example, bro. Yeah. For example, Shara' man qabla, there's a difference of opinion on whether it's hujjah or not, whether it's an evidence or not. So for example, the Sharia of those people who came before us, is it hujjah or not? There's a difference of opinion on that. Istihsan, istishab, all of these things, there's difference of opinion. Al-maslaha is another thing. Maslaha is divided into three types: maslaha mulgha, maslaha mursala, maslaha what do you call mula'ama. So there are three different. So these are the Sharia. Okay, this is Sharia. Okay, now that we've got two, you've understood now you understand what evidence is. Okay, you people understand what evidence is because I've just explained to you that there's 11 forms of evidence in Sharia according to At-Tufi. I've explained to you there's 4 of them there's no difference of opinion on, and I've explained to you there's about 6 or 7 of them which there is a difference of opinion about. Okay, so now the question is, you're saying something is not allowed. Okay, for example, a woman coming out here now, and let's just like me and Saboor are speaking right now, and she is, let's say, assume for the sake of argument, she is talking about dawah, or she is having a conversation with a man on the other side of things. Have a conversation with a man. Okay, so by the way, this fulfills the barrier condition. So you're saying that Aisha, there's like 1,000 barriers anyway here, because I'm not next to the man, am I? If she's not next to the man, number one, so it's like Aisha speaking behind the barrier and a woman speaking behind the camera is actually quite similar. Okay, so long as she's covered. So I don't see what the issue is. You understand? So now my question is this: let's say a woman's coming out like I'm coming out now, me and Saboor. She's speaking, she's doing exactly what me and Saboor are doing right now. My question is, if you're saying this is haram, I don't care what your sentiments are. Wallahi, I don't care. Your sentiments, because of your cultural belief systems, is who cares about them? Who cares about them, akhi? Whether you come from this country or that country and they're so staunch with women, it doesn't matter what your culture is.
And it actually feeds into feminism.
It don't matter, exactly.
Cultures,
So who cares what you say? I'm asking to you right now, what's the evidence that this format, if it was a woman, 2 women doing it, like sitting next to each other right now and doing the same thing as what we're doing right now, what's the evidence is haram? Can you bring someone on to, let's see, go on the chat. Let's go on the chat now. Let's see what these Muslims, these conservative Muslims, let's see what they have to say about it.
Let's look into that. And just before this, please go to Mercy to Humanity. We are fundraising for the people of Lebanon who are facing attacks daily now by the Zionist regime. In the ancient city of Tyre now, You actually have attacks. There's 3 buildings that I saw today that have been leveled, and there's people underneath the rubble. So we are helping the Muslims and the Christians
Yes.
and whoever.
We need to get to
Sunni,
50,000.
Look, Sunni, Shia, there's maybe even Jews in south of Lebanon, Lebanese Jews, they could be suffering as well. We are there to help humanity. Mercy to Humanity is there on the ground to help people.
Yeah.
So please go to the link and support. I'm going to look for comments to see.
No. So let's go. Let's see. Let's see what they say. Now I'm going to engage with your comments. I want to see anything that's refutational. Bring it to me now. I want the Muslims to refute me. What I've just said, bring something to me now. Yeah. Let's see what the conservatives have to say about this. The hardliners, bring evidence, because I'm learn. I want to learn from you. I've just told you what the evidence of Sharia.
So listen,
Yeah,
we're gonna read this out, okay?
all right. read
However,
out.
I want you to remember something.
Yeah. Let's
We are not attacking any person in
Yeah.
whoever's writing this comment. If
Yeah.
you have your opinion, no problem, but we're going to engage with. Women should remain concealed. When a woman emerges from her home due to having a genuine need, Shaitan stares at her and says, "You will not pass by anybody except that they will marvel at you."
Okay. So what's trying to show? She's not in her house. She's this. I'm giving you an example of the woman's in her house. She's in her house right in front of her camera. So what's the issue? She's coming out. Number one. Number two is we know that there are many exceptions to women coming out of the house anyway. Let them not met Allah, Masajid Allah. Do not allow the woman to leave their house, etc., etc., etc. So the question is, where does it say it's haram for a woman to come out? And number one. Number two is obviously the Sahabiyat, they did come out. As I just mentioned, they were interacting with the Prophet. They were interacting with each other. They were interacting publicly. Some of them were giving poetry. Al-Khansat was giving poetry publicly.
They went on campaigns.
And campaigns and this and that. So my question is, you're still not answering me. How do you explain this evidence? Are you trying to gaslight us? Like, with all due respect, you think we're going to be gaslit? You think that we're going to look at history in a different way, that we can't actually read the narrations, and that the women and men were talking to each other at the time of the Prophet? They were debating each other, they're talking to each other, and they were interacting and buying and selling from each other.
So we have some good challenges here.
Go on.
The problem with it today.
Put it on. Yeah, the problem.
The problem with it today, they make it basically casually. Men and women can't mix up women and should get out of necessities according to the Quran verse, which is
Okay, so am it says, yeah. Does that say am or
common?
Okay, so what are you trying? I don't understand.
There seems to be some grammar problems here, but the main thing is women and men will end up being casually mixing with each other.
That's why in the beginning
they should not go out except for necessities.
No problem. Dawah is a necessity. Here's the point. You don't mind speaking to women when it comes to medicine. You don't mind speaking to her when it comes to law. You don't mind speaking to her when it comes to university. You don't mind speaking to her in a restaurant. You don't mind speaking to her. Everything you don't mind for your own needs. My question is, if it is a talented sister or talented sisters that can speak about these things and they're interested in comparative religion or whatever they may speak about, so why does that not fit the same category?
Yeah.
So that's my question. So now you have to explain to me why. So you're saying it's etiquette. It's a matter of etiquette. It's a matter of being conditioned and being careful and not being. Yeah, obviously, I agree with you, bro. I actually agree with you. It's got to be professional. It's got to be a proper conversation, like a professional conversation. I totally agree with all that.
Okay.
So, but where's the refutation here? If the claim that's being made is that it's haram for women to give dawah, I want you to refute this claim. Bring evidences for the claim.
Okay. So there's a background narration that someone is bringing up, which is the narration of the women being advised against going to the mosque. What is your outlook on these evidences?
No, but it's obvious you don't know this because Ibn Umar, the Prophet ﷺ said, "La tamna ima Allah masajid Allah." Do not, he said, do not prevent the woman slaves of Allah to go to the mosques of Allah. That's what the Prophet said. Ibn Umar said that. He said, I'm going to actually prevent them. And then his father says that I'm not going to speak to you because of it. So clearly, obviously, it doesn't mean when the Prophet said it's better for you to pray at home. It's better for you to pray at home. It doesn't mean that you can't pray in the mosque.
Okay.
And that's why there's 2 hadiths on the matter. And that's why Umar was very upset with his son. Ibn Umar was very upset about the issue of praying in preventing his wife. So how do you explain this attitude of the Salaf? Okay. And how do you? So this is what I'm saying. You guys have gone too far with this stuff.
So just there, That's a very good answer. Here's a bit of a personal dig, but it's fine.
Yeah.
Okay, Hijab, are you and Saboor and Ali going to bring your wives onto the live streams going forward? Do you think the wives of the Prophet, peace be upon him, would stream in front of millions on YouTube?
Okay, sure. So let me answer that. I did on this what do you call it, production, and I had my niece on it as well. So it's not it's not a thing.
But firstly,
I don't find this problematic.
You cannot equate any women with the wives of the Prophet, peace be upon him. They are special in a different status. So that itself is a straw man. You can't.
That's exactly. We've already established the fact that the ahkam relating to the wives of the Prophet, many of them are khas bihinna. They are specific to them. And if you look at Surah Al-Ahzab, it's obvious that they are khas bihinna, that they are obviously specific to them, because they say that you're not allowed to get married after the Prophet. They say that you have twice the amount of punishment that any other woman has for such a punishment. So it's obvious that these rules are khas bihinna. So you cannot use a khas to do qiyas on an am. It's impossible to do this, especially like a special case. Everyone knows you can't do qiyas on that. Number one. Number two, anyways, let's go with it. Whether or not I'm a hypocrite, that's basically, are you a hypocrite? I already had my niece, I did a production with her, we spoke together on the same thing, yeah? My wife's not interested in doing personal, in this. If she felt strongly about it, yeah, we'd have a conversation about it, you know what I mean? Like, about what we're going to do, and, she doesn't feel strongly about it, she don't want to do that. Number two. Number three, what I may feel as a matter of preference doesn't actually have any bearing on what's halal haram. So it's not an argument. Say, oh, well, you wouldn't have it. Who cares what I would do? Mohammed Hijab. If whether he does something or doesn't, it doesn't mean it's halal haram, bro.
Here's my favorite comment. Yeah, when did Mohammed Hijab become a feminist?
Akhi, this is the exact reason why. Bro, this is what I'm saying. This is the exact reason.
I've triggered it.
No, this is the exact reason why I'm doing this, because I'm trying to curb the influence of feminism. If anyone who understands this will understand that. Akhi, this is creating the conditions for feminism. Feminism, in order for it to be tackled, there has to be an ideological attack on it, which there's nobody in the dawah. I'm gonna be open and say this. Nobody in the English-speaking dawah, maybe with the exception of Daniel Haqiqatju, who's refuted feminism as much as Mohammed Hijab. Go and ask ChatGPT or Grok or something. They will tell you that. There's nobody, maybe in the English-speaking world, that's refuted feminism as much as Mohammed Hijab in the last whatever amount of years. He's one of the top people that refuted feminism. But because I've done so much refutation of feminism, I've also understood that in order to curb the influence of feminism, we have to not create the conditions which make feminism happen, which is that you're making everything's haram, which there's no text for it. There's no actual precedent for that. You're making it up based on your cultural preferences, and you're imposing it and trying to gaslight us about the religion of Islam, You're trying to say that women have to be invisible. It's incorrect, Bro, one guy I was saying, with all due respect, there's one guy that I went to a country, which I'm not going to mention, and he was like in such and such a place in that country. I've never seen a woman come out. And he was bragging about it. You know what I'm saying? He said, I've never seen a woman come out. Yeah, but how many homosexuals do you have in your town? You even,
he does.
You even,
he
sorry
does.
to say, like, let's be honest. Let's be honest about it. You even molest young boys,
No.
You molest young boys, because you've created a perverted environment with your behavior, bro. With your extreme hardline gender segregationist behavior. You've created the environment for homosexuality, for feminism to flourish, for all of this nonsense. You are creating it because you're creating such a rigid environment that that's what people do when they rebel against. Even in psychology, they call it the Romeo and Juliet effect. It's even Ibn al-Qayyim al-Jawziyah mentioned this in his Ad-Da'u Dawa. It says mamnu' marghub, bro. Which is that that which is prohibited becomes more and more attractive, especially in the context of sexuality. When you make something so taboo that men and women speaking to each other in a normal manner becomes like an abnormal thing, it creates a perverted environment, bro. You have to understand you're wrong about this. You're wrong psychologically, you're wrong Islamically, you're wrong from every perspective. It doesn't matter what you're saying, bro.
Somebody said Al-Khansa was an old woman.
How do you know she was old? How do you know she was an old woman? What's the age? Well, give me the reference for the fact that she's. Hold on. Number one. Number two. She was an old woman.
No, but
at what age? At what age is it that you is allowed? Number one. Number two is I already gave you the examples of Asma bint Abu Bakr. What do you call it? I'll give you the examples of Aisha herself, right? I gave you examples of people. You cannot say that Aisha was an old woman, No one's making a claim that Aisha was an
But
old woman,
look,
bro.
but look, let's just stick with this. Imagine all of the examples that you gave, the women were old. Let's just stick to that. Still, that means they had something positive to contribute.
Yes,
So
exactly.
it makes no
No,
difference.
this about age.
It literally
Bro,
makes no difference.
of all due respect, you cannot. Okay, there was a hadith of Asma bint Umais,
Mhm.
and she's having a conversation, yeah, and they're saying who's the best husband that you've had, and then she said, "Oh, it's Abu Bakr is the best one from the shuyukh, and Ja'far is the best one from the what do you call it, youngsters or young men." And then they said, and then Ali interjected, and he said, "What about me?" Because she also married him. Akhi, I'm sorry, but your vision of gender segregation is not. Once again, I want to understand where you're getting it from.
Okay,
bro.
so let's
Show me where you're getting it from.
Let's steelman it a little bit, because look, one thing that I don't disagree with is we can have differences of opinion. We can have differences of opinion as Muslims. For example, this is an interesting opinion. Some scholars have said the voice is aura. So someone can make an argument based on this. I'm not saying this, by the way, but I'm just saying it's not an issue of ijma. I think that's a reasonable.
Bro, the voice of Allah thing is such a weak opinion.
No, but still,
No one
but-
accepts it
no,
nowadays, man.
But still, what we're saying is we're not saying other people can't hold opinions. Don't say that this thing is
But,
haram.
no, yeah, exactly. Because I'm trying to figure out if you feel very strongly about a woman giving dawah or speaking to the public, and you cannot provide evidence for that, then what's really motivating your behavior?
So let me ask another question.
Yeah.
I'm going to ask this.
So far, we haven't gotten anything.
No,
have we?
sure. But I'm going to ask a question. Just a pragmatic question, because Islam is a pragmatic religion. Okay.
Yeah.
If there is a
Yeah.
sister out there,
Yeah.
who is going to be spreading disbelief under the guise of Islam and spreading feminist ideas while
Yeah, I like this
pretending
move.
to
Yeah.
be
A Muslim.
in line with conservative Islam and
Yeah.
basically saying Islam's been interpreted
Yeah.
by men, and in fact Islam is a very feminist religion, XYZ.
Mhm.
Who is more likely to get through to her and her audience, if her audience is young, impressionable teenage Muslim sisters, me and hijab bearded guys making videos, or some other sister who's conservative,
Exactly.
articulate?
Bro,
Just answer that question. Maybe
answer that. Yeah,
question.
answer this question. I like that question. But the thing is, you guys don't understand. When it comes in the next 10 years, I'm telling you, feminism is going to become such a problem for us. And we are not going, I'm telling you, we cannot deal with it ourselves. I'm telling you that. Because the narrative that's already painted is it's a male-dominated religion. Men are
Men benefit from it.
Men benefit,
Women don't benefit.
whatever.
Wow.
So, khalas, if the moment we speak, we lose.
Okay,
It's like a WWE match,
okay,
bro.
Okay, just on
We
that,
lose before we do
just
it.
on that. Historically, this is very important. Historically, the places where feminism in the Muslim world rise the fastest is the places where, and the most vicious ones, they always come out of the most conservative, and I use conservative not in the sense that we are conservatives, but overtly exaggerated conservatism. They bring out the worst of people. When you get people who are more, say, lenient or moderate, and I'm not saying un-Islamic, breaking the rules, you don't get those hardcore feminists from there.
Exactly.
It's just a fact.
Exactly, yeah.
Okay,
So this one.
Why are women not allowed to do adhan?
Akhi, the adhan is a separate hukum. If you bring adhan, you bring a Jumu'ah prayer, it's a pathetic argument, akhi, because it's a separate hukum, and that hukum has its own shurut and mawani'. It has its own conditions and preventers.
Okay, that's an easy
We're not
one.
talking
That's
about
an easy
that.
one. However, I'm going to push back on some of the things here just to play devil's advocate. What if women, while they're giving dawah, right?
Yeah.
They're doing certain things like laughing, right? Like they are acting in a way that maybe, for example, the clothes that they're wearing may be tight.
Yeah,
or-
okay, fine.
Let's
Look,
just say these things. What do you think about that?
obviously, that's a separate discussion. Okay, these are separate masail. Like, okay, do you really believe that it's haram for women to be public? Like, is your belief that it's haram for women to go out in public? Is your belief? Let's just get to the bottom of this. Do you believe that it's haram for women to be in the streets, for example? Because what is the difference? And this is the argument that I did away, actually. What is the difference between a woman being in the street and being in front of a camera? Except for the numbers, really, the amount of people that are looking at.
Okay, so
like, for example, like if a woman, if your mum, is she allowed to go to Tesco's? Is she allowed to go to Sainsbury's?
okay, so
If you see a Muslim woman walking in the street, is it haram?
yeah, so for a lot of the audience, they're new. When you say dead, though, who is Sheikh Dedo? What is
Dedo is a huge scholar, one
what's
of
his
the
credibility?
greatest scholars of the Ummah today. He's got like a Markaz Takwin Ulama in Mauritania, which you'd need 17 years to even pass the course. Like I said, he's like the teacher of many huge scholars like Said al-Kamili from Morocco, etc.
He's part of councils.
He's part of all these major councils. He's considered to be one of the greatest ones. Yeah. So I'm saying that he's done a thing of.
I think we should bring him here.
Inshallah, we'll do something.
No, we should get him to do a live stream on this because the thing is, whenever certain things like this are being articulated,
exactly. Yeah.
There is an element of you guys are just liberalizing Islam. It's not about us.
Well, I believe that you guys, whoever's saying this, you're putting your own cultural appropriation from whatever subcontinent or the Arab Peninsula, wherever it may be, you're throwing that on Islam. In my opinion, that you're the ones who are doing that. Because if you cannot bring evidence from the Quran and Sunnah, you're struggling, you're scrambling, you can't bring evidence from Quran and Sunnah for the case that you're trying to make, which is essentially that you. What are you trying to make? What is the case that you're trying to make?
Here, the brother has made a good point. Okay, I wouldn't say a good point, but he's made a point in a way that sounds good, although I disagree with him because I can tell it's already got a loaded thing in there. Is there a difference between Aisha teaching a few people at a time, then someone doing a TikTok live for hours, talking to men and sitting next to men in person? Firstly, don't bring up the wives of the Prophet, peace be upon him. They are special. They are different. You cannot.
But let's go with it. Let's go with it. Let's go with it. Let's go with it.
But that doesn't help.
Let's go with it for the sake of argument. No problem. Okay. Let me answer your question. You're establishing something called a dabit. Yeah. A dabit, you're trying to say that the more people that watch it, the more people that see it, the more haram it becomes, or something like this, right? That's the dabit. Now, you have to provide evidence for that dabit. You have to provide evidence for what you're saying. So, for example, if a sahabiya walks in the street, so go to the mosque, and 10 stranger sahabi men, non-mahram, see her, is that any different? For if she walked in the street and 100 saw her, or 1,000 saw her, or 100,000 saw her, in like Hajj al-Wada, or one of the major last sermons of the Prophet when they were walking around. If you're saying there's a difference based on the amount of people, then you have to provide evidence for this principle in the Sharia. You have to say that there's evidence in this verse or in this hadith, according to this maxim, that the more that people see it, that it becomes more haram. If you cannot provide this evidence, then you cannot suggest that the more people see something, or the longer it is, then the more haram it is. There's nothing there in the Sharia to indicate that. So unless it's, once again, the burden of proof is actually upon you. What are we saying? Are you saying that women cannot go public, cannot speak publicly? Are you saying that they cannot speak about da'wah in particular?
Okay.
And are you saying that?
Good. Good. Just before this, we have 981 people watching. Go to the link, Mercy to Humanity. We are fundraising for women, men, children, elderly, Sunni, Shia, Christian, Muslim in Lebanon. This is a real emergency. Go to the link and support. Somebody's asked a question here. I think this is a good one.
Okay.
Because dawah is linked to who? The prophets of Allah.
Yeah.
And if the prophets of Allah were male, then why is it the case that women today, this is basically, I'm extrapolating from this question, why are they basically getting involved?
Okay, well, let me tell you this. Akhi, with all due respect, it's actually a very poor argument. Okay, it's about female prophets. Why is it a very extremely poor argument? The job of a prophet was not just to convey the message. Okay, they had other roles, including a military general, including leading the prayers, including doing the adhan, including lots of other aspects, which Muslim women are not even obliged to do. Friday prayers, Muslim women are not even obliged to do that. Fighting, Muslims are not obliged to do it. If Allah had allowed female prophets, okay, if Allah had allowed female prophets, it would put the Muslims at a disadvantage, because females couldn't fulfill those roles, okay, in the same way that men, especially in the medieval period and the classical period and the antiquity period, could do. And they wouldn't respect it as much as they were in those roles. Okay, so you saying, okay, why is there no female prophet? Therefore, it's a stretch, isn't it, to say, therefore women can't give da'wah? Or what are you trying to say? Therefore what, yani? So the fact that there were no female prophets. And moreover, there were women. Now, Ibn Hazm believed that there were female prophets, but I'm not agreeing with that, by the way. He believed Maryam was a female prophet and all that. So I'm not agreeing with that for now, yeah? But that's another issue. there were women like Mary, okay, who would obviously have conversations with her qawm. She was in the Quran, you see Mary's having conversations with her people and saying, they say, we don't know this of you, we don't know that of you, and she's saying this and she's saying this. So do you believe that Mary gave dawah to her people or not? Do you believe that females interacted with the prophets or not? Do you believe that Sabat, there's a whole chapter in the Quran, chapter 34 in the Quran, who had a whole conversation with Moses and she had a whole interaction with him? Do you believe that that took place or not? Do you believe that there was an inappropriate interaction, Sulaiman? And then she became Muslim, he done da'wah to her, and there was an engagement there, and then she became Muslim? Do you believe that, for example, when Shu'aib... there's lots of examples, there's so many examples,
Let me just stop you there. So you have the story of Sheba. She accepts Islam with Sulaiman.
Yeah.
Alayhi salam. Now, I'm not a scholar, I'm not student of knowledge, I'm just making an inference. She, before this, was talking to her council, and she had asked them, look, I've received this gracious letter from him. What shall I do? They said, we are a fierce people. You know, she's talking to her war council, her people.
Yeah.
Logically, if we're to fulfill the rights of this story, let's make some inferences. After she accepted Islam and she says, La ilaha illallah, wouldn't she have gone to her council and said, by the way, why don't you accept Islam? Logically. Or did she say to herself, I'm now a Muslim, I cannot talk? No, think about it.
Yeah, it's true. Asya in the Quran, Asya in the Quran, Asya, who she says, what do you call it? نجني من فرعون وعمله ونجني من قوم الظالمين. Do you think that she was not giving dawah to her husband Pharaoh?
No, but they wouldn't disagree with that.
No, whatever. Do you not think that she was giving dawah to her people?
Okay.
Yeah, so is it inconceivable that the women in the Quran that are mentioned, that they were giving dawah to their people, whether it's Mary, whether it's Pharaoh's wife Asya, Imra'at Fir'aun, yeah, whether it's any of the women that Saba, are they not giving dawah? Are they not interacting? When Moses is speaking to the two women that was, and then she went to Shu'aib and she said, "Give us." There's no interactions.
Here's what's really going on. A lot of the brothers and a lot of the sisters who may be anti this, they may be on the other side. This may be their real concern, and this concern actually is valid. It's a valid concern.
Well, it's
but we can
invalid.
address it. We can address it. Thousands of incels and Christians. Why did they put incels and Christians together? Perverts. Why are they saying perverts next to Christians?
That's
bad
not
again.
fair, bro. Because
Still.
There's nothing about Christians that make them pervert. Bro.
Yeah, this is
we might have as bad. I'm not going to say this, but we have our own perverts in the Muslim world. Who are you to say?
The way you put it, incels and Christian perverts. So I don't agree with the wording. Anyway,
he was a Christian. He was an atheist.
Staring at our niqabi sisters and taking pleasure from their voices and eyes. Okay, so I just want to give a first pass answer to this. Yeah. You can have a sister who's going to Iceland, just going shopping. She's a mother, young mother, or young sister wearing a niqab, whatever. And somebody could just be driving past and the same thing.
Exactly, bro.
Like what exactly?
Bro.
I mean, look, and then he could fantasize the whole week about
exactly.
Like, how far are you going to stick to this?
Exactly, bro. That's the answer. Because at the end of the day, the onus is upon the man to avoid that. Because at the end of the day, look, are we going to trap everybody? Everyone has to be trapped. The women have to be entrapped because of the Christian man or the Muslim man who's a pervert, or the Jew man, whoever it may be, who's a pervert. It doesn't matter what religion they are. It's perverts in every single faith group, actually. As we've just mentioned, there's a lot of Muslim pervert, actually. A lot of Muslim perverts as well. So
you know what I'd really like to see? What I'd really like to see is some of these feminists, right, who use Islam. I'd like to see their audience telling them, sister, you're going to have men gawking at you. Can you wear the niqab? Why do we not have it on the other side? Pragmatically, just think about it. All of these conversations, do you know what they're really doing? Someone's going to probably take a clip of this. They're just going to cut this up and they're going to say, see, this is what the Muslims are like. They want their women to just be in boxes.
I'm telling you, bro, this so far, look how long we've been on this chat, yeah?
Not single
in the beginning, you know, you saw in this chat, yeah, people saying, I disagree, you're wrong, whatever. Okay, very good. We disagree. So now you're going to convince me, aren't you? So far, have we seen anything interesting? There's nothing interesting, bro.
There's nothing interesting, but I would say sentimentally, I can understand people are coming from
It's
the
cultural perspective.
They're not only coming from a cultural perspective, they're also coming from the last thing that we saw.
Akhi, man,
There is
it's
this
a
type-
cultural thing. But let me tell you, it's a lot of it is so cultural that it's obvious. Like, for example, let's say the driving ban, yeah?
Okay, just before
The
that,
driving
just
ban,
before,
akhi-
just before that, compare Malaysia as well, because Malaysia has a different culture.
Yeah. But
Malaysia is a very
what I'm saying is
interesting
the
case
driving ban that, we're talking about the driving ban in Saudi Arabia, yeah? Okay. So some scholars said it was haram. And then when this political elites decided against, they just said it's halal. What do you say about that, bro? Do you think that's motivated by the deen?
By the way, just on
Do you-
this,
honestly, do you think it's motivated by the deen?
Somebody was challenging you on that. They were refuting you. They were saying
Yeah.
no fatwa exists like that.
No, it does exist. That's not true. You'll
Okay.
find it very easy. What do you mean? There's if you go on Islam QA, you'll find that the fatwas have changed, akhi. And Munajjid is one of the great scholars, actually. I respect him. But he's not the only one who puts the fatwas there. But nevertheless, this, you can see what Hayat Kibar al-Ulama said before and after. It's obvious. So
The
let's not
Prophet dedicated a separate day for men and women.
Yeah,
and
okay,
when they
absolutely.
requested it, he taught them and he answered their questions.
Exactly.
there's-
So what does that? Yeah, it shows what we're trying to show, which is that you guys, not all of you, but a lot of you, have a cultural understanding of gender segregation, and it's an extreme version, and it's not in the Salaf. And you're gaslighting us to believe that's what the Salaf believed. There are some parts of the Muslim world today which are way more strict when it comes to gender segregation than the Salaf. For example, like a simple example, they didn't have a barrier when they were praying in the masjid, men and women. They actually prayed in the same space. Now, I'm not saying it's extreme to have a separate place for men and women. I'm happy with that.
Okay, so
But I'm saying that it's
46,500.
it's not moving. Yeah, guys,
Look,
you have to give it a
we
moment.
have 1,000 people watching. If you're watching this live stream, send the link to your family and friends. Mercy to Humanity.
Yeah, you already pushed the link.
Mercy to Humanity is there on the ground helping the people of Lebanon. Like I mentioned,
We need to get up to 50, man.
we will inshallah easily look. We are talking about what? We're talking about female empowerment. We're speaking about dawah. A lot of the people that are out there being brutalized and going through the suffering is actually the females, the women and the children. You always see they are the group that's going to be suffering the most
Yes.
and suffering disproportionately. Now, someone's written something interesting.
Okay.
Devil's advocate. Aisha said that if the Prophet knew what the woman did, he would have prevented it. It is mentioned in the books of fiqh. I have no idea what this is about.
Okay, even if she said that, it's exactly what we're talking about here, right? And get the exact athar or whatever, but it's not actually disproving what we're talking about at all. Zero. We're going back to the point. Look, you wanted, from my understanding, akhi, they said, okay, produce something from the Salaf. That's what I read in the comments just now. Yeah, produce something from the Salaf. Yeah, that says that in the companion's time, a woman was giving dawah to a man. That's non-mahram.
Yeah.
So I gave that example. The example is Sulaim is giving dawah to Abu Talha, who was a Nasrani, who was a Christian. She was inviting him to Islam. Okay, you said that provide something from the Salaf where a non-mahram man, not married, is giving dawah to a non-mahram woman. No, sorry, a non-mahram woman is giving dawah to a non-mahram man. So I'm giving you it's in Bukhari, I believe. Actually, it's Bukhari. Actually, okay. So I'm giving you a qawl here from that. What do you do with that, bro? Isn't that what you asked me to provide? Okay, khalas. I provided it for you. So is this? Was he wrong? Was she wrong for doing that? Which scholars said that she was wrong for doing that? I want to understand your perspective, guys. If you have this view, you need to be able to back up. You need to be able to back up your view. You need to be able to have countervailing evidence. You need to have a refutation for all these pieces of evidence, bro. Of all due respect. If you don't have it, then you don't actually have a view. Yeah? So, okay, give me something else. Give me something else, because I'm gonna deal with this for another 10, 15 minutes. Let's deal with it for another 10, 15 minutes, because I want to give this a proper treatment.
Okay.
Let's deal with it for 10, 15 more minutes.
Okay, so one of our brothers,
Yes,
he's
yes.
got a nice name, Lillahi alhamd. He says the Hanafi madhab ulama mentioned the Prophet's wives ruling applies to ordinary believers, in particular, remaining at home. It would be necessary to tolerate valid views. Now, just before you answer, this is something I do want to emphasize, right?
That's this guy. He's look at that.
Yeah, look,
That's a good way of putting it. Yes,
this is respectful. The other thing to just keep in mind is we're not saying other opinions do not exist.
Exactly.
What we are talking about is for someone to categorically say what Korah did is haram or something like that. What's the evidence for it? That's what we're
and I'm
dealing
not
with,
speaking about any specific individuals here. I'm talking about generally speaking, right? Generally speaking, a woman coming out and giving dawah. So let's go with this brother.
Okay, so
nowadays,
firstly, you know when the Hanafi madhab is mentioned, right? I just want to be clear here. Sometimes the Hanafi madhab, when it's mentioned within the context of the Indian subcontinent. Obviously, the Hanafi madhab is wider than that. It's much wider.
It's much wider than that.
So when people say the Hanafi madhab says X, I'm not saying the brother's wrong. Is it really the case? Because it's a very big madhab.
Exactly.
They have a lot of different.
We have to look at exactly. So we have to, because this is not really the issue of waqarna fi buyutikunna, and does it apply to women generally or not? It's not an bab min abwab al-fiqh, bro. With respect, it's not. What bab of fiqh is it under? Tell me, because I want to know. If you open a book of fiqh, where should I go to find what you're talking about? This is in the books of fatwa and it's in the books of tafsir for the most part. Yeah. So the issue is that it's the Hanafi. It's not going to be hard to find what the Hanafi madhab says as a mu'tabar or a muftabi, because actually, this is more in the books of shuruh. It's more in the books of what do you call it, tafsir. It's more in the books of fatwa. So that's number one. Number two is, like he said, akhi, there's lots of different views in the Hanafi madhab. I mean, which view in particular we're talking about? Number three, I understand that there are some scholars, I've mentioned that already, that said that it's khas, what do you call it? The wives of the Prophet, and some said no, it's not khas, it's actually generalizable. But even if it is generalizable, waqarna fi buyutikun, even if it's saying your homes is generalizable, then notable exceptions apply. For example, la tamna'u ima Allah masajid Allah, that you can't prevent a woman slave from going to the mosques of Allah. That they came out, for example, a majority of scholars say to do all of the wajibat, including and not limited to go and see their family, to go and do whatever they need to do of necessity, etc., 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 etc. Right? So even if you take that view, you're going to find this. Now, I'm saying now, in this situation, we don't even need to go out the home. A woman can comfortably stay in her own home and be in front of a camera, and she's at her home, bro. So she can actually be faithful to this opinion and be in her own home and be in front of a camera. So she's not leaving the home, is she? Technically, she's staying in the home. So once again, I'm trying to figure out, where are you getting the information? I'm actually interested in finding out. You said women can't be prophets. That's a very weak argument. Because as I mentioned before, prophets have more than one role. One of the roles that they have is that they do jihad. They have military generals. They have to do this. They have to do that. There's many different roles that the prophets had. So you can't say, okay, well, therefore women cannot do dawah. Bring me something.
Okay, this is a good one.
Yeah.
Brothers have the role of dawah fulfilled.
Okay, no, we don't.
Okay, so just on this point.
Who told you that?
Just on this point.
Who told you that?
How many times is it that when we are out there giving dawah and we are in situations where it's like, yeah, you women stay at home, you women are oppressed, this has happened, that's happened. I've actually given dawah at a dawah table with my own wife. In fact, the first day, like, she came to the UK. The next day, I took her to Speaker's Corner. She was on the dawah stall.
Really?
The thing is, if you have the right situation, if you have your mahrams with you or whatever, do you know how powerful it is that they are talking to the sisters? Or sometimes there's a couple and the couple's talking to the couple. The thing is, there are ways of doing these types of things. When we have this thing that brothers have the role of dawah fulfilled, the biggest fitna that is currently hitting the youth, I believe, is liberalism. And a subset of that is feminism
as well.
And amongst the feminists, what do we basically have? Women are disempowered. And I want to make it very clear. There is no more empowering movement for women than Islam. Because whenever they talk about empowerment, we automatically think it means liberalism. The greatest empowerment is Islam, because Islam says you don't have to value yourself according to the eyes of the public. You value yourself according to what the creator of the heavens and the earth has valued you for. So the most empowering movement in the world is the movement that asks women not to be objects for society.
So let's deal with this.
Women play a role which is so distinct that brothers cannot fulfill it. So I disagree with this whole.
So let's for the sake of argument, no problem. Let's assume that I think what the person is trying to get at, the dawah is fulfilled, is that it's fardu kifaya. Okay, it's a communal obligation that therefore if some people do it, then other people don't have to do it. Yeah, that's what he's trying to get. So my response is the following: if you say that dawah is fardu kifaya and the brothers have already covered that obligation, therefore the women don't have to cover that obligation, it doesn't actually provide evidence as to it being haram for women.
Yeah.
Let me repeat this important point. Yeah, if your argument, because you said that women have the fardu kifaya for is being fulfilled by the men. Yeah, it's a communal obligation. So if that's the argument, it's a communal obligation. A fardu kifaya, it does not mean that it's haram for the other person. That's the argument that's being made, that it's haram for a woman to give dawah, right? So if you're saying it's haram to give dawah, whether it's to women or other men or to whatever, maybe like this, yeah? Depending obviously on the etiquettes and the conditions and the situation. So we're not saying it's a free-for-all, by the way. By the way, for men or for women. I mean, for example, if a man gives dawah to a woman, it's also fitna, just to let you know, yeah? But for the sake of argument, if you're saying a fardu kifaya, my question to you is this: does it make it haram, even if you're right? And fardu kifaya doesn't mean, okay, that if it's fardu kifaya, it's fardu kifaya, but the men are taking over the women's role.
Good.
So because that's begging the question. Do you know why it's begging the question?
Yeah.
Because if something is fardu kifaya, that's hukum, right? You're trying to establish that hukum precludes women. Okay, so if you're trying to establish that hukum precludes women, then arguing that it's fardu kifaya for men over women is begging the question.
Brilliant.
So that's number one. Number two is this: as I mentioned, even if you agree it's fardu kifaya, which is a communal obligation, then now you have to ask the follow-up question, which is the following: even if something is fardu kifaya, like for example, giving an adhan, someone keeps mentioning adhan. Someone giving adhan is fardu kifaya, it's not fardu ayn. So not everyone has to give adhan, right? So if not everyone has to give adhan, and only if some people do it, then the rest of the community is absolved from having to do it, right? If that's the truth of the matter, which it is, it doesn't mean it's haram for people to give adhan if they wanted to. Do you see the point here or not? So I'm saying, like, if my local imam mu'adhin gives adhan here, it doesn't mean if I give adhan, I'm committing haram. So by establishing it's fardu kifaya, actually it doesn't establish haram for the opposite.
No, it does. That's fine. I just want to move on because we have a lot of non-Muslims waiting. So I think it's important.
So with this adhan thing, let me just answer quickly. Adhan is a specialized act of worship, okay? Adhan has its own hukum, ahkam, okay? The adhan, just like leading the prayer, like salatul jumu'ah. Salatul jumu'ah, إذا نودي للصلاة من يوم الجمعة فاسعوا إلى ذكر الله وذروا البيع. In the Quran, this whole chapter goes sort of Jumu'ah. Okay, chapter 62 of the Quran. Okay, so yes, this is an obligation for men. It's even mentioned in books of fiqh. Brother was talking about books of fiqh. It's not even an obligation for men. Everyone knows that. It's not an obligation for men to go do Jumu'ah. So if you're asking, okay, why can't a woman give Jumu'ah khutbah? Well, it's not even an obligation for her to attend, number one. So it's as you can see, it's a completely separate act of worship which has its own ahkam.
Absolutely.
So you can't use this as qiyas on it's a failure. It's a failure.
I agree. Good. We've answered that. Before we bring on the next guest, Mercy to Humanity, go to the link and support our work. I'm going to bring on Nikolai. How are you doing, my friend?
Good. How are you guys?
We can't actually hear you. Just give me a second. I'm just going to put up the remote.
Oh, let me see. How about now? Let me know. No?
Give us a second, my friend. Speak now.
How about now? Check mic.
Speak
Check
again?
mic. No? Hello?
We can't hear you.
Wow.
We can hear you very lightly. Do you mind? I'm going to take you out. I'm going to bring in another guest to see if you can actually hear them. And then I'll bring you back.
Okay.
You stay there. Colin, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear.
It's the same.
Same problem. Okay, so let me just take Colin back. So Nikolai, if you just hang on a minute, I'm just going to call the Zishan. He's just going to help us fix this issue. While he's doing that, just carry on with your point that you're making. Zishan.
Yeah. So we'll come back and talk about all that. Can I see if these people here have any questions about what I was saying?
Okay. Yeah, just Nikolai, if you just hang on, I'll just...
Nikolai, we'll come back. We're just going to sort out everything.
This doesn't affect me as a man. It's dangerous to give out fatwa out of ignorance. Are you giving a fatwa today?
I'm asking for why something is haram. So if the fatwa has been given, I'm challenging the fatwa actually. I'm asking about why is it haram. Okay. and we have something am and generic in the Quran. We have all these examples. I'm asking, why is it haram? And I'm not even speaking about specific instances. Like, for example, here, I'm not talking about any one particular or any specific case. I'm talking about this is something that people are saying. Okay, so can we understand why you're coming to this conclusion? It's only fair. I'm asking. If you have the evidence, you should be able to provide it for me. So show me now where's the evidence. Where's the evidence?
Look at this. Look at this beautiful comment, right?
Yeah.
I'm just going to read this out. This is what sister said. I follow her for 4 months now, and by Allah, she brought me back from feminist garbage, and my faith is much stronger. I'm proud of her and hope she becomes known worldwide. W. Cora, W. Itachi. There you go. This is exactly what we were talking about. They have a place which we cannot do. We cannot. We're trying to talk to the sisters about this or that. They're not going to listen to these guys. They're going to listen to, I'm not saying even that itself is a sign of feminism when you don't want to listen to the men.
Exactly.
Yeah. But still, if they're having an impact, they're having a good impact.
Okay, exactly, man.
Okay. Is there a difference between a female companion teaching No, we already answered that. Zishan, the sound is very low. We can't hear the guy.
Any issues? Any questions about
You
that?
don't deserve to have the guy.
Okay.
The guy looks like a champion. Alright, so normally what happens is when you go on audio,
Yeah.
it tells you that the
So
sound
whilst you're doing that, what other questions are there?
supposed to select LGTV.
LGTV.
One second.
Oh, sorry about that.
LGTV.
How are you doing, Nikolai? Can you hear us now?
Oh yeah, I can hear you. How about you, me?
Yes, we can
Not
hear
yet?
you.
We can-
Where are you calling in from?
We can hear. Yeah, we can hear it. Yeah.
Nice. You guys fixed it, huh?
Saboor, you deal
technical
with
difficulties.
to Nikolai.
Yeah,
and we'll have a rest.
I would suggest you, if you're live talking to us and you're driving, it's probably not safe.
Yeah, I know. But I'm gonna focus on the road. Just don't distract me too much.
If you
I'm
if
joking.
you park up and speak, maybe that'll be a bit better.
Right. I'm on a freeway. I'm gonna get off here then and pull over. But mine is short and simple. Can I give it to you quick then?
Sure, go ahead.
Because
go ahead.
you have the title of why I'm not Muslim, and
Sure.
I'm no theologian or nothing, right? So I don't know
You look
much
like a
about.
theologian to me.
I wish, man. But I feel like the underlining issues of my faith I have answered, and one of them then that I'll present to you is
Sure.
the issue with authority. This would be one reason why I would never consider Islam, is because where is your visible head of your church? Where is your leader of your church? And how do you answer, like basically the whole hour you guys have been talking, I've been listening, who will answer all these questions for you guys? That we know that it's definitive,
Yeah, sure. So the first thing that I just want to say is when it comes to the religion of Islam, there are things which are definitive. There are things which are clear cut. There are things that no Muslim disagrees about. No Muslim disagrees that there's none worthy of worship except God. No Muslim disagrees that there's one God. No Muslim disagrees that God is nothing like his creation. All Muslims agree on this. They all agree that the Quran is the word of God. They all agree they need to pray 5 times a day. They all agree that they believe in God's prophets and messengers. Now, when it comes to smaller differences that we may have, okay, if for example right now we were discussing whether they are going to be female influencers who are going to go online and debate and other people think that's wrong, that's not an issue that takes a person in or out of Islam. Me and my friend online, we can agree or disagree, it makes no difference. In Islam, the definitive authority is the Quran and the teachings of the Prophet. And what we have learned is that when it comes to the core theological issues, there is no difference of opinion. When it comes to other branches of Islam and other areas, yes, there can be a difference. And that difference of opinion, in fact, we're taught by the Prophet, peace be upon him, is something which is going to happen. And it's in fact a mercy. It's a beautiful thing. People can have different opinions. That's not really a problem. Now, in terms of yourself, you said the reason you're not going to accept Islam is because it doesn't have that central authority. I want to ask you, what is your background? Because it sounds like you're maybe from a Catholic background where you have a Pope-like figure. Is that your background, right?
Correct. Right.
Okay. So let me just explain something from that context. The Pope, from your perspective, can he ever be wrong?
Yes.
He can be wrong. Okay, good.
Mhm.
So ultimately, you still are following an authority which can be wrong in terms of their interpretation.
Yes, but not on matters of salvation issues and the teachings of what God wants
Yeah.
us to know.
So
Of
we
faith and
believe
morals, basically.
Yeah, we believe as Muslims in the core values in terms of the belief in Islam and how you're saved and all these types of things. We don't actually have a difference of opinion in them. Now, you can have a authoritarian religion in which there is one figurehead. I can make a religion tomorrow with that. The real question, Nikolai, is why is Islam true? Why is Tengriism true? Why is Catholicism true? That's the real question. So the question I want to put to you is, I'm sure you've seen these streams and you've seen Muslims and Christians interacting. The core disagreement is about whether God is in a trinity or God is one, as in Islam. Where do you stake your flag in that spectrum?
Well, I believe in what the Catholic Church teaches. And here's what the church teaches. We can know by the light of natural reason alone that God exists. A God,
Right.
one God exists, right?
Right.
Now, who is this God? Now, this is where I put my faith into the teachings of the Catholic Church about the Trinity, because the Trinity would be such a mystery of God that we can't comprehend. So therefore, I trust the church on what it teaches me about the Trinity, about the one God.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, the problem with that is half of what you've said is something so reasonable and rational that no person would disagree with, which is we can come to the understanding that there is a creator using reason.
Yeah.
And this natural philosophy, this natural theology, human beings have been engaged in this for centuries. The question that naturally comes out of this is, why would then a theology like the Trinity be accepted when it goes against the very reason that we've used to arrive at the idea that there is a God? So in one sense, you're using reason to arrive at the fact that there is a God, and then suspending the very reason that led you to that God. And the difference between Islam and Catholicism, my friend, is that Islam doesn't ask you to suspend that belief. So when you come to Islamic theology, there is nothing in Islam that says, oh, God is such a mystery, you have to accept this contradiction. No, we will say, yes, there is a creator who created everything, and that creator cannot be fully comprehended by our feeble minds. No one disagrees with the idea that God is so great that God is beyond us in terms of our comprehension. No one disagrees with that. What we disagree about is that God has legislated for our salvation to believe in something which is a logical contradiction. That is something that we explicitly deny, because why would God ask you to believe in something which is unreasonable, which is a mystery, which is hard to explain even when you espouse it? And in fact, it doesn't take long for people to pick out holes at it logically. Now, before we get into the details of co-eternal, co-equal, and all the different nuances, no one can deny in the 2,000-year history of Christendom, there has been immense discussion about the validity and the description of the triune God. That itself is evidence enough that there is something logically problematic about the Trinity, but you'll not find that about Islam, my friend. There's nothing in Islam which is
No, that's not true. I'll give you an example for Islam. I heard, like, does God have parts, body parts? Why does it explain in the Quran that he has the shin and the hand and the... So there's disagreement about that, about God, with you guys as well, right? Do you agree with that?
Okay. So firstly, I'll explain to you why that's disanalogous here. When it comes to Muslims, no Muslim denies the basic teachings of Surah Ikhlas. This is the surah, this is one of the chapters of the Quran which goes over God's attributes. And what it says is this: there is one God, that God is the only God worthy of worship, and that God is nothing like his creation. Now, when it comes to the essence of God, again, there is no difference of opinion amongst the Muslims when it comes to the core. No Muslim says God is a body. No Muslim said God is physical. No Muslim would say that God has any anthropomorphic elements. Okay? So when it comes to the core beliefs, the Muslims do not disagree. When it comes to, for example, the Trinity, there is a logical contradiction. Now, there is no logical contradiction. For example, in Islam, we have three major schools of thought, right? We have the Atharis, the Asha'ira, and the Maturidis. So this is the three main schools that you have when it comes to describing God's attributes. None of those schools would say anything anthropomorphic. None of those schools would say God resembles the creation. And none of those schools would actually say the other school are disbelievers. And none of those schools will say the other school believes in something that's a logical contradiction. Yeah, the Trinity is a logical contradiction. So it's disanalogous to use the differences with the Trinity to try and juxtapose those to the differences in Islam. Do you see the difference between the example that you're given and the differences that you're pointing out in Islam?
Yeah. What's funny is I didn't even really want to go to the Trinity because I don't have all my theology on a deep level, right? I have the basics, but I'm willing to go there a little bit with you. That's fine, because this is the God I worship, love, and serve, right? So I'm willing to go there a little bit. But here's my my main point, sticking to what I said earlier, basically, is you're kind of sounding like a Protestant does to me. When the Protestant says, yeah, we disagree on small stuff, but we all disagree that Jesus is God and that he died for our salvation, and that yet when you dig deep, they still have disagreements on salvation issues. Okay. And that's a big deal to me. So when the Protestant says this, I could do nothing but laugh it off, basically, and say he doesn't know what he's talking about, right? So I'm kind of feeling the same way as well with how you're explaining it. You're trying to tell me that no Muslims disagree with the essentials and on point of salvation. Okay, but I would say, I bet you there is. I bet you there is. I would say.
Sure. So let me just explain that point in a bit more detail. If you have these three schools that you were alluding to in terms of God being described in a different manner by Muslims, right?
The three schools you mentioned?
Yeah, because Islam, in terms of the schools, there's only three. Okay. None of those. Okay,
which I'm not super familiar with. I've only heard of the Shias and the Sunnis. That's all I heard. So I'm not familiar exactly. But you could.
None of those deny that anybody who believes in the basic idea that there's none worthy of worship except God alone, and they live and die by that, then this is known as the Shahada. La ilaha illallah in Arabic. None of the Muslims disagree that a person who dies upon this is not, they believe that this person is eligible for paradise. There's a consensus amongst the Muslims that if you die believing in one God, who's the only God worthy of worship, you're eligible for paradise. And that is the salvation maxim in Islam. No disagreement at all. So we're not like the Protestants, in which there's actually these differences. They pretend they're not there and they're actually there, and they make a big difference. And now let's go back to this particular point, which is, say me and you, we both are born on an island, and we have never interacted with Islam, Christianity, Tengrism, Shintoism, Taoism, Hinduism, whatever. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, we both use our natural faculties to come to the idea that there's one God.
Yeah.
We use our natural faculties to come to the idea that God is the only one worthy of worship. That's logical. we come to our the natural conclusion: God is nothing like his creation. These three things we can arrive at using natural reason. Now a preacher comes to us who's a Hindu. He tells us to believe in Ganesh. He says, look, there is a God, but I know it's hard to believe, but God's actually a God with an elephant head, right? Somebody else comes and he says, you have to believe in the blue sky, eternal sky is God, okay? Someone who believes in animism comes forward and says something similar. We would reject them every single time because they're coming to us with a theology which doesn't make sense with what we've already agreed, which is that God is one, the only one worthy of worship, and nothing like his creation. Now a Christian comes with the Trinity and God having a son. We'll reject him as well. We'll say this doesn't make sense. And a Muslim comes and he says, in Islam, it teaches you there's one God, the only one worthy of worship, and nothing like his creation. So Islam is the only contender. It's very simple. It's the simple reason why millions of people become Muslim. It's the most natural belief.
Yeah, but your argument is basically what sounds best to me. What sounds best to me, right? In that analogy you gave, we're on the island. You're basically saying which one sounds best to you, right? And I would say that's not a strong argument, because what sounds best to me, I can veer to the left, to the right, to Buddhism, to Hinduism, change it every week, right? What sounds best at the time, right? But besides the main point of, because I look at a tree growing and I know God exists by looking at one tree, right? Okay, so that alone, God exists 100%. But this is not my only, what sounds good to me is not my, is not what I'm saying why I'm a Catholic Christian. It's also all of the evidence, all of the historic evidence, all of the saints for 2,000 years, how they lived, how they died for Christ, how they all blew my mind, the amount of evidence we have, the miracles, the literal documented miracles of people going to the hospital, basically verified medically, okay, that they could say nothing but here's all the paperwork and this is a miracle. Okay, we have all of this for 2,000 years, and it blew my mind. So taking all of that evidence is why I'm a Catholic Christian, not just what sounds good to me.
So where I would agree with you is we cannot go with what sounds good to me, right? I didn't say we're going to go with Islam because it sounds good. I said we can arrive at the fact that there's one God, the only one worthy of worship, and nothing like his creation, using your natural reason. The reason why we choose Islam is not because we like it, because it's in line with what we can arrive at even before hearing about Islam. The reason why we would reject Christianity and the Trinity is it's coming with a theology which is not in line with what we've arrived at prior to the Christian message coming to us. Now, when it comes to, for example, what you've mentioned, 2,000 years of church history, saints, miracles, all this. Hindus can claim the same thing. Buddhists can claim the same thing. Tengris can claim the same thing. The fact is, we have to look at what theologically makes sense. If me and you, Nikolai, we both die tonight, we both go back to God, and God says to me, why didn't you believe in the Trinity? I will say, it made no sense to me, and you gave me a mind to use, and my mind could not comprehend logical contradiction. And why would you ask me to believe in a logical contradiction? With yourself, if you were asked, why did you believe in the Trinity and not the one true God? You don't have an answer for that. So Islam is not about preference. It's about being logically consistent with what we already know. And what we already know is that God is not going to tell us to believe in something that is a logical contradiction. The Trinity is a logical contradiction.
Yeah,
and one of the things I want you to
that
recognize as well about 2,000 years of church history, it's not 2,000 years of church history, my friend. There is a huge gap between the arrival and the departure of Jesus, because we do not believe he died, the departure of Jesus from this world, and the origin of the Trinity. There is a huge gap between the two. And what you find is that the Trinity was put together after hundreds of years. The Bible was put together after decades. And all of this, you cannot take back today's Catholic Church all the way back to the figure of Jesus. There is a break in the link in the early couple of decades. So you cannot say you're following the religion
No.
of Jesus.
No, that's just a deeper explanation of the Trinity. And then the church, so you guys can't argue about this no more. Here's a little deeper understanding of it. The issue is solved. Stop the bickering. That's all it is.
Nikolai, I'm going to pass you over to my friend. I just need to go pray, and he's
Yes,
going to
God
answer
bless
your
you, brother.
question for you. Come.
Yep.
Brother,
Mohammed, what up, brother?
hi, you remind me of your voice and your accent reminds me of a guy in the UFC called Jorge Masvidal.
I don't know him. I don't know him. I don't know.
He's very similar.
That's
got a
funny,
very
but just so you know, me, I'm Albanian. So, but I was born in America, and I speak Albanian. So I think that's where the accent may come from.
Are you from Kosovo or Albania?
Albania.
Or Tirana? Where are you from? Which part of Albania?
It's actually Malsor. So it was a village right under under Albania called Montenegro. So
Yeah, I know
Montenegro. Yes,
Yeah,
that's where my family's from. Yeah.
Which part of Montenegro are you from?
Oh, good question. I've never even been. I went once when I was 4 years old, and that's it. So I don't know the deeper details of it because I was born in America. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
yeah.
Very nice.
Oh, were you? You've been there? Nice.
I have indeed. I have. I was
That's
gonna
pretty
say.
cool.
I was gonna say that. What do you call it? My friend is just praying out loud for some reason. But yeah. I was gonna say to you. Okay, I heard you're back and forth, and I want to ask you: Is the Father God?
Yeah. Of course. The Father is God.
Is He God 100%?
Yeah.
Okay. Is the Son God?
Yeah, Jesus, God the Son is God. Yeah. You already know what we believe. I don't want you to try to listen because again, if we're gonna get into debate mode, you're gonna win. If we get into debate mode, which means the insincerity of the conversation, right? So I'd rather just talk sincere, and if I'm wrong about something, I'm wrong, and I'll admit it, and because I'm no real debater, right? So, but here you already know what we believe. It's not a full-blown contradiction because we're not saying it's three persons and one person. We're saying it's one being and three persons. So that's not necessarily a contradiction. It's not really a contradiction.
Okay,
you know what I mean?
So let's start. We'll take it very slow, right?
Okay.
Because you're looking for the truth. You said you're
yes. Oh, and one more thing though. I'm sorry to cut you off. I just wanted to make my point. Because again, I'm no debater and I'm no theologian, right? So therefore, the topic I brought up when I came up was why I'm not Muslim, and then the authority, because the issue of authority in the Muslim religion. You know what I mean? So if we get deep into the Trinity, I don't know. It probably wouldn't be a great idea. I'll tell you right now for me because I don't know all of the knowledge on it. You know what I mean?
I understand what you're saying.
Okay.
Here's what I want to say. Yeah, what I want to say to you is that basically, the main difference between Islam and Christianity. There's a couple of differences. One of them is the Trinity. So if we're going to discuss like Islam or Christianity, then we have to discuss the divinity of Jesus. Like if you look at what the Quran says, right? It clearly that's one of the main points of demarcation, refutation. That it's appealing to the Christians and saying that this is a part we don't agree with, right?
Yeah.
So, so if put it this way, if the Trinity is wrong, Christianity is wrong. Okay.
Correct.
It doesn't necessarily mean Islam is true. I agree with that, but it at least means Christianity is false.
Correct.
Okay, and at least on this issue, Islam is more true than Christianity. That's what it would suggest. So it's a significant conclusion we're going to reach if we understand about the Trinity. So going back to the question, is the Father God? Is the Father God? You said yes. 100% God? You said yes. He's 100% God. All right. So is the Son God? Yes. You said yes. Is he 100% God? You said yes. Right?
Yes. And the Holy Spirit is 100% God.
100% God. Right. So
yeah.
the law of identity of indiscernibles, right, is that if something is true of A and it's also true of B, if A has all the properties, okay, that B has, it follows A equals B. That's what the law of identity of indiscernibles is, right? So if Superman has all the properties of Clark Kent, it follows Superman is Clark Kent. Do you understand this?
Yep.
Okay, so now I'm just saying simple thing, right? If it's true, yeah, that the Father is God and the Son is God, it follows the Father is the Son. That's what logically that's what it follows. There's no difference. It's the Father is actually the Son. That's what it means. Do you believe the Father is the Son?
It's yes and no. Yes in essence, because they're one God, but no in the person. You know what we believe, Mohammed. You already know.
Is he identical to the Son in every aspect?
Yes, and that's what makes them no longer two but one.
Okay, but if he's identical in every aspect, then there'd be no difference between the Father and the Son. So then the Father and the Son and the Holy Spirit, if there's no difference between three of them, then there's not actually three persons at all. There's actually just one person.
No, three persons, one being. It's still one being.
No, but that's what I'm saying. Like, if the Father is identical in properties, if the Father is God and the Son is God, it follows the Father is the Son because of the law of identity of indiscernibles, which is that if A has all the same properties as B, they have exactly the same properties. It follows.
Right.
A.
I know what you're saying. Yeah.
All right. So, which means that there's the Father and the Son will be that there's no difference between the Father and the Son. So, the Father is meant to have begotten the Son. So, this would be a false statement that because there's no difference between the Father and the Son. So, it collapses Christianity on your Catholic Trinitarian understanding.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, I understand. Thank God.
Therefore, Christianity is false. Therefore, Catholicism is false. It doesn't matter what miracles you've seen or whatever. If we can show that something is a contradiction, then it's wrong. Or what you believe is wrong.
Yeah, but you gotta understand. I mean, you gotta agree with one thing. We are talking about the one and only mysterious one, right? There's gonna be mystery that we don't, and the Trinity. Understanding the Trinity is just a little taste of Him that we can't fully comprehend. That I have faith in, right? I'm not expecting it to be logical and perfectly understood. That's out the window. Okay, it's I have faith for all the reasons that the Trinity, that this one God is a Trinity. That's where I'm at. You know what I mean?
I get what you're saying, but there's a difference between something being mysterious and something being false. Okay, so what I'm trying to show you is that if you apply this identity of indiscernibles law to the Trinity, you actually get a collapse between the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. So it becomes false. It's not that it's mysterious, that there is no distinction, therefore, between the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Do you get what I'm trying to say? So the issue is saying that, for example, the Father begotten the Son and the Son, or the Father spirated the Holy Spirit, or that there's a relationship between.
Right. I don't know what that means. Right. I don't understand that. Right.
Yeah. So it means that, for example, when Jesus died on the cross, it was actually the Father that died as well, actually.
I don't know if the church teaches that. I would have to look into that exactly. I think no, but
the Catholic Church does not teach that. But what I'm saying is that the implications and the entailments of what we've just said is that this is the case. Do you see what I'm trying to say? So
yeah.
If you want to be honest, look, I get the idea of mystery, and if it was just about mystery, I'd see where you're coming from. But it's about something being true and something being false, and this is, as we've just demonstrated, is wrong. It's a false belief.
Yeah.
So
I'm sure you heard it. No, because I'll give you an analogy. I'll give you an analogy then, and I'm sure you heard a kind of an example of this, but I'll lay it out to you the way I understand it. Right? It's like, is Mohammed Hijab in soul and in body? Right? Okay. It's like there's mystery to you, man. How are we moving our arms right now? Can you explain that exactly? Right? No. But look, your soul is moving your arm, yet your body is moving. Are those two separate Mohammed Hijabs, or are those two one? You know what I mean? It's just it's mystery beyond understanding. That's the end of that. You know what I mean?
Think it's mysterious at all. Look, Mohammed Hijab is comprised
So you're
body
saying
and
you
soul.
understand how
No,
exactly how you're moving your hands and talking right
saying
now.
to you-
You understand that?
Yeah, I'm saying that what I'm
You
trying
do-
to say is that what you said is coherent. There's no contradiction in what you've presented, right?
Uh-huh.
So you've got Muhammad Hijab in body and you have Muhammad Hijab in soul. So
Yeah.
the subject of Muhammad Hijab is comprised of two aspects or two parts, two different parts. The part which is body and the part which is soul. That's not what Christians are saying. They're not saying God is made of three different parts. They're saying that he's three different persons. Okay, so
Yeah.
This is in fact a heresy called partialism. Like all three churches disagree.
Mhm.
So no one. So what I'm trying to say is this: is that if we can show the collapse of the Trinity, especially a Catholic version of it, like Aquinas, it was called Latin Trinitarianism, like the kind of Trinitarianism that Aquinas and others they espoused. If we can show a collapse of that it's wrong. Okay, so now you were talking about there's a difference between an argument that doesn't sound good or something which is false. I'm saying that you can prove that this thing is wrong. Actually, it's false. You can show that it's wrong, it's false. Okay, so now it's a test of your sincerity, because if you're willing to take now the leap of faith and say, okay, I want to believe in a God that's not comprised of a contradictory aspect, and I want to believe in one God, the same God that Abraham was worshiping, the same God that Moses was worshiping, the same God, by the way, Jesus was worshiping as well. Yeah, that's now moving on to the sincere side of things. If you're going to say, no, I'm going to just stick with the Catholic Church and the magisterium is always right, and even though the magisterium, like the Pope might have said something 100 years ago, 200 years ago, and then he said something else 200 years, which is completely contradictory to what he said 200 years ago. Yet on the issues of salvation, he was right then, even though these two positions are completely opposite to each other. Like, for example, the position, I'll give you an example of that. Augustine believed, right? And this was the position of the Catholic Church for hundreds of years. Augustine believed that if you have a child that's not baptized, he goes to hell, a baby. The Catholic Church took this position until quite recent, actually. The Catholic Church took the position that if a baby is not baptized, it goes to hell, right? So the point is, so how can you have these two contradictory positions, which both true? You can't have, if this is meant to be a matter of salvation, which obviously is explicitly a matter of salvation, you have different popes in different time periods, and they're giving you different information about salvation. Well, one of them is telling you one thing, the other one's telling you a contradictory thing. They can't both be right. So if you value truth, then you can't believe in this stuff, man.
Well, my understanding of it is that we take baptism seriously, the salvation issue, you know this. And if the Pope said your babies go to hell, that is actually the teaching of the church. It's just we're also, when we say that, we're saying God is not bound by the rules. We are bound by the rules. So we can't take away from God's mercy. So let's not preach that your baby's going to hell yet. Take it very serious and baptize your child, please. That's where the church is at. That's not a contradiction, man. It's just a deeper understanding of it, you know?
So would you know how to turn that camera on? It's a contradiction, because in the Pope in the beginning. So let me explain. So Augustine had this view, right? Augustine's in the 4th century. And then the Catholic Church adopted this. This is the official position of the Catholic Church.
About the babies going to hell?
Yeah, the same position of Augustine.
Okay.
And then they changed their mind on it. So what I'm saying is, it's either babies are going to hell if they don't get baptized, or they're not going to hell. It's like a tall, short man. You can't have both propositions. Babies going to hell, babies not going to hell.
Well, here it is. You got to tie it in with the church teaches that we are not allowed to despair of anybody's salvation. That means I'm not allowed as a Christian to say you or Hitler or anybody is actually going to hell. We can preach that
on the specific
where
issue
we all can go to hell, but we can't condemn somebody, because who's the judge? God, not us.
I get what you're saying, but I'm saying that on the specific issue of babies going to hell if they're not baptized, there's contradiction. On the issues of the Trinity that we've just discussed, there's contradiction. But I feel like you don't care if there's contradiction there. I feel like that now. Because now that we've had two examples of clear contradiction, like I feel like you don't care if there's contradiction. Am I right in thinking that?
No, I just feel like
Let's
it
be
hits
honest,
level.
If there was a contradiction, would you leave Catholicism? Would you leave it?
Yes, but on the Trinity, it's just you're presenting what you believe to be a contradiction, and I understand that, right? And fine, I respect that. Cool. But it would take a lot for me to leave, because I said all the evidence that I have combined, it's like a big net. So it's like,
No, but you're trying
you
to
know,
make a cumulative case for Catholicism being true.
no,
I'm
it's like
saying
if you lay it out to me, Christianity teaches there's one God and three gods. It's like, man, would I have trouble with that, right? Okay, I'd probably leave Christianity for that all day, okay? But again, the way it gets in detail about the Trinity, there's just room for mystery and not enough for my brain to understand it all, you know? And
okay,
of course,
so let me you said that if
we're
you
talking
was
about God, of course. Of course,
contradiction
there'll be.
and you're relativizing the contradiction, saying it's a contradiction according to you. I'm saying this. I'm saying it's not a contradiction according to me. I'm saying it's a contradiction according to the principles that govern propositional logic. Okay. So for example, if I just mentioned before the law of identity of indiscernibles. If something is true of A, if A has X properties and B has the same X properties, it follows A equals B. If A is God, if the Father is God and the Son is God, it follows the Father is the Son. Okay. Now this collapses the conventional idea of what the Trinity is, because it's meant to be distinct persons who have different relations with each other. So it's meant to be the Father is meant to have begotten the Son. Okay, so this whole distinction collapses. You can't have the Father, Son. So when the Son died on the cross, now the Father's dying and the Holy Spirit is dying as well on the cross. All of it, actually, the Father killed himself. Actually, the Son killed himself. Actually, and it creates so many contradictions that one it beggars belief as to how someone can believe it. It's the most clear. It's the most clear examples of contradictions that anyone can imagine. So
Okay.
if you're there, then you say, okay, since these contradictions have been identified about the Trinity, it's not just a matter of mystery; it's a matter of contradiction. Which, unless you have repudiation for what I've just said, unless you have refutation,
yes, then explain to me. Okay, then explain to me how, for 2,000 years, does history present Christianity as a monotheistic religion? For 2,000 years, it's monotheistic. Tell me, how can they go about this lie for 2,000 years if it's so simply broken down how you're trying to break it down? How?
Here's the thing. It's like for 2,000 years, there's not been a agreement as between Christian scholars as to what the Trinity constitutes, right? So that's why you
right about the Trinity, but about it being a monotheistic religion, monotheism.
Well, I mean, of course.
Do you agree?
So Christians claim about themselves that they're monotheistic, right? Obviously, Jews and Muslims and academics outside of the faith of Christianity don't agree with them. So you can have someone who's a pantheist and a polytheist claim that they're a type of monist and a type of monotheist in a sense. It doesn't mean just because someone claims something or a group of people claim something about themselves that thing obtains just because they claim it. Okay?
Right. I'm just talking about 2,000 years of Christian history is Christianity is monotheistic. That's stamped for 2,000 years.
No,
right.
So okay, I'll tell you what. So actually, there's even Christians among themselves criticize each other on not being monotheistic. If it's not just like Jews and Muslims and academics and atheists and stuff that say that Christians are not monotheistic.
Right. I know Protestants have that problem, but we don't. You know, us Catholics don't have that problem. Protestants do.
No, I'm saying that Christians amongst themselves have accused other Christians of being polytheistic. Yeah. So, for example,
possibly.
Like social Trinitarianism, a lot of it has been accusation of polytheism, tritheism, especially like social Trinitarianism. So it's not actually even true that Christians have agreed that even they are monotheistic themselves. So as I say, this is not an argument, because the claim of something doesn't mean that the thing obtains. Just because I say that I can claim I'm a unicorn, doesn't matter what I claim. It matters what is the truth. And that's why we're using the principles of logic to try and get to the bottom of if something is true or false. And as I've just said to you now, it's obvious that the Father, Son, Holy Spirit being distinct persons but one on the Latin Trinitarian model, Catholic Trinitarian model, is demonstrably false. Mm-hmm. And what you've acknowledged the problem in the contradiction, but you haven't responded to it, which shows me that there must be a lack of actual commitment to the truth, and there must be an attachment to your Catholic identity more than your commitment to the truth. That's what's happening right
now. Maybe, but I also know God says my ways are not your ways. My thoughts are not your thoughts, says the Lord. So it's like I have to leave room for me not understanding him completely.
No, I understand
Right?
that. I totally agree with you, by the way, that there are some things we don't understand, but there are some things we do understand, and there are some
Correct.
things we can show are contradictions. As I've just said, like for example, why do you not believe atheism is true? Why is atheism false? Why? I heard you say
Because
Saboor, you were saying to him, just by looking at a tree, one single tree was a very beautiful imagery.
yes. Thank you. Oh,
you
thank you.
said that.
Thank you. It's also because the church teaches that we could know by the light of natural reason that one God, a God, a creator exists by the light of
even
natural
the church
reason.
like the church wasn't always there, right? Before look, you were talking about the church as if it's some kind of evidence. There's been 5,000 years
It
of
is.
human civilization. I know, but there's been 5,000 years of. I know you say that, but there's been 5,000 years of human civilization, and the church was only established after the disappearance of Jesus. So I'm saying before Jesus, when there was Moses around and Abraham, there was no church.
It's the Jewish, of course, the Jewish church, the temple,
the Jewish church, yeah. Okay, but I'm saying
the
that
temple.
okay, I get you. I get it. Before the temple, before there was anything called Judah, because Abraham preceded Judah. Judah was one of the grandsons of Abraham, right? So Judah is one of the grandsons of Abraham. So Judaism didn't exist until Judah existed. So what did Abraham believe in?
He obviously believed in the one God, right? But
did he believe in the Trinity the way that is being communicated by the Catholic Church?
The way it's communicated, no, because we got a deeper understanding later, after Jesus.
Does the truth change? Does that, on the theology, the basic theology of how
no,
we came
but
here?
we could get a deeper. No, but we can get a deeper understanding of something without the truth changing, right?
I get that. No, but I'm saying that
like discovering DNA. Discovering DNA didn't change any truths about cells, and it's just you get a deeper understanding.
You're absolutely right about that. That example is actually very good, very intelligent example. But what I'm saying is, Abraham existed before there was any temple, there's any church, right? He believed in one God, and what he said about one God was in the Bible that you believe in, right? And did he say anything about the Trinity that you believe in? Or did he say something about the one God?
Nope, he says about the one God.
So do you not think it's probably the case that the Trinity was an invention, a historical invention, rather than something that was claimed by prophets?
I mean, not right now. I don't believe that, but that has crossed my mind years back, maybe 5-6 years ago when I was questioning it, and I didn't. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I totally understand what you're saying, and I think you are right to question it, because the fact is this: like most historians would show, there's been a development in the Roman Empire of the Trinity. The Trinity has developed. Okay, there's a historical development of the Trinity. So, like as an example, for the first 300 years of Christianity, there was no mention of the Holy Spirit being co-equal, co-eternal with the Father and the Son. No mention of that at all. It was only after 381 where the Holy Spirit had this status of being co-equal, co-eternal with the Father and the Son.
Yeah, so that don't bother me. Just a deeper understanding of it. Yeah.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, it's not about deeper understanding. I'm saying that the church here, if we're saying that's a deeper understanding, we're saying that they've been misguided for 300 years. The church has been misguided for 300 years.
No. I mean, I believe the apostles believed in the Trinity, right? They believed Jesus was God. Do you think so?
No, because as I mentioned,
Matthew, Mark, Luke, John. No,
they didn't believe in the co-equality and co-eternality of the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. So if you look at the church fathers, like almost, if not all of them, essentially believe they were something called subordinationists. Okay, like Irenaeus, what do you call it? All of these guys, Justin Martyr, they all believed they were all subordinationists. All right, subordinationists is the idea. Even Tertullian, he's the first person to use the word Trinity in this context and whatever. All of them were subordinationists. They believed the Father was superior to the Son and the Holy Spirit in some sense. They believed in some kind of superiority between the. I'm talking about the Holy Spirit now as being elevated to co-equal, co-eternal status with the Father. That's never been the case in the first 300 years. You'll never find in the first 100, 200, 300 years of Christianity someone saying the Holy Spirit is co-equal and co-eternal with the Father and the Son. There's no such statement, bro. You'll never find it. And that's why I'm saying that the truth couldn't have changed. The church couldn't have been misguided, could it? because according to Catholics, you know, it was actually through apostolic succession. And Peter, when he said, you know, he's the one really who established the church. So you have from the apostles all the way to 300 years, you have the misguidance of the church. They were saying something wrong about God. They didn't know who God was. They didn't know that the Holy Spirit is meant to be co-equal and co-eternal. Or is it more likely to be the case that this was a historical development, okay, of a nature that related to the Roman Empire and the other pagan religions that were there that mixed in with Christianity and produced the Trinity? I think you'd probably know the answer to that question, to be honest, bro.
I mean, I'm trying to put together though your question exactly. You're saying, or go ahead and just ask it again. Ask the question again then.
Right. So look, do you believe that the church was established by the apostles, the Catholic Church?
Yeah. Yes.
Right. So if the Catholic Church was established by the apostles, right?
Yeah.
And so that means it was there for the first 300-400 years of Christianity, right?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Now let's just take the Holy Spirit, not the Father, not the Son. You said you believe the Holy Spirit is 100% God, all right?
Yeah.
So let's just take the Holy Spirit. The Holy Spirit is meant to be co-equal, co-eternal with the Father and the Son. That's what the doctrine of the Trinity stipulates, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if that's true, we should have seen evidence of that in the first 300 years of the church.
Mm-hmm.
My point is that why is there no evidence in the first 300 years that the Holy Spirit is co-equal and co-eternal with the Father and the Son?
Got it. Okay. All right, that's a great question. That's a good question. All right, let me give you my response. Could it be that they knew from the beginning, the apostles knew that God is a Trinity, right? And that's what they were teaching as the small group that they were growing, right? But you already know they had to hide out, they were being killed, attacked, whatever, right? That's what they taught for the first 300 years. Then here comes some dummies that want to reject that idea and change the church's teachings. And now they're bickering about it and beefing. And then now the church steps in and says, here's the answer, guys. The Holy Spirit is God. So zip it, right? And the issue is settled. And the issue is settled.
No, but hold on. Let's be honest about this, right? 300 years. And the Holy Spirit is not recognized by the church or any council as co-equal, co-eternal. Right?
You don't know that, though. You don't know.
No, I do know
sure.
that. I know. I do know that for a fact. It's 100%. I can assure you, there is nothing that shows that. Even if you look at Nicene Creed 325, the Holy Spirit is not co-equal, co-eternal. I can assure you that it was only seen as co-equal, co-eternal around the end of the 4th century, about 380. Right? And there's lots of resources I can show you to how that happened actually with the Cappadocian fathers, Gregory of Nyssa and Gregory of Nazianzus and Basil the Great, and how they basically came together. And the Cappadocian fathers, they in the year 370, 80, etc., said that they settled the matter, and then that's why the Constantinopolitan Creed in 381 indicated that the Holy Spirit was both co-equal, co-eternal. But before that, he was never co-equal, co-eternal, right? So I'm saying that for 300 years, the church did not recognize the Holy Spirit as co-equal, co-eternal. And so the church got it wrong, it must be then. So if the church is always meant to be correct, they don't even know who God is for 300 years. They don't even know who God is. Forget you were talking about there's difference of opinion among scholars in Islam. There's difference of opinion about scholars in Islam and stuff like that. About attributes of God, and that's granted. Yes, that's about the whatness of God. Here we're talking about who God is, the who-ness of God. Who's God? Who is the God you worship? Okay, and so the co-eternal, co-equal, co-eternal, what do you call it? Description of the Holy Spirit has only been recognized about 400 years after the disappearance of Jesus. So for 400 years, 350, 380 years. The Catholic Church was completely misguided. They didn't even know. The church didn't even know that who God was. And this is meant to be the one who's meant to tell us about how to live our life. They didn't even know who God is, actually.
And how do you know this? By reading the history and the fathers and stuff, right?
Yeah,
so you know this by doing theology work, right? Okay, so
I read a
the
book
so
called I read a book called Early Church Fathers by J&D Kelly, and they mentioned it in secondary source material. Then I read other books, and they're all saying the same thing. So I then
Yeah.
researched it, and I came to the conclusion that basically all the secondary source Christians essentially believe, like proper academics, in that specialize in patristics, that the
Mhm.
Holy Spirit was co-equal, co-eternal, as a result of this Cappadocian interference, if you want to call it that. This what you call it, Gregory of Nyssa, Gregory of Nazianzus, and Basil, they conglomerated this opinion, and then they settled upon it in the late 4th century. So if this was something true, then why is it for all this time, you see, that the church got it wrong? Church doesn't know. You were talking about the miracles of the church. You're talking about all these things. The church doesn't even know God.
Right,
the
right.
church doesn't even
You're
know who
saying
God
it. You're saying it happened that way, though, right? I told you there's the other option of they were teaching it from day one, and 300
Yeah,
years
but
later comes
can
these
you imagine?
maniacs, these maniacs to deny this.
No, but I
That's
get
all.
what you're saying.
That's all that happened.
Nicola, but what I'm saying is the question is this: if it's true, then how could it be that they were saying the opposite of that? They were subordinationists. There's no difference of opinion that the church fathers were subordinationists, bro. That they believed actually the opposite. So they were actively going against the claim that the Holy Spirit is co-equal, co-eternal. They were actively going against that claim. They were saying it's not true that he was co-equal, co-eternal. They were saying he is less than. The Holy Spirit is less than the Father. They were subordinationists. You can check this online. But look, everything I say now, what you can do is say, is it true? Ask anyone, is it true that the church fathers were subordinationists and did not believe in the co-equal, co-eternal quality of the Holy Spirit until the 4th century? Is it true academically and objectively? ChatGPT will say, yes. The first word they say, yes, it's true.
Right.
Ask how about ask anyone, ask AI, Gemini, every single. Is it true that the status of the Holy Spirit was elevated by the turn of the 4th century by the Cappadocian fathers, and this and that happened? Is it true that this? Yes, it will tell you. It will tell you yes. So I'm telling you, it's not me. It's not because Mohammed Hijab is making this up and he's trying to deceive you or something. I'm saying,
no, I got you. I understand. Okay.
Is it true that is it true that if everything relating to the Trinity, is it true if the Father is completely if the Father is God 100% and the Son is God 100%, it follows by the law of identity of indiscernibles that the Father is the Son? Is it true? Yes, ChatGPT will say. Yes, it will say. Bro, Gemini will tell you this one. DeepSeek will tell you this one. Unless you have some corrupt one. I'm telling you, the fact is, it's obvious, it's true. That's what I'm saying. It's not based on my opinions. These are
I understand what you're saying. And so like, because as your buddy, I'm sorry, I don't know your name. What's your name? Saboor. Saboor. Okay, I mentioned to you. Nice. I'm not gonna ask him how well you pay him. That's all. I'm not gonna ask him if you pay him good or not. Hey, no, I told him earlier that I didn't want to get deep into the Trinity because I don't know the history and theology on a deep level, right? Okay, so if you don't mind, if it's all right, can we get off this? Can we get off of it and answer my original question?
The first thing you said is the reason I don't want to be Muslim is because you guys don't have a central authority and you have
yes, correct.
Disputes about whether the Holy Trinity is made up of the Holy Ghost. If Holy Ghost is actually part of the Trinity, co-equal, co-eternal, and you had the subordinationist movement or whatever. You had all these people with all these confusions. According to your own criteria,
that should be game over.
You should not be talking about Islam.
Why are you saying because of the Trinity? Why? Because I didn't understand fully. What are you saying? Can you explain it? Are you saying because of the Trinity?
You came here and you spoke about authority and disputes. Yes. And like I said to you, there's no dispute amongst any Muslims about who God is.
Okay. I want to give you one example, but go ahead.
Okay. But with your own theology, your own belief, they couldn't describe who God was properly for at least a couple of 100 years.
I know you guys are saying that, but I'm just having trouble believing it. And I know there was guys that we're trying to hash it out in history. I understand that too, right?
So look, Nikolai.
I think you should research it.
Yeah, you should. But just before that, I just want to say something, right? You're Christian, we're a Muslim. We're Muslims, right?
Yeah.
We're both on this planet. We have right now a opportunity to help Muslims and Christians in Lebanon who are suffering under Israeli attacks.
Mhm.
What's your thoughts on this?
Oh, I don't know the I don't have life. My church teaches life and peace is the best way, right? Preserve life,
In that
preserve life,
that
and go
case-
for peace.
yeah.
And
in that
every
case, we should
week,
be-
every week at my
in that
church,
case,
we pray
should
for
be
peace
we
in
should
the
be
world.
supporting those people. We should be what I'm getting to is we should be supporting those refugees, those people under attack in Lebanon, and we're
You
doing a
sure?
fundraiser tonight to support them. So whoever's watching this, tell your friends and family about it. Support these people, and
That sounds good.
whether they are Muslim, they are Christian, whatever background they are, they're humans after all, and we
Yeah.
all believe that oppression like this should not take place. What do you think about that?
Right. May God help them and through that misery and that I can't imagine, right? So, yeah.
Absolutely.
Yep. And
Yeah, so
whoever
we
can
need to
help
them.
should.
All right, Nikolai, we have quite a few people waiting.
Thank you. Thank you
yeah,
guys
it's
for your
great.
time, Mohammed. Thank you for giving me
Thank
your
you for
time,
coming
brother.
on. We really
Because
appreciate
I'll
it.
admit you're a lot smarter than me and more well-read than me, and
No.
all of that. I grant all that to you. You know what I
No,
mean?
Nikolai,
So-
we
we're
want
not
you
here
to.
for that, man.
Nikolai,
Honestly, you're a very intelligent
yeah,
individual.
Nikolai, you need to come back after you've done the reading that we've been speaking about.
Okay. But then I got a quick one for you. Then does it mean for one to follow God that they have to become a theologian to truly know what God wants
'cause
from
that's what I'm
me
saying.
or
It's
not?
so easy. Like you know the verse. Like sorry, do you know the point I was making to you about Abraham? Right?
Yeah.
That's a Quranic argument. So the Quran says, "Ma kana Ibrahimu Yahudiyan wa la Nasraniyan walakin kana Hanifan Musliman wa ma kana min al-mushrikeen." Just look at Abraham. He was not a Jew or a Christian, and he was just a monotheist that believed submitted to one God, right? And he wasn't a. So what am I trying to say to you with this? It's simple. If the truth is the truth, then it should have remained the truth, especially when it relates to God throughout history. Yeah, there should not be a development of it. There should not be a change in it. So especially when it relates to who God is, the Quran is making a very simple question. If you guys believe in all these prophets, Abraham, Moses, Jesus, then they should all be communicating the same message. That's a Quranic thing to say. Oh, that's a verse in the Quran. So the reason why I communicated that to you was for you to just ponder over the fact that if the truth is the truth, then it shouldn't have changed. That's it. And I don't think it requires a theologian. You're a clever enough individual. Like you are very intelligent. And I like some of the analogies I was hearing, some of the points that you're making. But I think that, to be honest, if you're sincere, you will at least look into the logical inconsistency of the Trinity, B, the historical development of the Trinity, and C, therefore, the plausibility of Islam. And once you do that, you'll really set yourself free, bro. I'm telling you, you'll be at peace with yourself.
Yeah,
I got
absolutely. It's great speaking
right.
to you, Nikolai.
Thanks, brother. Thanks for your time. God bless you guys, man. So have a good one.
You have a good one.
You too.
GC, how you doing?
Oh, hello. Do you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Where are you calling in from?
Hello?
Hi.
Can you hear us?
Yeah, we can see you.
Hello?
Raven.
Yep,
Yeah.
yep, we can see you. Yep, go ahead. How are you doing? Can you hear us? Hello?
Did you? I think you all stopped moving.
No, that's. Let me remove him. And I see he left already. Colin, how you doing?
I'm doing very well, thank you. Yeah, excellent. Yeah, that was an interesting conversation you just had with a Catholic brother there.
Yeah, just give me a second. GC, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Do you hear me?
Can you see us properly?
Yes, now I can see you properly.
Colin, if you don't mind, we'll bring you back after GC.
That's
we just
fine,
added
that's
him.
no problem.
All right. How you doing, my friend? Where are you calling in from? I'm
doing very good. I'm from Germany. How are you doing?
I'm well, and I've in fact.
How do you say?
Guten Tag.
Guten Tag.
¿Cómo estás?
Yeah, good.
No, that's
Guten
Spanish.
Tag, wie geht es?
I've got it wrong. What's that?
Guten.
Ich habe Football gespielt in Darmstadt.
Nein.
Ja, das ist Deutsch.
Yeah, this is Deutsch.
Not
Yes.
bad.
Anyway, I was watching a documentary about Germany a few days ago. It's quite interesting. World War II. Anyway, what's your question tonight?
Okay. So the topic is why we don't believe in Islam. Am I right?
Yes. Yes, that's right.
Okay. So the first thing I would start with is that I don't really have a good argument to believe in Islam. So first, we have to have something there, and then we can see if that fits or if not.
What's your belief system? What do you believe?
I'm an Orthodox Christian.
Okay. So then the first thing I want to ask you then, and does it make more sense to believe the Father is God, the Son is God, the Holy Spirit is God, or that there's only one God without persons? Which one makes more sense?
If you have preconceived notions of God, or if you are without revelation from Him.
So, for example, if I were to say like the Father is the Father God? Is the Father God?
Yes.
Is he God 100%?
We wouldn't use that terminology, but He's truly God. So yeah, you can say 100% if you want.
Okay, so the identity of the Father is that he's God.
Yes, according to His nature.
Beautiful. So then the Son is identified as God as well, right?
Yes.
And the Holy Spirit is God as well?
Yes.
Yeah, sure. So then, if the Father is God and the Son is God, it follows that the Father is the Son, doesn't it?
No. That is, if I would say, are you a human?
I'm human, but this is now. Yeah, go on. Yeah, go ahead. Please tell me. Yeah, go on. I'm human. I'm
Okay.
human. Yes. I hope so. I hope so.
I think
there's this
I think you will have a very smart
I'm
refutation.
subhuman. I'm
but
subhuman.
You are human, I'm human, but we are not the same human, even though we are both 100% human. So it's just
yeah, but here's the
a
difference.
category error.
No,
Yeah.
here's the difference, right? So I have the quality of being human, which means in a predicative sense, I'm human, right? And then you're human in a predicative sense. So you have the quality of being human, right? So
Okay, what does predicative mean?
It means I have the quality of being. So I have the
Okay.
quality of being human. You have the quality of being human. Yet we're two different humans, correct?
Mhm.
So this is
That's true.
completely different, because the reason why it's different is the Father, you're saying, is God in an identity sense. That's why I asked you in the beginning. He's identified in the whole sense of being God, and the Son is identified in the whole sense of being God. So you have essentially, you have the Father, which has the property of being God, the Son, which is the properties of being God. It follows that the Father, therefore, is the Son on the law of identity of indiscernibles, which is that if something holds of A, if A has a particular property and B has the same property, then it follows A equals B. You're a German guy, you know, you guys are fantastic when it comes to engineering and all. I've had so many German cars and stuff. I'm sure you follow, you probably follow better than I do. So such an intelligent German individual like yourself, I'm sure you understand the difference between me saying that in some predicative sense, I'm a human, and you saying that you're a human. It's different to saying that I am all that it means to be human. You are all that means to be human. And me and you are different. That's a different thing, isn't it?
Yes, you're right. But we don't hold to that view. So do you think the Trinity is in itself illogical, or what is your position?
Yeah, that's exactly. So what I'm trying to say is this. I'm trying to say that the Trinity doesn't make any sense. Okay, no matter how you put it, because there's two major views of the Trinity, right? There's Latin Trinitarianism, and then there's social Trinitarianism. Okay, and I'm saying that both of them are wrong.
For Orthodox.
Yeah, sure. I grant you that, but nevertheless, it fits in within the same. You're going to have either the is of predication of is of identity. You're going to have to say one of the two is. If Father is God, he is either is predicatively or from identity perspective. And in both of those situations, you have a problem, and this is the problem that I've just mentioned here, right? So the issue is that the Trinity, when you conceive it in the way that we've just reasoned, is actually false. The same thing I can say about God, right? Jesus, is he a man?
Yes, he's truly man according to his. He's truly man. You're right. Yeah. But
Right,
can
sure.
can we can we? I wanted to say something to what you said previously. Okay, thank you very much. So when we talk about the Trinity and the persons in the Trinity, we don't hold to a view of absolute identity like you just mentioned. So, for example, we have a set of properties which is necessary for yourself to be considered God, for a person to be considered God. And all three persons of the Trinity share that set of properties, but they don't share the set of properties which belongs to their nature, which belong to their personhood. So we will talk to relative identity. Do you think relative identity is cannot be established logically?
Yeah. So if you're going through relative identity, you need to appreciate that's not actually in line with the monarchical view that you've mentioned about Orthodox Christianity. So the Orthodox Church does not preach the relative identity framework of Peter Geach that's recently been promulgated in the academic sphere in the last 50 years. All right. So that's not commensurate with this. Would you accept this?
No, because just because something was not established in words before, let's say, 200 years, doesn't mean that it wasn't the case. So if we have a model which explains the Trinity logically, and it doesn't conflict with the monarchical view of the Trinity, then we could hold to that view.
Yeah, but the issue is that the problem is as follows, right? So when you're Orthodox figures, like, for example, George of Palamas, and that's an example of somebody, and when he's talking about the powers of God and stuff like that, and if you're talking about any kind of Orthodox church, all of them assumed classical logical structures. They assumed classical logic. Now, the problem is L1 and L2, or classical logic, propositional logic, predicate, whatever it may be, is different to the relative identity framework. And in fact, it's in conflict with relative identity framework. So that the problem is you cannot believe in relative identity framework and believe in classical logic at the same time. That the classical logic actually repudiates relative identity framework. Like in the same way as we were discussing last week with the guys, there was a guy who was mentioning, I don't know, it's becoming a trend now or something, but someone else was mentioning from China or some country. He was mentioning, he was a Chinese man. And he was saying that, he was...
He's from Vietnam.
Oh, is he from Vietnam?
Almost the same.
So anyway,
I was thinking, what Chinese guy are you talking about?
Sorry, it's Chinaman. Well, Vietnamese. Whatever, it doesn't matter. The point is that he was talking about relative identity as well, right? Sorry. So
talking about Chinaman.
Sorry. But anyway, he was talking about relative identity as well, right? And the point is that I was explaining to him there are logical systems. Okay, there are logical systems which are actually incoherent. So, for example, paraconsistent logic.
Yeah.
And allows contradictions to take place. Okay. And I was explaining to him relative identity frameworks.
Yeah.
They are also incommensurate with classical logic.
Yeah.
So, for example, if I were to say, you know how you were given an example of I'm a human, you're a human, right? Is there a difference between me and you?
Yes.
Yeah, there's a difference between me and you, right? But on the relative identity framework, we can say you're human in a sense, I'm human in a sense. Therefore, there's no difference between us, really. You can actually make this kind of thing. You can actually make this kind of thing. It destroys the idea of distinct identities. You see, like if I say this is a baseball, this is a golf ball over here. If you destroy the idea of basic identity, which is essentially one of the tenets of classical logic, then what you do, you can bring about absurdities when you map it on to the real world, onto the cosmological environment. So in order for you to salvage this idea of a trinity, you have to appeal to a framework
Interesting.
which is actually contradictory. Okay, it is a contradictory framework to classical logic. That's what you have to do.
Yes, okay. So could you, first question, could you establish that relative identity is not tenable with an argument? Because what you
Say that
did
again, sorry?
was, could you establish that with a logical argument that a relative identity is incoherent? That's the first question I have to you. And the second thing is, you said, if you're a human and I'm a human, we could say that we have no difference. But this isn't really the claim of the Trinity. We don't say
Yeah, I
that
know.
the Father and the Son are identical in every way. And even
Yeah,
with
of course.
relative identity, you have things where we use that language in our everyday use. So, for example, when we have gold, we have one piece of gold and we have another piece of gold. And when we put these pieces together, we say, this is the gold I have. So we still use the singular, even though we had two entities of gold, which we put together. We don't say I have two golden or something like that.
Yeah, sure. Can I ask
These,
you
of
a
course, are
personal
just
question?
metaphors.
I don't mean to be facetious, right?
Yes.
But let me ask you this: Are you on ChatGPT at the moment?
No, I am on Kimi, and I ask them, is relative identity coherent
What's
with
that one
classical
called? Is it a
logic?
German one?
No, that's a Chinese one.
Oh, yeah. So the Chinaman would is helping you in one way or another.
Yeah, there's the
What's it called? What's it?
trying to exonerate himself.
No, but
Sorry.
at least it's being honest. What's it called?
Yeah.
This one that you're on?
It's Kimi.
Is it
Kimi
good?
K2. It's
Well, here's something you can ask.
Is it called Kinney?
Yeah.
Kinney.
Here's something
Is it good?
I've never heard of
Have
it.
you tried it, my friend?
But you can ask Kinney. You can ask Kinney why the whole Orthodox Church clergy for over hundreds of years has not used relative identity. That's an interesting question to ask.
No, but yeah, let's go back to the point, right? So this is what I realized. The reason why a lot of these guys are going for
think
relative
the
identity.
relative identity framework is recent, like a
That's
recent
the whole
thing. I
point.
think
That's
that's
exactly, it's recent. But
That's the point.
do you know why I think they're using relative identity? This is my new theory on the
Go on.
Do you know why?
Go on.
Because they, once again, not to be disrespectful, but I think the reason why they're doing it is because they went on ChatGPT or Kimi, whatever it is, yeah, and they say, look, this guy is saying that there's a contradiction because of identity, the law of indiscernibles of identities. So therefore, how do we get out of this? Basically, obviously they're going to say it in a different way, right? So they're writing it to their computer. The computer's going to say, "There's no way of getting out of this. You're gonna have to deny classical logic. So the only way you can get out of this is to deny classical logic, and to adopt another framework altogether, not classical logic. So it's going to have to be relative identity. That's the only way we can think.
Okay, there's one more
which
thing.
allows these kind of pseudo contradictions. Okay,
Yeah.
or you can even argue real contradictions.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you might as well have said.
But he might be the first Orthodox Christian to do this.
Yeah, it's the same. What I'm saying is that, look, what I'm trying to explain to you is this. The first question you asked is that, can you establish a relative identity framework is contradictory or something like that? Isn't that what you asked? Yeah?
yeah.
Yeah. So my answer to you is this. When you remove identity, because you've got the law of identity, A equals A,
Mhm.
yeah? Then underneath the law of identity, you have like substitutivity, you have like the law of identity of indiscernibles. You have, for example, a law which is says that if we're just talking about it today, actually, for example, if you've got two things which are the same in properties, then they are the same things that you're talking about. And if you have two things which have the same properties, exactly the same properties, then they are the same thing. So let me say that again. You've got the law of identity, and underneath the law of identity, you've got two aspects. Yeah. One of them says that if you've got two things which have the same properties, you're talking about the same thing. The inverse of that, which is also true, is that if you've got two things which are the same thing, then they must have the same properties. Okay. So these are the laws in classic logic, that you've got identity and then it branches off in this manner. Okay. So you've got like substitutivity, transitivity, reflexivity, etc. Now, if you get rid if you want to go to a relative identity framework, you have to get rid of all this stuff now. So you have to get rid of the law of identity. You have to get rid of that. And if you get rid of that, it's going to be very difficult to map anything onto reality. So like if I say, look, let me give you an example, right?
You have to destroy all of knowledge.
Yeah, so let me give you an example. You've got Superman and Clark Kent, okay? Are you with me? I'm going to try and make this as simple as possible because I know this might have gone over some people's heads. You've got Superman, you've got Clark Kent, yeah? You agree with me? You used to watch Superman. I don't know if he might have been German Superman actually or something. Yeah, but
No, he's not. Bro.
well, he looks like he's Aryan race.
Maybe Chinese, bro. Maybe
I'm telling
Chinese.
you, there's a connection. No, it's definitely not Chinese. But there's, you know, the Aryan
I
race.
have some. I mixed, so.
Yeah, like you know the Übermensch. I think it comes from the idea of an Übermensch. Well,
Oh,
Superman
that's
comes
a
from-
good idea.
Yeah, Nietzsche, he done the
Oh, okay.
Übermensch.
You saved yourself. Then.
Aryan
Yeah.
race, and
Nice.
what do you call it? Hitler, and then what do you? Anyway, there's a connection. So he might have been German for all we know. So this German Superman, okay, would you agree that really Superman is Clark Kent? He is
Yeah.
They're the same individual, yeah. Okay, why are they the same individual? GC?
Because all the attributes are the same. I don't know. You would say that, right?
Absolutely, yeah. So the reason why they're the same, like for example, if you put on a cape right now, yeah, in Germany, where you Munich, which part of Germany are you from?
China.
Niedersachsen.
Where?
Niedersachsen. I don't. Lower Saxony. Yeah, in English it's Lower Saxony.
Oh,
Okay.
are you next to that castle? I think I've been to that castle. What's it called? That beautiful castle that is next to Munich. Is it next to Munich anyway?
No. Munich is in the south, and
Oh, you're north.
Saxony is
Oh,
like-
Saxony.
yeah.
You're north. Yeah, sorry. Yeah,
Yeah.
because that castle is in a nice place. I don't
It's
know what
okay.
it's called.
Castles are everywhere here.
No, the one that's like Goldilocks Castle. I forgot what it's called. It's a long name. It starts with N as well. You know what I'm talking about. Anyway, maybe someone will know what I'm talking about.
No, Neuschwanstein. This one.
Yeah, it's called
Yeah.
Neuschwanstein.
This one.
Neuschwanstein. It's in Bavaria. Yeah, it's in Bavaria.
Bavaria.
A very nice castle, bro. Anyway, going back to the point. Superman is Clark Kent. They're the same guy, but like if you put a cape on, you're not going to be a different person. You agree?
Yeah.
If you put glasses on, you're not going to be a different guy. You're just gonna what do you call it? Have glasses on. All right. So the reason why Superman and Clark Kent are the same person is because they have exactly the same attributes. They're the same, like you said. They're the same properties. Therefore, they're the same person. Yeah. So, and what I'm saying to you is as follows. Yeah. If you say the Father is God, in the sense that he has the attributes of what it means to be God, and you say the Son is God, it means he's got the attributes of what it means to be God. The only way these two can be different on this law is if there's got something different between them. There's something there's godliness is different here. Yeah. Otherwise, they're actually the same individual.
Yeah. Can I say something to this?
Yeah, please. Yeah.
Okay. So you, I thought about what you said, and it made sense up to a certain point for me personally. So if the only thing to them would be that they are God, then you would be right. So, for example, if the only thing to me would be that I am a human person, and we would have another person, which is a human person, and this would be the only thing which made my person me, then it would be the case that all attributes would have to be the same. And yeah, there I'm with you.
So let me then respond to that.
So
do you believe God is necessary?
Can I bring it to the end because I want to make it coherent?
Right.
Okay, so the Son is God, the Father is God, but they are not only God. So the Father is the Father because in monarchical Trinitarianism, he's like inside the Godhead. He begets the Son. The Son is begotten by the Father.
Yeah.
And because you have distinctions, yeah, exactly. And because you have these distinctions, you have attributes which differ between the persons, but the attributes which belong to the essence, to the nature of the God, these are not different. So, for example, do you think something has to be exactly the same in every attribute to be the same in any sense?
That's the thing. So when we say God, do you accept God is necessary and not contingent?
You mean that he doesn't depend on anything else?
That's one way of thinking about it, but there's another way of thinking about it. So a necessary thing is something which, yes, doesn't depend on anything else. But number two, okay, is something that cannot be any other way.
Yeah, I would agree with you. That God
Sure.
is,
So if God is immutable and cannot be any other way, it would follow
yeah.
that if the Father is necessary and the Son is necessary, if you're saying they have differences between them, either you negate their necessity, which means they're no longer God. That's the only thing you're going to do, or you're going to say they're the same person.
Why would I have to do that? Can you elaborate on that?
Right. So let me 2 + 2 = 4 is a necessary fact, right?
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah. So if it's a necessary fact, it can't be any other way, correct?
Yeah, it's true in every word.
Sure. So if it's true in every world as well, every possible world, 2 + 2 = 4, it can't be any other way. So if you're saying God, Father is necessary, the Son is necessary, then it follows that if you want the Father to be any different from the Son, he has to have contingency in him. If you want the Son to be any different from the Father, he has to have contingency in him as well.
What do you mean by contingency? Sorry, my English is not
Contingency
perfect.
means something like, so I'm using it here as possibility. So contingency in the sense that it can be any other way.
Okay, why would it necessitate?
Because you said that,
Yeah.
this is what you said, right? You said that you believe that you thought about this, you said, and you said that you understand the problem which lies ahead of you, right? Which is the fact that you understand that if you say the Father is God and the Son is God, then it follows the Father is the Son, okay? And you understand all that, but then you reconciled it by saying, however, if the persons have different aspects, so in some other domain, for example, then that would indicate that there can still be differentiation and they can still share the attribute, for example, of being godly. That's what you said, right? So my retort to that is to say, well, if you're saying the Father is God and that God is necessary, and the Son is God and that God is necessary, then if there is going to be a difference between the Father and the Son, you'd have to negate one of two things: either that they're different or that they're necessary. So it's a dilemma.
Okay, I don't really see that because I will just reconcile it by saying we have three persons which are all necessary, and God in his Godhead cannot be in any other way, and every person inside this Godhead cannot be any other way. So
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So you're saying that in order for you to get out of the fact, okay, the Father and the Son, if you want them to be different,
yeah,
if they're necessary and they're different, then that the fact that they're different from each other negates their necessity, because that would mean that one of them has to be contingently different from the other one. You cannot be necessarily different from something which you're meant to be. So the fact that necessary means cannot be any other way. So let me put it this way, right? 2 + 2 = 4 cannot be any other thing but 4. 2 + 2 cannot be any other thing but 4, right?
yeah,
So a necessary thing cannot be any other way. If God is necessary, if the Father is necessary and he's God, and the Son is necessary and is God, if you want them to be different in any way, any difference between the Father and the Son, any difference would indicate contingency and would negate necessity. This is the problem.
Okay, is 2 + 2 4?
Yes.
Is it necessary? Is 5 + 5 10? And is it necessary?
Yes.
So we have two different things which are both necessary, which exist at the
Yeah.
same time. And
Well,
we would say both of the
Yeah.
persons of the Trinity are both necessary and they both exist.
Mhm.
Yeah.
But here's the thing, not on the same subject matter. So 2 + 2 = 4. 2 + 2 is a tautology of 4. So 2 + 2 = 4. It means that 2 + 2 in the subject matter relating to itself is 4, and there's nothing else that it can be, right? Except for 4. 5 plus 5 is a different
Yeah.
subject matter. So it's a different subject matter. We have 2 different subject matters that have been discussed. Whereas with our example, we have the same subject matter, which is the fact that 2 plus 2 equals 4 is Jesus God? 2 plus 2, Jesus God 4. Right? Yeah, so it's the same subject.
I see now what you think. Yeah,
Yeah.
I see, I know what you think. You say that we have this thing called God, and it cannot be any other way. But we still have the Father who's God and the Son who's God. And the Father has other attributes than the Son. And because that's the case, that would imply, according to your view, that God can be in 2 different ways, namely in the way in which Father is God and in the way in which Son is God. Am I correct?
Yeah, exactly. That's well done. That's exactly correct.
Yes, okay. So I would respond to that and say that the thing which makes them God is not different in both of them. So the Father is God, and his attributes of being God are exactly identical to the Son, who is also God, who has the same attributes according to his nature of being divine.
Okay, so let me explain
You
again. If
understand
that's
what I say?
true, yeah. So if that's true, then they're the same thing, right? So if you're saying that they
No.
both have this, okay, well, let me explain again, right? We've already said with the principle of the identity of indiscernibles that something, if A shares exactly the same properties as B, then it follows A equals B. Okay, that's what it is. That's what the principle is. So if that's true, then, and if the Father is God in the fact that God is necessary, we accept that God is necessary. So the Father can only be one way, and the Son can only be one way, God. Then it follows that if you're saying that they can't be any other way and you accept the necessity, then they're either identical. The Father is identical to the Son, which means that when Jesus died, he killed himself essentially. He murdered himself on the cross, and he died and didn't die at the same time, and he begot himself. He gave birth to himself. All that stuff, right? It brings about all these absurdities.
Nah.
If you
That's a
know
lot
that,
of logical problems with what you said.
no, but if you say they're the same, that's what it means. Okay, if you say they're the same, that's what it means. So if you say that the Father's the same as the Son, that's
If
the
I would
entailment.
say that, then yes.
Say again? Yeah, if you say that they're
Yes,
same,
but
that's the
I
entailment. Of
don't
course,
say
it's the
that.
entailment. Yeah. So if you say that they're different, then they're not necessary. Then you lose again. So it's a dilemma, because if you say that if the Father is meant to be God, which means it's necessary, and the Son is meant to be God, this means it's necessary. Being necessary means, by definition, you can't be any other way. Just like 2 plus 2 cannot be any other thing but 4. Same subject matter. Then if they are different, one of them is contingent. One of them is contingent, and the other one's necessary. Yeah. If they are the same, then they're the same thing. Exactly. We're talking about the same subject matter. So it's a dilemma. It creates a dilemma. You've got nowhere to kind of go here. Either you say that there's a difference between them, and if there's a difference between them, there cannot be a necessary difference, because a necessary thing cannot be any other way. Like 5 plus 5 equals 10 is not the same as 2 plus 2 equals 4, because there are 2 different subject matters. 5 plus 5 pertains to the subject matter of 10, and 2 plus 2 pertains to the subject matter of 4. We're talking about the same subject matter, namely the subject matter of godness, being godliness or divinity, right? So we're not talking about 2 different subject matters of necessary relations. We're talking about the same subject matter of necessary relations. God is one thing. Divinity can only be one way. That's the point. The problem is divinity is meant to be a necessary attribute. It's not a contingent attribute. So in order for you to now negate this, you have to say God is not necessary. And if you don't have a necessary God, then it's not even a God, frankly.
Yeah. So just before you answer, GC, we are fundraising tonight for Lebanon. Oh, he's disappeared. So we're going to bring him back. We're fundraising for Lebanon. We're still on 46,000. And what I've done is I've left it as a pinned comment on the comment section. So please click on the link so we can actually hit the 50K target. If we're not going to hit 50K tonight, after being live for almost 3 hours, what does it show us about the people?
No,
These people out there in Lebanon, they need our help.
We started off by talking about like women doing dawah and stuff like that, and blah 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 and whatever. Let's come together and do something meaningful, which is to help the men, women, and children, the Muslims, the Christians. I know there's lots of Christians watching this as well.
Yeah.
Why don't we come together in goodness? Why don't we come together in sincerity? Why don't we come together in good deeds? You know, you can have your religion, we have our religion, but
Yeah.
why don't we just do some charity together? And it's not going into our pockets. This is going to a third-party charity, my friend.
GC, can you hear us?
Yes, now I can. I got for a brief moment where because my
Your internet's quite choppy. Your internet's choppy. We can't hear you.
You can't hear me. Can you hear me now?
It's a bit choppy. Your internet before was better.
Okay, that's very weird.
Yeah, now it's better. Now it's better somehow.
Okay. Yeah, I can just try to stay like this.
Yeah, now it's fine. So before you lost connection, you were presented with a dilemma, and you were going to respond to it.
Yes. So to make a steel man out of your argument, you're saying that if you have A and all the attributes which belong to A also are present in B, let's say that set of attributes is like D. So if D are all the attributes which belong to A, and D are all the attributes which belong to B, then A equal B, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Okay, I see what you mean. Do you acknowledge that in the monarchical Trinitarian model, not all the attributes of God are all the attributes of the Father? So when we say the Father is God, we don't mean he is only God and nothing else. We say there are attributes which belong to his personhood. Do you accept that?
No, and that's what I said. There's two issues here. If you go down that route and say there's differences between them, then it negates their necessity. Okay. If you say there's differences, it negates necessity. If you say that they are not different, that means they're identical. If you say they're both necessary, it means you've got polytheism. Okay, so you have a trilemma actually. I mean, if you've got no option by which you can salvage the Trinity here.
Okay. Okay, let me tackle both of them at the same time. Okay, I will try.
Sure.
And you can respond if you understand what I'm saying or if it's incoherent. Yeah, let me know. So this is the view. Father is fully God. All the attributes which belongs to God belong to him. But he has other attributes which belong to his person as a father. I already said that, I know. So the Son is the same thing. Now, you said that God is a necessary being, meaning all the attributes which belong to God cannot be any other way. Since we affirm that all attributes which belong to God cannot be in any other way, all the attributes which belongs to the Father and the Son, according to their divine nature, are the same. So God in itself is not changing in between the Son and the Father, because the attributes which belong to the Godhood are the same. I would say it's a category error to say that this would create a dilemma because you're conflating the attributes of the personhood and the godhood. Do you at least understand what I'm trying to get at? Or?
Yeah. But what I'm trying to say is that now when you're making this arbitrary distinction between personhood and godhood, this is an arbitrary distinction. And the fact is, what is it in terms of essence to be the Father? What is it in terms of essence to be the Son? What is it in terms of essence to be the Holy Spirit? Is it part of the essence of the Father to be a father?
That was belong to the personhood. We wouldn't say that belongs to the divine essence, because the divine essence is the same in the Father, Son, and Holy.
Sure, there's no problem. So is it part of the essence to be a father?
No, that doesn't belong to the essence. It belongs to the person.
Okay, and what's the relationship between person and essence?
That attribute.
Pardon?
The essence is what you are. The person is who you are. So I am, for
Yeah, I get it.
example,
But I'm
of
saying,
the
what's
essence of a
the
human being.
ontological, like, what is the so you've got here us and personia, right? So you've got the essence and you've got the personhood. What is the actual ontological distinction? What's going on? What's the relationship, the ontological relationship between the person and the essence? What's going on here? Is there a connection or is there no connection?
Okay. Yeah, in part. So the thing is, everything I say, I don't speak for the Orthodox Church because I'm way above my pay grade right now. But I will try to say something. I only speak for myself. I know nothing. Okay, so I will try. I am of the essence of a human being. I can become a father. That wouldn't mean that my essence in itself has changed, but my relation to my son has changed. So, in that sense, father belongs to my personhood because I did the thing which made me a father. Essence belongs to what I am, a human. Do you understand?
I understand. So is God's essence, is it changing or is it not changing?
It's never changing.
Okay, sure. So is the Father God?
Yes.
All right. So can God have a different aspect in any sense if they are necessary?
According to its nature, no. The nature is always the same.
Sure. In any respect, I said, in any respect.
When you say God, is your referent the nature or is it the person of father?
Let me put it this way for you: is the fatherhood of is fatherhood a necessary thing or is it something which is contingent?
It's necessary.
Okay, perfect. So the father is necessary.
Yeah.
And the Son is also necessary.
Yeah.
And the Holy Spirit is also necessary.
Yes.
So the Father cannot be any other way.
Yes.
And the Son cannot be any other way.
Yes.
And the Holy Spirit cannot be any other way.
Yes.
Yet the Father is another way to the Son.
Yes, because the difference belongs to the personhood, not to the Godhead.
It's not a problem,
listen,
but
you would be right.
It doesn't help you because
Yeah.
whether or not you see, look, you cannot. You must be able to identify this contradiction. You cannot say the Father cannot be any other way, and He is another way at the same time. This you must
I'm
be able
not
to
saying
see how
that.
that's a problem. No, but you just did because we said the Father cannot be any other way. Yet we said
Yes.
that He is another way to the Son.
Yes, because it's different persons, not different gods.
It doesn't matter.
The thing is,
no,
yeah,
but what I'm saying to you is it doesn't matter what this by the way, this arbitrary distinction that's nowhere in the Bible. Yeah. The Bible doesn't make any difference between God's person and God's essence and all this stuff that was developed in a full century of Christianity to try and escape the problem of the Trinity, right? But for the sake of argument, no problem. This person, persona, ousia distinction, this essence person distinction, that's for the sake of argument. I'm saying that even that doesn't help you because even if you say, look, if the Father is not meant to be any other way, but He happens to be different functionally and relatively to the Son, then essentially you're stuck because it's another dilemma for you. Why is it another dilemma? Because it's either the Father cannot be any other way and He is another way to the Son, or that He can't be any other way and He isn't another way to the Son, in which they're the same thing again. Can you see the problem? Can you see the problem, brother?
You have some more guests.
Just as you said before, I want to say it briefly. Just as you said before, you made the right discernment between these two things. I said, is 2 + 2 4? Is 5 + 5 10? You said yes, because we are talking about the 4 and the 10, and these are different things, right? Is the Son necessary? Is the Father necessary? Are they different? Yes, yes, yes to the 3 questions, because the necessary personhood is the Son, the necessary personhood is the Father. Are they different in their nature? No. Is a nature necessary? Yes. So it all makes sense if we make the categories distinctly and apply the logic to them, you know. So it would be a dilemma if we would say that the person is identical to the nature. I mean, I see what you're saying, but it doesn't hold up if you make these distinctions, and they are not arbitrary.
If you go down that route, then you're going to have 3 necessary beings. You're going to have 3
no, not
necessary
beings, persons. You have
sure,
three
you're going to have 3
persons.
necessary persons. You know what the implications of that is? You've got 3 gods here. You've got 3 gods.
No, because God is a reference to the essence, not the person. It's like
No, because
classical Trinitarianism.
Okay, well, the moment you've said that the Father is necessary. So let me put it this way for you then. Let me make it easier. Is the Father omnipotently necessary?
What do you mean by that? Can you explain it in simpler terms?
Is the Father as a matter of omnipotence? Is he necessarily omnipotent?
His attribute of being omnipotent is necessary, yes. It belongs to his nature.
Is the subject of the Father necessarily omnipotent?
Yes, according to his nature.
The subject to the Son necessarily omnipotent?
Yes, according to his nature.
And is the subject of the Holy Spirit necessarily omnipotent?
Yes, according to his nature.
Okay, and as the Father now, which is necessarily omnipotent, that means to say, if it's necessarily omnipotent, that means he's all powerful, right? And if he's all powerful, if he's all powerful, if the Father is all powerful necessarily, can the Father do something that the Son doesn't want to do?
Can the no, because they have one will.
No problem, but can the Father do something that the Son doesn't want to do?
No, that would be a logical statement. The premise is illogical.
No problem. But the Son, therefore, so the Father is not necessarily omnipotent because of an inhibition that the Son has caused upon him.
Yes, but you had an implication in your question. So you said, can the Father do something which the Son doesn't want to do, or which would go against that what the Son would want to do? But it would imply that they have different wills. But according to their nature, because will is a property of nature, they have the same will. So the premise of the question is wrong. Therefore, the question is wrong.
No,
therefore, the conclusion is wrong.
The point is about omnipotence anyway. So I'm not talking about will necessarily. I'm talking about the ability to do something. So you've got will, but let's say an omnipotent person can do everything, can overpower any entity in creation, right?
Mm-hmm.
So can the Father overpower the Son?
Again, the premise of the question is wrong, because you will
why
imply
is the premise wrong? You're saying that the Father is powerful over all entities and subject matters, right? If you're saying that the Father is necessarily powerful over all subject matters, then it's intelligible to then ask, is the Father omnipotent and is he all powerful over the Son? Why is that not a intelligible question?
Yeah, I can explain you why. Can you will something that you cannot will? Would that be an intelligible question? So
no,
it would
what you said there's nonsense. There's no. It's an example of something which is incoherent grammatically, let alone logically. I'm asking you a simple question. You said that the Father is omnipotent necessarily, which means he's all powerful as a matter of necessity, which means it can't be any other way, right? That's what you admitted to me.
Yeah, I did.
If that's what you've admitted, and you've also admitted the Son is he is omnipotent from a necessary perspective as well, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what it means to be all powerful means that you have power over all other subject matters. So since it's the case that the Son is a subject matter, it's not an unintelligible question or proposition to ask. Does the Father have necessary power over the Son? It's
when
not
we say
if it's true that the Father is a subject matter and the Son is a distinct persona subject matter, and if I ask, is the Father all powerful? Is the Son all powerful? It's not unintelligible to then ask, is the Father all powerful over the Son?
But that power is the same. Question. Because the power is the same.
If the power is the same, then we go back to the point of identity. And so if you're saying the power is the same, there's no distinct necessity in the power of the Father versus the power of the Son. There's nothing different between them. And if we say that there's nothing distinctly different between the Father and the Son, then we go back to saying that we're talking about the same subject matter, aren't we?
There's a few people waiting. Should we
Yeah, you can go on, but the difference is so it's always the conflation between attributes which belong to the nature and to the person. So look, when you say they are all powerful, and the attribute of being powerful is the same between them, I would agree with that. I would say power is something which belongs to the nature. So then you say they are the same in every single way, but I never made that claim. They are the same in the attributes which belong to their nature.
Yeah, I know,
Power
but
belongs to
that's
the
the whole point
nature.
I was saying to you. The reason why I said that's a problem is this. I said if they're not the same in every way. If they're the same in every way, then you have identicality. They're the same thing. We've already established that. If they're different, then you have contingency, and then it negates necessity. And if you don't have any A or B, then you have 2 or 3 necessary beings, in which case you obviously have polytheism. So
Okay.
what I'm saying is, whatever way you want to spin this, it's always going to be a problem. And that's why Christianity is an untenable notion, right? Because to be honest with you, bro, like, do you think Abraham believed in this stuff? Do you believe that? Do you believe Moses believed in this stuff? Do you really believe Jesus believed in this stuff? You know,
I mean, they
I
all
don't.
believed in the Father, and I mean, the Quran
I
goes
didn't believe
against
in
that. So
this stuff, this Trinity, this Father, Son, Holy Spirit. We have to be honest. They didn't believe in this stuff. They didn't. But
yeah,
brother,
but
thank you so much for coming on.
it's-
You're an intelligent man, and I appreciate. Even though you were using AI, but you used it well. Well done to you.
And he was honest
I
about
used
it.
it
honest
only.
about
I used it only for this one question. I have a question to you though, because you
We
said
have
something and I didn't.
if you come on next time, we will speak
Okay,
to you again. It was great speaking to you. All right.
great.
Bye-bye.
You're a good guy. I like this kind of guy.
Yeah. So before we speak to our next guest, Colin, I just want to
have a little rest.
I want to the money wise. Yes, that's a good point. Let's check the money. I want to just reiterate we are here fundraising tonight for Mercy to Humanity. They're doing fantastic work in Lebanon. We are now on £47,000, £3,000 short of 50. If we don't hit 50, come on, I need an epic rant from you. You know,
I've already given them too many.
You've given too many. Okay, in that case, you're going to get a rant from me. You're actually going to get it from me. And what you're going to hear from me is very simple, right? How is it that we have hundreds of people watching, over 1,000 people watching this live stream, and we cannot raise £3,000 to support people on the ground who are suffering today, suffering in Lebanon because of the Israeli attacks on them? We always talk about the evil of Zionism. We always talk about the impact of this sick ideology and the oppression that it comes with. But when it's time to act, we need to tell our friends and family. We need to share the link. We need to tell people about this. In fact, what I would say is even the money that we are fundraising tonight is only a tip of the iceberg. We need a lot more money to support those people, but obviously we are doing what we can. So we're going to go to our next guest now, and it's someone that's been waiting patiently. Colin,
Hello
how are you
there.
doing?
Yeah, I'm doing very well. Good evening. Yeah, it's good to be back. Yeah, sorry about the condition I was in. The optics were really bad. First discussion we had, I was just lying in bed, and it looked pretty ugly. But
That's
yeah,
fine.
no,
I didn't mind you being in bed and talking to us. It was very casual.
yeah. So back to, I think the title is "Why Are You Not a Muslim?" And I was thinking to myself, which is the in the hierarchy of reasons why I'm not a Muslim, which personally to me is the most important one. And I thought, is it necessarily even theological? Because, you know, there are so many religions out there. There are so many convincing people, so many ways of putting things that, you know, even the theology itself, you know, it could be, not the right thing to build my main reason on not to be a Muslim. I mean, we could go through the theology, but this is the most incendiary topic, and I hesitate even to go down there, because having been to Speaker's Corner for the last 6-7 years, this is the topic that is like bomb detonation. And this is Aisha and Muhammad being the exemplar for all mankind. So the dog, or the reason why it's particularly precious to me is because God's blessed me with 5 daughters. They're all grown up now. No son. Well, not a son on this planet. I've got a son who's in heaven. So with 5 daughters, I'm thinking to myself, if I was to become a Muslim, then I would have to embrace the fact that on this issue, the Prophet Muhammad is the exemplar for all mankind for all times. And I'd have to try and reconcile that with the host of moral objections I have with it. But first of all, before I even go in there, something I've noticed at Speaker's Corner, that when, and I know there's people engaging this in a different spirit, so obviously their reactions, if they engage it with an aggressive spirit, you're going to get aggression back. But so many people get angry when I try and share, well, not that I've touched this topic, or when people try and share what you believe. So it'd be like, we won't go there yet because this will probably develop. But yeah, on this issue, if Muhammad's the exemplar for all mankind, and Aisha, he married her at 6 and consummated the marriage at 9. And I had a conversation with Ali Dawah. We were doing, him and me, we did this thing on LGBT sex education. We were on the same level. And from that, I got in contact with some Muslim guys from Birmingham. Again, what do they call it? Premature sexualization of children. With Ali was talking about the QTs, and we were all agreeing that you shouldn't have 10-year-olds dressed up in makeup, being kind of moving around sexually and things like that. We say no, they should have their childhood, which we all agree on. But then that kind of hit me. Hang on, if we're against the premature sexualization of children, but not against having sex with them probably 3 years earlier than the pictures that we were seeing, that is something that we need to talk about.
Okay, let's talk about it. Let me just ask you. No. So give me a second.
There's a question I'm prompting to ask. Please, before you.
Yeah.
Colin, I do
Yes.
want to ask this because I get this often from Christians. I want you
Sure.
to answer me this question brutally, honestly. If this did not exist, if Aisha as a historical figure did not exist, would you accept Islam?
I'd move on to the next corpus of objections and work my way through it.
So let me
This
just
is a logjam.
Yeah. So the answer is no. The
No.
answer is no, right?
Not automatically, no.
Okay. So this live stream, you started it off with, the live stream is called Why I Wouldn't Accept Islam. And you gave that as your reason, and you meandered away from 3 hours of us discussing theology.
I've got another question for
to go to a moral issue. Okay. For me,
I was hesitant. I'll be honest with you, Saboor. I was hesitant to,
okay,
but that
Colin, I didn't
go on,
interrupt
sorry.
you. I didn't interrupt you when you were speaking.
Okay,
I
fair
didn't
enough.
interrupt you when you were speaking. Okay. This for me is the exact reason why I believe that when we are interacting with Christians, we come with good faith, but we're not met with good faith, because we discussed theology for 3 hours on this live stream. The live stream is called Why You Wouldn't Accept Islam.
Yeah.
And when I asked you point blank, if Aisha as a historical figure did not exist, would you accept Islam? You said no. And you in the beginning tried to meander away from theology to a moral issue, which goes to show for me, and I'm just going to call a spade, because you have absolutely no answer theologically. And my experience of dealing with many people over the last 16 years has always been, because they cannot answer Islam's superior theology and cannot answer the incoherency in the Trinities, they will say, I am not Muslim because in the Sharia you have X, or the Prophet married someone at this age, or this thing happened, or that thing happened. And if that thing was deleted, they still wouldn't accept Islam. And it's the same thing I hear when someone says, I don't accept Islam because you believe in hellfire. And I say, well, if hellfire never existed in Islam, would you still be Muslim? And the answer is no. So I would say you're coming here pretending to be honest and frank, but it's actually very disingenuous and you've proven to me a hunch that I had from the very beginning when you started speaking. You want to avoid 3 hours of us streaming in which we've dealt with every single argument for the Trinity, whether from the Orthodox or the Catholic. And I was assuming you're going to come in here and try and defend the arguments that we just dismantled, but you just went to a moral issue. And if I want to, look, I can just simply put it in the most simplest terms. We can go to the Bible, we can go to the ages there, I can use all of the arguments that you're using, switch around all the moral variables and come back to that. So let's just go back to the real core issue, which is address the points that we've made about the Trinity, because you're not accepting Islam because of theological reasons. That's the primary reason. It's not the age of Aisha. It's not anything else. It's the theology of Islam, which Christianity does not accept.
Well, yeah, I was hesitant to even begin the Aisha question, but that was the one I had at the beginning of the stream, right at the beginning of the stream. And I enjoyed going through all of the Trinity and stuff. And I was about to say, well, look, let's build on what we've already got on this,
Okay,
this
but
show.
look, do you admit I can do the exact same thing with the genocide of the Canaanites or the marriages in the Bible? I can do the exact same thing.
Sure,
I can
sure.
simply, if there was a Christian live stream right now, and for 3 hours, they managed to decisively defeat Tawheed using the Trinity. And I came on there and the live stream was called, "Why are you not a Christian?" And I said, the reason I'm not a Christian is because in the Bible, there is the permission to marry at this particular age, which I find in our neoliberal society to be immoral. The Christian apologists there would rightly point out, look, stop messing around. The real issue is you believe in Tawheed. You don't believe in the Trinity. This is a side issue. And he would rightfully bring out the age of Aisha as a counterfactual to my point. I'm giving you the same treatment. I'm saying to you, your way of entering this particular live stream and the way that you've tried to divert the conversation goes to show for me that the Christians really don't have an answer when it comes to the Trinity. And any moral issues you can bring, I can just change the mirror back to you and give you the exact same moral conundrum.
Could I try and salvage something from what I hope
you can salvage your integrity by admitting that you brought up the issue of the age of Aisha because you knew you could not deal with the Trinity, because you saw what happened to all the other Christians that came in the live stream for the last 3 hours. That would be truly being true to your word and showing integrity.
Okay, I'm more than happy to shelve the Aisha. The only reason I brought that up,
I'm not asking you to shelve it
at the beginning, and I'm
not asking you to shelve it. I'm not asking you to shelve it. I'm asking you to admit the reason you brought that issue up is because you could not address the points about the Trinity.
Okay, I'll dive straight in on the Trinity and see if I can salvage that.
Okay, but that's not what I'm asking you to do. I'm asking you, why is it that when I asked you if Aisha did not exist, would you accept Islam? You said no. That's what you said.
Not automatically. I said no, not automatically, because that would be a foolish thing to say unless we then got to.
The answer may have not automatically, but the answer is still no. But you said the reason I wouldn't accept Islam is because of this moral issue. And then you gave a whole long speech, which I didn't interrupt, and you tried to stretch it out as much as possible. Couldn't I do the exact same thing with biblical figures? Using neoliberalism, you are using a liberal framework, you're using today's standards, you're using this type of methodology. I could do the exact same thing to you, Colin. Right? Do you understand that this is like double standards?
I hope not, because my hand on my heart in front of God had no intention of trying to spin you anything or take you anywhere or trying to disrupt the good
okay, so hand on your heart again. Do you believe every single thing that you said about the Prophet's marriage to Aisha? We could do the exact same thing in terms of using a liberal framework, using a biblical figure, and then saying, how does this thing make sense?
I don't agree with that, because Muhammad's the
Why?
exemplar for all mankind for all times.
Wait.
What you just
Okay.
explained then wasn't.
Wait.
Mm,
Okay. Now we're getting into this. Okay. So,
mm,
are you saying that there are not verses in the Bible and
mm.
teachings in the Bible which would teach the marriage under the age of 18? Let's just be very conservative here.
Yeah,
Would you agree
100%.
that the Bible does
Yeah,
that?
I would. I
Okay,
would.
good. Okay, good.
Mm,
Now, would you also agree with me that if a Muslim came onto a Christian live stream
mm.
and the Trinity was being absolutely dismantled, and they wanted to defend the
Yeah.
concept of Tawheed, instead they said to the Christian, well, I am not accepting Christianity, and theology doesn't really have much to do with it. That's what you said in the beginning.
I understand. I understand.
No,
where
Colin, let me tell you your exact words. You have to understand. I was
Mm.
listening to you attentively.
Mm.
You decisively said it's not about theology. You said that at the beginning, right? You said
Not
it's
this
about the age of
question.
Aisha.
Mm.
You said it's about the age of Aisha. Now, if I
Yeah.
came on a live stream after 3 hours of the concept of Tawheed being
Different.
dismantled by Trinitarians, and then I said, listen, guys, it's not about theology. What I'm really worried about is Rebecca marrying at so-and-so age. That's why I'm not a Christian. You or the Christian apologist would rightfully point out and say, you're just a coward. That's the real issue. You can't defend the Trinity. And I can do the same as a Christian apologist in terms of the Prophet's marriage to Aisha. Couldn't the Christian apologist say that?
Mm. Yeah.
So hand on heart, are you being consistent right now?
How's the best way to answer this? Could I just have 1 minute just to try and
Yeah,
not
but I do want
reposition,
I
but
do want you
just-
to understand something. I'm not going to let
Yeah.
you off this point because I've seen
Okay.
many Christians do this and I don't let them off, and I'm not going to let you off either. So you can have a
Okay,
minute,
all right,
but after
yeah.
that, I'm going to take you back to this point because I want you to admit
Mm.
to the
Mm.
bad faith tactic that you entered this live stream with.
I, in front of God, am a complete peace with my intentions when I turned up for this live stream. I enjoyed the Trinity debate. We touched on the Trinity before, but when I got in the queue, could you please just let me finish this? That was the question I wanted to ask, because for me personally, I tried to set out why for me it was personally important. And right before I started talking, I thought, go for the Trinity, because it's been a good evening. The spirit is good. Go for the Trinity. And then I thought to myself, well, I enjoy the way you react. I felt relaxed with you enough to think, shall I tentatively go from share with you probably the most important thing for me as a father of 5 daughters to discuss. It was probably the wrong move on this stream when it's been nothing about Trinity, but I'm more than happy to discuss the Trinity.
Yeah.
If you feel that I've been disingenuous in attempting to ask the original question I was 3 hours ago, then look, as I stand in front of God, no disingenuousness. I enjoy hearing you and Mohammed talk. This is for me a wonderful place to be, and that's why I said this is an incendiary one, and I'm like going, oh, isn't it just?
Okay, that
Ask a
didn't answer the question that I asked.
All right, so
I asked
say
a
the
different
questions
question.
again.
So you answered a question I didn't ask. I asked you, is it not the case that the very same standard that in the past, this particular thing happened and it's not in line with what we would do today, and you flowered it up, you used a very emotional thing about your daughters. Wouldn't you be able to say the exact same thing about verses in the Bible that is pertaining to marriage under the age of 18 and articulate that in the context of your daughters and how you find that so mentally disturbing?
Yeah, we could go into that if you want.
Yeah, please. I would like you to articulate the same level of emotion, the same level of articulation, the same level of imagination, the same flowery language, and do it now in the context of the biblical figures, which, by the way, we don't believe in the Bible. We don't believe that those things actually happen and those ages are correct. But I want you to do the very same thing, because I want you to see the contradiction that you actually started this live stream with.
Okay, can you point to any ages given in the Old Testament when it came
Okay,
to...
let me give you a general theme that you can stick to. The Bible allows marriage underneath the age of 18.
Yes.
Okay. Go with that. You have daughters under the age of 18? What's the youngest that we have in the Bible?
Young girls for yourself and 31, 18.
Yeah.
Numbers 31.
Numbers 31. What is it? What does it say?
Please keep the little ones or the little girls for yourself.
Keep the little girls for yourself. Right? And
Mm.
Numbers 31.
Numbers 31. And what age does it have?
So little girls, they say, is well below the age of puberty.
Below the age of puberty.
According
Okay.
to the Babylonian Talmud.
According to the Babylonian Talmud. There you go.
That's the Babylonian Talmud.
That does exegesis of that verse.
That's not
That does
the-
exegesis of that verse.
That's not the Torah. This is from the Old Testament.
Yeah.
Thi- This is from, what's the exact
The
reference?
Babylonian Talmud.
Numbers 31.
Oh, Numbers 31. Yeah, and you want me to react to?
I want you to do
what
the exact
happened?
same thing. Mention your daughters. Mention how you're mentally disturbed
No,
by this.
wrong.
Mention how you, you know, and
Okay.
this is in our society. Do the exact same thing with that, and then we'll carry on.
Okay, so you've given me a verse from the Old Testament, and you're asking me, presumably because I'm a Judeo-Christian, believer, that if I'm asking about Aisha, how do I reconcile, presumably, my belief in the Old Testament and that verse that you've just given me? Yes.
Which was Jesus, who is the exemplar of all humanity for all of us, right? He's the figure we should be following. Do you agree with that?
Yes. Yes.
He's God. He's not even a prophet. He's actually God. So it's God commanding that. Okay.
Mm.
So
Yes. Okay. So
I want you to mention that. Imagine that was your daughter. That God is commanding.
yeah, we're
to
there.
take
We're
your
there.
daughters. Okay. Look, you're the one
Okay.
who wanted to talk about your daughters, and
Jesus from?
so the God.
No,
that
no, actually, that's not fair. I didn't want to come and talk to you about my daughters. I wanted to explain to you how, because I do have daughters, this is one of those points that if I was to become a Muslim, I'd have to reconcile myself with.
By the same standards, you cannot be a Christian, my friend. By the very same standards, you
Okay.
find it so morally reprehensible.
Reprehensible.
This idea that you have these daughters, and these daughters, according to the God that you believe in, and I don't believe in this, commanded that forcibly girls of that age are taken and actually dishonored. Let's just use some very say, but I don't want to use language because we're talking in the context of your daughters. You're the one that talked about your daughters, by the way, not me. Now, I want you to tell me whether you would subscribe to a faith in which a God would allow that to happen to your daughters.
Right. That verse that you gave me, okay,
Yeah.
is that to be, is the principle there to be perpetuated to today and beyond that in the same fashion as the
Very
exemplar?
good, very good,
Yeah.
very good, very
It
good.
isn't.
I just want to ask you something, okay?
Hmm.
At that moment, was that morally the right thing for God to do with your daughters?
Was that morally the right thing to do at that moment? Right. So we're looking at the Torah. Yes, it's in the Torah. It is one of the foundational books of Christianity. It's also the Torah, one of your foundational books as well.
No,
Okay. We have to, the Torah, you have to
I don't
believe
believe
in.
in. I don't believe in the Old Testament.
You
I
don't.
reject it completely.
The Torah. I mean, the Torah. Do you believe in the Torah?
I believe the Old Testament is not the Torah. You believe the Old Testament is
The Torah is part of the Old Testament, but the Torah is
the
specifically.
Torah and the Injil that the Quran refers to is not the Bible in the Old Testament.
It's not the Torah. That verse that you gave me, is that from the Torah or not?
That is from what you believe the Torah is. You believe the Old Testament is.
And you don't believe it.
No, I don't. I don't
see,
believe
there's
God
the
would
problem.
command. I don't believe a God would command such an immoral. I wouldn't say it's a commandment for all of time, but even
Yes.
for that particular time, even once.
Okay. So, I mean, we could go through the whole of the Torah looking at the immoral actions of God from the flood. I mean, there's no bigger a moral action, presumably because so many innocent people were killed. In fact, we could actually decide we don't actually want to believe in God. We don't want to believe in the one God of the Shema. We could say, well, look, let's pack our bags because this God is so bad. How can we even say we just want to leave him alone?
Sure. So, Colin,
yeah, go on.
I just want to stick to your words. Here are your words.
Go on.
You cannot believe in a faith if that faith allows for this type of immoral behavior. Okay, all I've simply done is I've added the variables from Christianity, from God commanding these things. According to your own standard, you should not be a Christian.
Right. I didn't say I can't believe in, let's say, in Allah based on those actions. I wanted to engage with you to tentatively walk through that and discuss it, as opposed to making those statements that you just said. And the
That's
reason
not what you said this is why you said the live stream is called Why I Cannot Be a Muslim.
Exactly.
I wanted to talk. Look, I'm giving you your words. I have very good memory. I don't know if you know this, but God's blessed me with a very good memory. Your chronological order was this. You said this live stream is called Why I'm Not a Muslim. I was thinking about approaching this question theologically, but the real issue is, and then you went into the age of Aisha.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, but then after I said, let's talk about Aisha, I said, this is an incendiary one. And I was cautious even to go down that path because I didn't.
You have to understand something, Colin. If you say or you pretend like this is such a sensitive topic that we don't want to talk about it, we talk about it all the time. We've done videos on it. We've done lectures on it. We don't have a problem with that. And in fact, you know the answers. You've seen the videos. You've seen on Sapiens, we have a whole lecture on this. And in Speaker's Corner, we speak about it. That's all there. My point is, according to your own standards, you should not be a Christian because you said, I cannot be a Muslim because of, you put theology aside, this particular moral issue. Now, when it comes to Christianity, the issue is not a particular marriage. The issue is forcibly taking girls of this age, and it's being commanded by the God that you believe in right now, who you believe to be Jesus. And I don't believe in any of that. According to your own standard, you should not be a Christian.
Okay, well, my reply is the same one I gave you before. Whatever you read there in that passage from Numbers is not is something that we carry forwards as a principle. So you've shown me something from the Bible. You don't believe it. You're meant to believe in the Torah.
I'll tell you where you do carry it forward. I'll tell you exactly where you carry it forward.
Go on.
Okay. You carry it forward because you believe in that living God today. And you believe that living God at some point in the past commanded such an order, don't you? So you do believe in that living God today?
We both believe it.
No, we don't. I do not believe in that living God. I do not believe Jesus is God, and I do not believe that God ordered that act that you're referring to, because I don't believe in the Old Testament.
So it's either not part of the Torah and it's a fabrication, or it was part of the Torah. As a Christian, I'm required to believe in the Torah, but not follow everything from the Torah. Does that make sense?
I'm not asking you to. I'm asking you a very simple question. Are you willing to believe in a God that commanded that immoral act? Yes or no?
Yeah, well, you know what? That is the clincher for all of us, the Jews, the Muslims, and the Christians.
No, it's not a problem for the Muslims. It's not a problem.
Do you believe in the Old Testament God?
Okay, so before I answer the question, I am not referring to Muslims, Christians, Jews. I'm referring to Colin. Does Colin believe in the living God that commanded that act? Yes or no?
Do I believe him for those words? Is that what you're saying? Did
God command that act? Yes or no?
If God commanded that act, the question to me is this the action of a good God or a bad God, essentially? Can I morally justify what that God has done and still hold to acknowledging him as my God?
You made this very emotional, And it's a very clever tactic that you started in the beginning. So if that God had commanded that, and you mentioned you had 5 daughters and 1 son who's passed away, I'm sorry to hear that. Then in that particular case, would you believe in a God that allowed that to happen? Yes or no? Would you believe in that God?
I believe that the God that what was recorded was from God, but the question whether me as a human being say that God was wrong to do that, and if he was, I walk away from him, or do I say, was that still God, and is it beyond my understanding? I can just actually leave that with the Jews because I'm a Christian. I can say, you know what, I'm required to believe in the existence of the Old Testament, but not to follow it.
Sure. So you've given me a partial answer there. Don't throw it on the Jews, because it's Jesus commanding that action. Jesus commanded.
Well, Jesus was true man and true God, so you're actually incorrect in saying that. It wasn't Jesus. It was either the Word. You can say it was the Word, but it wasn't Jesus.
Okay. So it was, let's just say it was God. Would you be happy with that? Is it God?
No, let's just say what was recorded there. It's undeniably God's.
Okay,
God's
fine,
word.
fine. So we agree God commanded this. Okay.
Yeah.
You previously said words to the effect of, you cannot believe in a faith that allows this. And you referred to the age of Aisha.
No, I didn't say that. No, I said I would have to follow Muhammad as exemplar for all mankind. And as part of that package of following him, I'd have to reconcile exactly the discussion I wish I hadn't started.
Okay, good. Thank you. Brilliant.
Yeah,
brilliant. Okay, good. So the prophet is not a figure that's higher than God. We're talking about God from your point of view. So the problem is far worse. It's far worse for you than it is for us, because we're talking about a God here. Now, God has given a commandment, and that God is the same God that you pray to, the same God that you believe in, the same God that you're calling to. They have commanded an immoral act. That is something, according to your own standard, it should make you question your faith. And if it doesn't make you question your faith, you don't care about your daughters. And everything that you said previously is all. I'm very sorry to say, it shows that those 5 daughters of yours that you brought up in a very emotive way, you don't actually care about them, as long as the perpetrator potentially for that is not the God that you believe in. If it's the God that you believe in, who commanded an act which could have an impact on your daughters, so it's not really about the victim, it's more about who you believe the criminal is. Do you know what this kind of reminds me of? It kind of reminds me of when on Piers Morgan and other times, there's a lot of emphasis on grooming gangs, but it's only really when the victims are being molested or raped or harassed by non-white people that it actually is a very serious thing. When it's white people, it's like, okay, that's a different thing. The same thing is happening here. What we're basically having is an issue with an act which is immoral if it's in this particular religion. And by the way, Islam doesn't have that. Islam does not have what you're saying. Islam does not have this idea in the way that Numbers is describing, and is describing like a coercive act being commanded by God to take by force, which would not only mean, like in this particular case, you have Abu Bakr, who is the friend of the Prophet and who gives away his own daughter. You have a system here. You actually have a coercive act in which you have rape, in which you have forcible, actions being done. And since you are very emotive, especially in the context of your own daughters, I'm surprised you have a selective outrage. The outrage is switched on with Islam and it's switched off to zero, and you get all philosophical when it comes to Christianity.
Okay, can I respond to that?
Sure.
Yeah. So we're faced with the Old Testament, which has a whole package of things that God has said and he's done in Bible history, from the biggest one, as I mentioned, the flood, all those innocent children. I take it you believe in the flood as well. So I think we're given, the Jews, the Christians, we believe in the flood. So it's back to, you know, are we worshipping an evil God if a God is capable of doing those things? My question that I was going to ask you, and which I did begin to ask you, and very quickly realized that isn't a question that we can discuss in a brotherly way and explore how this works and how, if it's possible to reconcile, it could. Because immediately I could see the flare went off, and it was, I kind of expected it, but I saw the kind of, I thought that, you know, I trusted you enough to actually go down this route, but I can see obviously that this has lit a torch under you, and instead of saying, well, no, look, let's stick to the Trinity, you've immediately gone down the route of saying, well, look, you know, these Old Testament verses, what about your daughter, etc., etc. So instead of me asking you a question, you replying to the question, we've now moved to something that you're trying to say, well, how can you ask me that question if your God, Jesus, did this? But, you know, it's a bit of a car crash kind of.
No, it's not. I'll tell you what's happening right now. You're pretending as if I'm flustered or I'm irritated at the question. And it's a very...
Irritated, just irritated.
No, I wouldn't say irritated. I would say I'm perfectly comfortable. You're the one that's uncomfortable because I've gotten you to admit that you came in here with a standard that you don't live up to. And you admitted right now, in fact, you used the word evil God. And you then tried to throw it on us as well and saying you also believe in this evil God because of the flood. So if anything, you have to understand something. I'm the one right now who's live. I can simply mute you. I can simply remove you. I'm going to keep you on this live stream as long as you stay. And we can be here for another 2-3 hours. I have zero problem. I've given talks, and so has he, and so have others, about the age of Aisha, about morality, about Islam. We talk about this day and night. So the only one that's flustered or irritated is yourself. And there is no car crash of a conversation. You can actually see I'm taking you down a very clear methodology. And that methodology is quite simple. If you are going to make a claim against Islam, then a far, far worse claim against the God that you believe in should make you question your faith, because you said that's the reason that you question the faith of Islam. Now let's stick to this particular point about evil God, because I'm glad you mentioned the word evil. I do not believe God is evil. What I do believe is that the Old Testament God, which is not the Quranic God, which is not the God of the Injil or the Torah, which is the biblical God, the Bible that I do not believe in, I believe that the actions that God has commanded in that book are far worse than anything you can find in the Islamic texts. I believe there's no comparison. So therefore, for someone to use a moral issue to say I cannot be a Muslim, by the same logic, by greater logic, in fact, because those actions are far worse in the Old Testament, that person has to say, I cannot be a Christian, because the Christian faith allows us to believe that God that we believe in, the Jesus that we believe in, commanded to the Israelites to take children, just like your daughters, forcibly and take them as sexual slaves. And that is something which I am so, if you want to talk about the word flustered or shocked, I am so shocked that you don't show the same level of empathy and sympathy and care for you, those particular victims, if the victims are being chosen by the God that you believe in. Then you actually don't care. But if you believe another immoral act took place, your emotions switch on. So this Jekyll and Hyde situation that we're going through, that's what I'm really concerned about. Your emotions go up when it's about Islam. When it's a far worse situation of Christianity, then your emotions go right to the bottom of the ocean. That's what I'm trying to figure out right now.
Okay, so are you saying that the way I unwrapped how I would like to discuss the age of Aisha, I was coming at it in a rational kind of angry way, because I thought I just laid out what the potential conversation could be in as gentle and as easy way as I possibly could.
Yep.
I was not emotional. I wasn't angry. I was almost inviting to you. Do you think we as two people could just explore this? No more than that. I wasn't coming in with a sledgehammer. I wasn't expecting fireworks. I wanted to explore it with you. Right.
Okay.
Now, obviously, you've now brought me back to the verse, as in Numbers.
Yeah.
Yes?
Yeah. So Colin,
go on.
just Colin, just on that point.
Yeah.
From my perspective, I am not at all worried about having a long conversation about the age of Aisha, about anything else. For me, this conversation shows a level of discourse that I've found amongst Christian apologists, which is, if you switch the mirror the other way, they don't actually see the same criticism that they're leveling against Islam. To a much bigger degree, it can be used against them. Do you at least admit that from my perspective, I see great hypocrisy in the way that this type of argument is being used?
Okay, let's just explore that. So, as a Christian, I'm required to believe in the Torah. I'm required to believe in the Old Testament. Okay, I believe the Old Testament is past, but this is an incident that I have to accept that actually happened. And this is the God that I worship, who was the one who commanded it. And this is where we're in this position. Yes. Okay. Now, it's almost impossible to reconcile that with a loving God. I can completely understand that. However, I don't know the mind of God. Also, if I was to go walking through the Old Testament, I would find so many other things, as I say, like the flood. The ultimate.
Okay, Colin, let me ask you a question.
Wait, let me continue. Sorry. Go on, carry on.
Yeah, so I know that you say you don't believe in the Torah, or if you do believe in the Torah, this wasn't part of the Torah, which spins it back on me because I do believe it's the Torah, so hence you're asking me that. However, as far as my future goes, okay, and as far as my shepherdship of my family, etc., it has zero relevance to me today what happened in the Torah. I accept it is the book of the Jews. That's it. It's gone, dusted. The new covenant.
Let me ask you a question, Colin, before we leave, because we need to wrap this up.
Yeah, sure thing.
It doesn't matter if you think it has got relevance. Yeah, you believe that Jesus Christ is part of the Trinity, and the Trinity is the author of the Old Testament, because the Trinity is indistinguishable from Father and Son, are all inextricably linked, right?
Oh yeah, of course, yeah.
Sure. So if Jesus Christ is the one commanding in 31:18, in Numbers 31:18, to take the young girl the taff for yourself. He's commanding that. Was he right or wrong to make that command?
Well, technically, you're incorrect, because Jesus is true God and true man.
No problem. But that means that he was part of the Trinity,
Christ.
Is he not?
You could say. Say again, sorry.
Is Jesus part of the Trinity?
Yes, he's the Son. Yeah,
he's part of the Trinity. The Old Testament has the authorship of the Trinity. The Trinity is indistinguishable and inextricably linked. So in other words, the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit are the author of the Old Testament.
Yes.
Sure. So now Jesus is part of the Trinity. You take him as an example, right?
The Word of God, the eternal Word, is part of the Trinity, yes.
Okay. So Jesus is an aspect of the Trinity, correct or not?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, finish what you're saying.
And do you take Jesus as an example?
Yes.
Sure.
His teachings in the New Testament.
Now Jesus is part of the Trinity. The Trinity authored the Old Testament. The Old Testament has 31:18 in Numbers. And therefore Jesus ordered 31:18. Doesn't it follow?
Again, this is where it might just be a bit too subtle, but when we use the word Jesus, you could say the eternal Word, pre-incarnation, you'd be correct. But you're incorrect.
So we're talking about the divine person of Jesus.
Yeah, the divine person of Jesus, yes.
Sure. Okay. So Jesus Christ, the divine person that's attached to the Trinity or an aspect of the Trinity,
attached to the
commanded men to sexually assault young prepubescent females, correct? According to you?
No, according to the scripture, yes.
Okay, so is that right or wrong?
No, it's reprehensible. I mean,
So
on a
Jesus
human
was wrong.
level, and on a
So
human
Jesus was
level,
wrong. So Jesus was wrong.
what I'm saying is, on a human level, any person
Yeah.
who reads that verse.
So why still Christian if you believe Jesus
Why
is
am I
wrong?
still Christian? Because I don't follow the Old
yeah.
Testament. I don't follow the Old
Right,
Testament. I follow
So
the New Testament.
so are the commands of God, are they consequentially true or are they categorically true?
Are the commands of God categorically true or consequentially true?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, they're categorically true.
Categorically true. So that means that it's all times and all places. So it means that when Jesus commanded,
Could I just have it
when
you said
Jesus commanded that you can
true.
sexually assault young prepubescents, according to you, when Jesus made that command, that is a categorical truth, which means that it's for all times and all places.
No, it's not a command. No, I don't believe it's a command for today to do things like that. I definitely don't.
But you just said it's categorically true.
I know. I believe.
Okay, so if you're saying it's not for today,
where that command was given.
If you're saying it's not for today, Colin, that means it's consequentially true, not categorically true. So do you want to change your answer?
Okay, then let's follow that.
Okay, you want to change your answer? No problem. I'll allow you to
I don't want to
change your answer. So fine. So I've identified what I mean by consequentially and categorically. But then if that's true, then if it's consequentially true based on the variables and it's to do with time, then you shouldn't have a problem with any age in which the Prophet married Aisha. Because one could just make a time-based argument, say it's based on time.
Well, the evidence would suggest
there's no evidence. It's either yes or no.
Could I just finish this? The evidence would suggest that since that verse was written, that there is nothing in that verse that needs to be followed as a law to be brought to carry forward
I
to
don't
today.
think you're understanding what
agree?
we're saying here. Colin, you have to try and track what I'm saying, right? So this command in 31:18 is either categorically true or consequentially true. If it's categorically true, it's true in all times and all places. And if it's true in all times and all places, then Jesus, who is the divine person of Jesus, co-authored, if you like, the Old Testament. And if he did that, he also co-authored this aspect of the Old Testament, 31:18, where the sexual assault of the prepubescents is delineated. Okay.
Right.
So, okay, he was wrong to do it. Maybe so if you're saying it's consequentially wrong, which means it's wrong now, but it wasn't wrong then, you're admitting that at one point in time, rape and sexually assaulting a young prepubescent would have been acceptable and something we should follow. Yes,
I'm with you. So
yeah.
If I believe,
I'm saying I just
want to make sure I understand what you're saying, Mohammed. Just want to make sure I understand what you're saying. Well, I'm trying to just go back and make sure that I understand what you're just saying. So that verse in the Bible, in the Old Testament, that is part of the corpus of books I'm called to believe in. If I believe in that corpus of books, then I must accept that what God commanded in that verse is not just true, but was okay. That's essentially the argument, isn't it?
No. I think you're missing it. You've got two kinds of morality, okay? There's not a third type, really. It's either consequential or it's categorical. Yeah, that's it. There's no other third option. It's either consequential or categorical. Consequential depends on the consequences, depends on the factors, depends on the environment, depends on the time, depends on the place. Categorical is not dependent on any of that, and it's true in all times and all places. There are two types of morality, right?
Okay, so
Colin, if you are saying it's consequentially true, so it was time it was true for the Jews, it was true at that time and at that place that such and such thing happened, okay? But it's not true for today. Then one can make the same argument about the age of Aisha, and which is a much less severe situation than what we're describing in the first place. If you're saying it's categorical, then it's what do you call it? All times and all places. Then you have no leg to stand on. And frankly, Colin, you have no leg to stand on either way, because this is the fact. Saboor was absolutely right when he tried to show to you that you are disingenuous to your cause. You're insincere, because if this was the reason you are not a Muslim, and this is the first reason that you gave, then that means you have to stop being a Christian. You have to say, you should now apostate from Christianity. I want to see an apostasy from you. I want you to say, I hereby leave Christianity. I no longer am a Christian, because I can't believe in a religion that allows for the commandment. My Jesus has commanded me at one point, at one time, the sexual assault of a prepubescent. I've got all these daughters that you are making a motive case. You should say, there's no way that my Jesus, who's meant to be an exemplar for me, there's no way.
It's a God, not
There's
prophet.
no way that he could command that at any point at all times. So are you ready to apostate from Christianity?
You know, I suppose you've confirmed something for me. I thought this would be one of those rare opportunities where I could explore with you something.
Are you ready to apostate?
Can I just finish? Because going back to
play victim. You play victim, Colin. You're always playing victim. You're always playing that you're sacrificial lamb. You thought this and you thought that. You came in asking a question about the Prophet Muhammad, and you said you've got all these daughters and you got this. Once we then put the same question back to you, you play victim. It's the same question.
And I answered it. I answered it. I said, what happened? Be a man.
This is not enough is enough, brother. Okay, get rid of him, please. Get rid of him. Now we've got a real man coming on the stream. We were speaking about Mr. Lantern, and we've got a great Mr. Muhammad Ali, who has been carrying the flame of the da'wah. This is a man who we love and adore and respect, and we're gonna have a conversation now, because he just sent me a WhatsApp and we speak together. Muhammad,
how are you, brothers? Inshallah, everyone's doing well.
Inshallah.
Good.
See, it's always you only collaborate with us when it's something negative, akhi. What's going on, man?
No. Well, astaghfirullah. Of course not. Bro, Yani,
subhanallah.
Of course.
Sorry?
The Dave Freena stuff, bro. We went through that fitna.
Oh, yes. Yeah. SubhanAllah. Do you know, I got like an email like 3 days ago, or someone is telling me, Dave, like this guy made a video about you. The guy's like, come on, we made so many videos in response. You already debated the guy.
He's got a playlist, yeah.
Yeah, subhanallah. Yeah, no, of course, yani, a lot of the people, subhanallah, one of the reasons I wanted to come on is some of the brothers made videos, right? And I feel sometimes that Muslims need to differentiate between when Muslims can have respectful disagreements between each other and when Muslims are refuting each other. Now, I think the Muslim community can be very sensitive because of, I would say there's a big history between Muslims, du'at, like going about, everyone is attacking each other and whatever. So whenever Muslims see anybody speaking about someone else, they assume instantly that these people hate each other, these people are refuting each other, these people have issues with each other. Exactly. It doesn't have to be this way, exactly. We can show, like, we can have a disagreement over something. And the brothers can mean well, both parties, and we can have it respectfully, and we can engage and we can discuss and we can clarify issues. So I think that's the main reason I wanted to have a discussion.
This is the thing. I've made a couple of videos. I was in the car. I came out of the gym, and I was just flicking through Twitter, and I saw some things. And wallahi, I'll be honest, I didn't even see your video, akhi. You made a couple of videos. I knew it afterwards, and I saw, Ali made a video or something, but that was after I actually made even the video. I didn't even see your video. So I was just flicking through Twitter and I saw a couple of things and I said, okay, well, you know what? Let me respond to this from my perspective, right? About women giving dawah, etc., etc. And I see a lot of people saying, Muhammad Ali and the disagreements and blah, 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 and Muslim. And I had no idea what they're talking about. What are you talking about? And then I spoke to some guys and they said, actually, Muhammad Ali made a video about this and that and the other. So I don't even know where we disagree because wallahi, I asked Zishan. He was telling me today that it looks like you're disagreeing with Muhammad Ali.
What I said to you.
And that's what you said as well, isn't it? I said, I haven't watched the guy's video, man. I don't even know what he said.
I said to Muhammad that once I saw your video, I thought you were responding to Muslim Lantern. He said, no, I wasn't.
Yeah, I wasn't. I didn't see your video. So I don't, this is what I was saying to the brothers, that we have to do tahrir al-mawt an-nizaa, like in the sense that we need to free up the area of disagreement where I don't even know what your view is. And where the disagreement is. So let me leave it to you. Tell me what were you saying in the video? Where do you disagree? What are you saying exactly? And what's your case?
So a lot of people commented on Ali's video because I looked at the comments briefly, telling him that he wasn't addressing what I was saying in a way. But Ali, he called me, like he did this privately. So people need to know, because some people were telling him reach out to Brother Muhammad. He actually reached out to me before he put the video out. And he didn't speak about this publicly, but I think this is something that should be credited to him. Because the people are attacking the brother or whatever. Some of the people that attacked the brother thought, oh, he didn't. No, he did reach out to me before he put the video up. And we had like a brief discussion, a brief call on the issue, right? But then he made the video before, so kind of the points that he was putting wasn't really necessarily what I was saying. That's why some of the people were kind of, this is not necessarily related to what I was saying in the video. So
what was it that you were saying? Because I don't know it.
Yeah, absolutely. So what I was saying in the video is this, right? I think there is like quite a few issues that needs to be also clarified. But when it comes to the issue, of course, the beginning of the video, I'm talking about an issue that I think is happening today, which is the change of what da'wah is supposed to be, what da'wah is. So da'wah has turned of the idea of from inviting people to the religion of Islam, and a lot of it has become about scoring points, clickbaiting. A lot of it have become about mic drop moments. A lot of it have become about mockery, and there is a lot of also behaviors that I think all of us, even the du'at that do these behaviors, would agree that they're.
Oh, it's cutting up. Muhammad, you're cutting up there. Sorry, you cut up there, akhi. You cut
no
up
worries.
the last sentence you said,
Okay, what's the last thing you heard?
You said that there's behaviors that a lot of us would admit that we shouldn't be engaging in.
Yes. And then I said brothers are also going into, let's say, exaggeration, extreme, a bit of wild behavior sometimes in engagement in da'wah with non-Muslims. And this is something even the people who are doing it will admit that this is not the right way.
Listen, I'll be the first one to admit all that.
That's not the intention. Okay, it's not the intention, but it's something, and that's why there's a reason I do the. There's a reason I always do the videos general, because the purpose is advice, and sincere advice shouldn't be about like bringing people down. It should be about fixing the issue. In the end, we want to fix the issue. Some people think that because my policy is, for example, I do not talk about individuals with name, is that I cannot also have a nice discussion with a Muslim da'i brother. No, I can't. I mean, I've had discussions before. I mean, we had even discussions. Remember, with Sneeko came, we had a brief discussion. I had a discussion with Brother Hamza before. We can have discussions on things that we disagree on, and we can do it respectfully. So Muslims can also need to make a distinction between these two things. Now, when it comes to women,
I'll tell you something, Muhammad, as well. Like, sure. I'll be honest. I was just saying to the guys, and I'm not saying this to like praise you, but in the sense, because I think it's important that. Where has he gone? He ran away. Where did he go? Subhanallah. Yeah, he'll come back. But maybe I should say this, and then he can come back. Which is he's here. Yeah, put it back. Yeah.
Sorry.
I was just saying to the guys, like, subhanallah, because I used to do a lot of the like da'wah regularly in Speaker's Corner and these kinds of stuff. We used to both do it, and then we went more into like activism. And then, if I'm honest with you, Muhammad, since we're being like open and honest about it, there's been a few things that happened in the last year which not many people know about, and so I used a lot of the MMA and all this kind of stuff I was doing as almost a therapy to like escapism. So I was away from, in a sense, I have to say this, I was kind of away from the dawah, And when the brothers said to me, "Look, Muhammad, who's holding it down nowadays?" They said, "Who's doing really well? Muhammad Ali." I have a friend of mine, his name is Abdul Rahman. He said, "Look." So I checked online, I saw your videos, and I was like, alhamdulillah, at least someone's holding it down, And I saw a couple of videos where you're discussing with the guys, and you have everything that, is going to be very hard for me to replicate nowadays, which is the calm, the respectful, the polite, and I admire that about you, Akhi. And that's why it's important that we have different characters in the dawah, and we have different behaviors and different temperaments. Sometimes maybe some people, need a bit of Saboor Ahmed style or Mohammed Hijab style, maybe, Allahu Alam, but definitely your style is way, I would say, closer to Sunnah. is close to
Don't put in the
taqwa.
same bracket as you, bro.
Definitely than this man over here. So no, I totally appreciate where you're coming from.
You see how you
Akhi,
put me together with him.
no, it's good because we need this kind of like, do you know what I mean? This approach.
Absolutely, absolutely. You know, Akhi, what I said in the video is this: is like a lot of people also need to understand. I think some people take it to extreme, also,
Yeah.
and I even say that when it comes on my live streams, that some people take it to extreme when it comes to the soft side. There is a balance when it comes to the da'wah, right? There's also a need to see who you're dealing with. But the issue is that I'm talking about in my video is that the brothers go to behaviors which are un-Islamic, right? So we can say, yes, you need someone more firm in some instances. You need someone, let's say, softer in some instances. That's okay. I think we should all have a balance in the approach that we take. However, the behaviors that are un-Islamic, that the person himself that is doing them would agree they are un-Islamic. I'm saying these type of behaviors is what we need to try to improve on, because we are a representation in the end.
Yeah. So what did you mention in the video? Like what kind of behaviors are we talking
Yeah,
about?
so I have seen brothers, honestly, the first thing I talked about is like where people, majority of the videos that they do is about like completely destroyed, dismantled, whatever. Oh, like the videos, 95% of them is, this is the title, right? But this is not what da'wah is about. The da'wah is about inviting the person. And it's not going to be the case. The overwhelming majority of cases, not the minority, the overwhelming majority is people who need to be destroyed, dismantled, completely like fry, all of this cooking stuff that people are talking about these days, right? So that's one thing. Another thing is I've seen people curse and insult, like F words, S words, stuff like this, like throughout the conversation. I have seen brothers speak about intimate stuff, right? Doing that to a woman. And making jokes. Now, I'm not talking about you, Akhi. And making jokes about, because I smiled and looked at Saboor. I was just speaking in general. Like, no, wallahi, I'm speaking in general because I've seen many things. But why am I talking about this issue, Akhi? Because people look at us and they replicate. Okay, if brother X is doing it, if Muslim Lantern is doing it, if Saboor Ahmed is doing it, if this person is doing it, I can do. So the issue is when I'm addressing the dua is because in the end we are where people are sadly look up to us, right? We should be people better than us. Like you talk about me, there's people who are way better than us that should be on the forefront. People are more educated, people who are more well-rounded that should be there. But in the end, we're here because nobody is here. So we are a representation in this case, and people are emulating, replicating what we're doing. So it's very important that we're held to a higher standard than what the average Muslim is doing, right? We need to be very, very careful about how we behave, right? So that was just the first portion of the video,
okay,
right?
Let me play a bit of devil's advocate, because I think there's some degree of truth, but I think there's also the fact that a lot of these brothers, I don't know who we're talking about here. Maybe we're talking about like me, or let's say Orthodox. I don't know, because he does that a lot as well.
I think it's Smart Jannah.
Smart Jannah is less so. He's more like Muhammad Ali.
He's actually the worst, bro.
He's more like Muhammad Ali, I would say. Like he's more polite. But I don't know. Like I'm saying names from the people that I know. Ali Dawah probably as well.
Yeah, it's probably Ali.
But the fact is, a lot of these, a lot of it is like in Surah Hud, yeah. Nuh says, he says the following. He says, "In takunu taskharu minna, fa inna naskharu minkum kama taskharun."
In taskharu minna, yeah. In taskharu minna.
Sorry, in taskharu minna, fa inna naskharu minkum kama taskharun. Right? Is that right?
Yes, correct.
Yeah. So that if you are going to mock us, we're going to mock you like you mock us. In taskharu minna, fa inna naskharu minkum kama taskharun. So the issue of mockery, okay, I don't think it has no place in the dawah, bro. And frankly, even the Quran makes that clear. وَلَا تُجَادِلُوا أَهْلِ الْكِتَابِ إِلَّا بِالَّتِي هِيَ أَحْسَنُ إِلَّا الَّذِينَ ظَلَمُوا مِنْهُمْ. Right? So there is an exception, right? Do not, what do you call it? Debate Ahl al-Kitab except the best way, except for the ones who are pressed from them. So I get what you're saying, but a lot of the people that we're interacting with, like David Wood and like these other individuals, their hukum from a Shari'i perspective is not like the normal person. Okay, and it's the same. Like, for example, I know we mentioned what do you call it, Abu Bakr Siddiq, and the thing that he said about Imsus Badr al-Lat and all this kind of stuff. But there was more that he did. Like there's actually many examples of when people did they insulted the Prophet, they insulted Islam. There was a response which wasn't passive, it wasn't placid. So I think there's what you're saying is true, but if you look at the Sharia b'shumuliyatha in its entirety, there's also aspects of it which are like, okay, well, to be honest, there is the other aspect of it as well, which is that you can respond in kind sometimes. For example, in Surah Shura, where Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, وَجَزَاءُ سَيِّئَةٍ سَيِّئَةٌ مِثْلُهَا وَمَنْ عَفَا وَأَصْلَحَ فَأَجْرُهُ عَلَى اللَّهِ. But the point is that جَزَاءُ سَيِّئَةٍ سَيِّئَةٍ, which is that if someone does an evil, you can repel it with something like it. So there is an aspect of that as well, which I don't think we should lose in this conversation. Like, you know, you're right. And I think, if I'm being honest, I'm like self-critical, I am, let's say, on the other side of the spectrum, where I should be more like what you guys are like, you know, like
Civilized.
more like Zisha, and more like, well, I am struggling with it. And it is something I try to be more like you guys. But on the other side, if there's a, let's say, Adu Allah, right, maybe that approach would actually be even more beneficial for the ummah, because there is a bit. But yeah, I'm not saying I strike any sort of balance. Me personally, I don't strike any sort of balance. I can definitely say that, and I think that you strike a balance much better than I do, definitely, from what I've observed. But nevertheless, I just thought I'd throw that in there as well.
Yeah, I appreciate that, and that's a very small nuance. And when it comes to the video that I made, I kind of addressed this in a way, right? Because I agree with what you're saying, but I don't think what you're saying is being applied in the right way, and that's what I kind of mentioned in the video.
Yeah.
So what do I mean by that? So who was our example when it comes to giving da'wah? It's the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Well, who Allah tells us to emulate? قل هذه سبيلي أدعو إلى الله على بصيرة أنا ومن اتبعني. Right? This is my way. I call to Allah, me and the ones who emulate me, or the ones who follow me. So the example for us of how to give the da'wah is the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. When he was sitting with Aisha, he said upon you, right? When they came and they cursed the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, he said just upon you. We don't have any examples of Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam ever engaging in foul language towards anybody, right? So if you want to take the example,
there are some examples of him saying "Ardad henna abik," for example, like using harsh language to people.
Yeah, but that wasn't towards non-Muslims in da'wah, right? I understand what you're saying in the context that it was given to a Muslim. I think it's a bit of a different context than when it comes to giving da'wah, right?
Just sorry to cut you off on this point as well. Don't forget, like Sarah and Fartana in the conquest, that they were doing shar against the Prophet ﷺ, and there was a retribution that was allotted by the Prophet Muhammad ﷺ as well.
Yes. Yeah, I'm coming. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. What I'm saying is, I'm not saying what you're saying is wrong, right? But I'm saying, let's first look at number one, what we are recommended to do, right? So now we're not talking about halal haram now. So if I'm going to go to a da'i, like I want to teach him, right? I wouldn't teach him do this, right? I would say, look, here's the right way to do things. This is the best way to do things. Emulate the Prophet Muhammad ﷺ, do things in that way, right? Now then we jump into the second thing, right? Which of course, there's many ulama that talk about this idea, which is what you said. The idea of responding in the same way when a person insults you, right? So I'm not referring to that, right? So you also mentioned the verses, right? There's many verses like this, but it also, you almost always, Allah Azza wa Jal says, whoever pardons and forgives, it is better. And Allah, for example, says that repel that which is evil with that which is good, right? Then the person who's like an enemy to you becomes.
Sorry to cut. I don't want to be like too polemical here, but when the verses, when it comes to this, like disbelievers, like specific, like
yeah, I'm coming. Yeah, I'm coming to these.
For example, that's more of a generic thing that maybe it would be like to the Muslims, etc. But the forgiving thing is not always to the in the verses. I don't see that it's always there with like harbi, or for example, someone who does sab bin nabi or something like that. It's not. The exemption is not always there. Sometimes, like for example, Ibn Taymiyyah made it very clear, it's not good to. It's not actually good to forgive these individuals. These asnaf of Nidia harbi, combative person, someone who's sab.
Yes. So I am coming to that. So I'm trying to do is like go bit by bit, like climbing a ladder, step by step, right? So the first thing I'm highlighting is the idea of the best way to do things, right? Number two, the second thing I'm highlighting, the idea of responding with the same. So if someone does a specific insult, who is someone who is a hater to Islam and enemy to Islam, about the permissibility of responding in kind. Now, my issue is the people I'm talking about are not doing that. The people I'm talking about are humiliating the person without him initiating. They're also not they are the ones initiating the insults, number one. Number two, they're also not responding in kind. And that is explicitly against the Islamic text. I mean, so you can make a case from Islamic scholarship about this permissibility of responding in the exact kind when someone initiates, as the scholar specifically mentioned, an insult towards you, right? So that's number one. Number two is the categories, as you said, of disbelievers, right? So we have a mu'ahid, we have a dhimmi, and we have a harbi. Like we have all of these different categories, and the treatment with those non-Muslims is not the same. So a harbi is a combatant, an enemy of Allah and His Messenger. That individual, yes, that individual has a different ruling. That's why when we look at the case of Abu Bakr as-Siddiq or others, yes, these two cases of people who are harbi, right? They're combatant towards Islam. They're insulting the Sahaba and the Prophet in we're talking about now in the context of battle on warfield. Yes, that is I completely understand that. I completely get that. I'm not talking about this specific one, right? Now, when it comes to the Islamophobes, right? Because we make this distinction between the average non-Muslim, which in this case, I'm saying this is how they're being treated. They're being mocked, insulted, humiliated, the average non-Muslim. I'm not referring to even...
To be honest,
no, there's many cases of this, Akhi, and that is what I'm addressing, because people, when they look at us, right, if they see you, if they see us insulting someone, they don't differentiate between a harbi and they think it's a non-Muslim, I can do it too in my da'wah, right? So people take this.
That's what's happening. See, look, I'll be honest, I don't think we do that. Like me and you, we try not to.
Maybe him.
No. I'm trying to be honest, but like if it's like we try to be very nice to people, unless they start to attack, So absolutely, if that's something, because I'm not observing what's going on the dawah scene, if you like. I don't know if you are either. So if you're observing this kind of stuff happening, so absolutely, you make a very good point. In fact, it could be haram to do what you're describing, and I totally agree with that. But if we're talking about this individual is like Sab Nabi or something, right? Or someone who attacks the Prophet Muhammad, or someone's like, as you mentioned, is an Islamophobe and stuff. I think that's a different, like you would say, kind of ruling, isn't it?
Yeah, I completely agree that the rulings differ, like I said, depending on the individual, right? Now, the thing is, I come across these cases and I don't even search for it. That's the issue. That's a problem I'm having, right? Like I maybe just randomly on Twitter or something, and someone is sharing a video, and if you share for these, if you search for these things, you do realize how much this is happening today. Right, and we do have a lot of brothers.
I'm searching myself my own videos because maybe I'm doing that myself actually. Yeah, no, but I should be also like self-reflective and stuff like. I mean, Muhammad, also if you see me doing anything like that, just let me know. I mean, anytime.
Overall, the advice that he's giving is something good, that's going to protect the dawah, because whether we like it or not, people start mimicking us. It's one of those things so easy to fall into. I got a lot of criticism for the Egyptian brother that came, because I just started attacking him, started calling him Guljinder, and he's some murtad. And with me, as soon as I see a murtad, I can't take them seriously. Yeah, it's just one of those things. But you're absolutely right, bro. And it's so important to have brothers like yourself to come and give a counterweight. You understand? Give a counterweight.
I'm not gonna lie, but whenever people talk about like dawah in a negative way, I always use Muhammad Ali as a counter example. Say, I say, like, actually, why are you painting us all with the same brush? You've got people like Muslim Lantern, bro. He's not doing anything. So we do need this. But I was going to ask you, Akhi, so is the video that you made then, was it about, because my understanding was it's about women in dawah. It's something about women in dawah.
So the first section was about this. So basically, the video, the main purpose of it is highlighting the issues that I'm observing today in the scene, right? When it comes to dawah. Dawah is changing. That's a huge issue. These behaviors are increasing day by day. And then the last section was about something in relation to women doing dawah. So the video is like in kind of two sections, right? It wasn't only about women. It wasn't mainly about women, actually. But that's something.
Let's get into that. So what's your what do you mean by it, and what's your view on it?
Yes, I just want to add one thing, because it's very important about the Islamophobes, and inshallah, then we go into the issue of women straight away, if you allow me, inshallah. So, and I want to say something very important. I think there's many brothers who are better in manners than myself. I like, for example, brother Imran from Eve Dawah is very, very humble, very, very, very respectful in his da'wah. Brother Abbas is doing the same thing. Brother Shabir, who All Truth Revealed, I know he travels. I don't know, I don't see him anymore, but I hope he's doing well. I hope he's still doing da'wah. His manners is spectacular. People don't know these brothers a lot, But when it comes to manners, right? If we're specifically talking about manners, I think these brothers are, mashallah, even better than myself, and they hold it down, they do it well, and may Allah reward them and accept from them. Now, when it comes to the Islamophobes, just a quick point that I want to add. When it comes to the Islamophobes, there is two major issues that I see. Issue number one is, and I've said this to brothers before, the people who made those Islamophobes today popular are majority of the du'at. By engaging with them, giving them a name, a lot of them were not known, right? If you look at the beginning career of majority of these people on the scene right now, us engaging with them, giving them a name, doing a lot of debates with them, have given them a lot of popularity, a lot of fame that I believe 100% they would not have otherwise if we didn't engage with them.
Well, I
Why?
would also
Because,
say, Akhi, like, let me tell you this as well, to be fair, on that point, I think the opposite is also true. And that's what they're very upset about. Like, for example, I remember in 2018, I had 50,000 subscribers or 60, something like that. And then I debated David Wood and I went up to like, I don't know, 200, 300,000. So in many ways, the Islamophobes made us famous, if we're being honest as well. Like,
I agree with you. I completely agree with you, Akhi, and this is where the distinction comes in. The distinction comes in the wisdom and application of the engagement with the non-Muslims, meaning that now a person has, let's say, 3 times my subscribers, right? Someone has 3 or 4 times my subscribers. I'm the Muslim, I have less subscribers. I can engage with him because I'm going to reach his audience, right? But I have a way bigger audience than an individual. And then I'm engaging with that individual that barely has views and followers. By the way, all of these Islamophobes, they were taunting me on Twitter, begging for discussions and debates, tagging me, coming in my... I did not give a single them a time of the day because they know this is how they get popular. This is how they get views. I completely agree with you when we are the ones who are less known and the other individual is way more well known. So let's say there's this Islamophobe who's got like 3 million subscribers, got so many views. Okay, perfect. Go talk to him. Yes, 100%. This is how we reach their audience. This is how we engage in that discussion. Now, my issue... absolutely, 100%, absolutely. But now the second thing that I want to say, which is the last thing on this issue of the Islamophobes, is the idea that we are engaging with people that I personally believe is haram to engage with. People who are burning the Quran publicly multiple times, eating it, desecrating it, and they are not insulting the Prophet ﷺ. Allah told us in the Quran, of course, in 2 verses, and you're familiar. Yes. وَقَدْ نَزَّلَ عَلَيْكُمْ فِي الْكِتَابِ, referring to the other verse that was also revealed. So there's 2 verses. And إِذَا سَمِعْتُمْ آيَاتِ اللَّهِ يُكْفَرُ بِهَا وَيُسْتَهْزَأُ بِهَا فَلَا تَقْعُدُوا مَعَهُمْ حَتَّى يَخُوضُوا فِي حَدِيثٍ غَيْرِهِ إِنَّكُمْ إِذًا مِثْلُهُم. You are like them if you listen to them. Now the issue is the other people come wearing these clothes with mocking the Quran and people engaging in debates with them, people insulting the Prophet ﷺ, calling them all types of names, and we keep engaging with them over and over and over again. And the question is this really beneficial?
Let me ask you this because that ayah, right? I did a bit of research on it some time ago, but I'm not saying I know the answer to this, by the way. But if we're being very specific about the ayah, فَلَا تَقْعُدُوا مَعَهُمْ حَتَّى يَخُوضُوا فِي حَدِيثٍ غَيْرِهِ, it doesn't seem to indicate that you can't refute them or even debate them. It just says that you can't sit with them, right? Because if you sit with them as they're mocking the ayahs, then it would indicate that you're like them, right? So فَلَا تَقْعُدُوا مَعَهُمْ indicates, like, for me, the connotation of that is, and you can look at some of the tafsir. I can remember reading like Ibn Kathir, etc. before, like, don't sit with them and accept this, right? However, if you're like, for example, we know for a fact in the Sirah Nabawiyya that there were some people who attacked the Prophet ﷺ with sha'r, and then in Surah Al-Shu'ara in chapter 26 of the Quran, in the final verses, you know, that is basically saying إِلَّا الَّذِينَ ظَلَمُوا مِنْهُمْ. What do you call it? So إِلَّا الَّذِينَ, so I'm forgetting, maybe you can help me with it. Yeah, but
can you say that again?
The last verse of Surah Al-Shu'ara, إِلَّا الَّذِينَ آمَنُوا وَعَمِلُوا الصَّالِحَاتِ وَانْتَصَرُوا لِلَّهِ مِنْ بَعْدِ مَا ظُلِمُوا. I can't remember. Yeah,
وَانْتَصَرُوا مِنْ بَعْدِ مَا ظُلِمُوا سَيَعْلَمُ الَّذِينَ ظَلَمُوا.
So this talk about Shu'ara, right? So it's you have a group of poets that are attacking the Prophet ﷺ, for example, and the Prophet ﷺ is telling these other poets to attack them back, essentially. Do you know what I mean? What I'm trying to say is there is scope for, like, these are essentially people who attack Islam. There's scope for refutations, there's scope for responses. I don't know whether you are allowed to debate with those individuals in particular, it seems like that requires a fatwa of some sorts. But the point is, maybe it goes back to maslaha mafsada, just like you were saying before. Like you were saying, if this Islamophobe has 3 or 4 million subscribers, let's say for the sake of argument, has got lots of views, maybe the maslaha would justify us engaging with the person. Whereas if the person we're feeding them, then maybe, once again, maybe not. I don't know if you agree with that.
Yeah, so the verse in Surah Ash-Shu'ara, إلا الذين ظلموا إلا الذين آمنوا وعملوا الصالحات وذكروا الله كثيرا وانتصروا من بعد ما ظلموا وسيعلم الذين ظلموا أي منقلب ينقلبون. So the specific verse that you referred to earlier about Allah revealed to you in the book, like if you read what Tabari says, for example, he says بعد ما علموا من نهي الله عز وجل عن مجالسة الكفار أو الكفار الذين يكفرون بحجج الله. After they knew from the prohibition from Allah Azza wa Jal, sitting with the disbelievers that disbelieve in the verses of Allah and His book and mock it. So I completely get what you're saying about the poets.
Like, so you're sitting with them without the objective of refuting or repudiating them. So it's slightly different.
So the distinction I would make here is when it comes to the poets. The poets are not sitting with them. So meaning they're not in the location where the verses are being mocked while they're silent. That's not happening, right?
Yeah.
So the problem is
the other verse in Nisa is saying وَلَا تَقْعُدُوا مَعَهُمْ. So it's indicating here there's kind of julus happening. We're all sitting together. They're mocking the ayat, you know what I mean? So like I said, I'm not saying I have the answer to this, but it would seem that there may be a nuance based on, like you were saying before, because you made a good point, which is that if there's an Islamophobe, so I'm guessing this Islamophobe is doing istihza of the ayat. If you've got an Islamophobe there and is doing istihza of the ayat, he's trying to mock the ayat of Allah, but he seems to have like way more subscribers, right? Then you're making a case from maslaha that, okay, it could make sense that you refute them. But if you don't have as much subscribers, then you wouldn't. I think that's more of a pragmatic case. It's probably the better argument to make. I don't know what you think about that.
Yeah, so this is true, but at the same time, I'm saying there should be a limit. Meaning, there is extremely vile individuals, and there is people who may say some criticisms here and there, and there's people who may not criticize at all. I think there should be a limit. Meaning, we don't, because I know that if an individual has these types of behaviors continuously, it's more than likely going to be repeated in a discussion. I shouldn't go and sit down with that person. I'm going to make all the Muslims who are going to watch this hear that mockery, right? So this is where I'm saying the details of the wisdom being applied is the idea of looking at the individual and putting also a standard of who are you dealing with, to what extent are you dealing with them, putting conditions. So for example, I was forced once to engage with someone who's very foul. I told him at the beginning of the discussion, I'm going to leave this discussion if you ever insult the messenger of Allah. It should be a standard we have. It should be a standard we have. If you are going to do this, I'm going to leave. Also, the second thing is, I do not believe it's necessary for us to engage with every single person, right? So there's many Islamophobes. There's ones who are more moderate that I can engage with and fulfill the same role of delivering the message of Islam. I do not necessarily need to engage with every single Islamophobe.
You're making a maslaha case, and I agree. I think I agree with that it's a good point to make. It depends on the maslaha of the Muslims. Like
absolutely,
if you really did taftish of the sunnah and stuff, start thinking about it, you'd think about like Abu Bakr Siddiq, for example, when the Jews of his time said, what do you call it? Yad Allah maghlula. He went and the hand of Allah is tied. He went and confronted them, in a sense. So there was a confrontation. But I mean, like I said, I see where you're coming from. You're saying basically, and correct me if I'm wrong, but you're saying it's a matter of maslaha mafsad. It depends on what benefit the Muslims are going to get from this, and what mafsad that the Muslims are going to incur from this, what detriment the Muslims are going to incur. I agree with that.
Yeah, so I'm saying it's a case. Yeah, I agree. I'm saying it's a case-by-case scenario, looking at the individual, looking at the situation, who is the person who's going to engage, and how are we going to engage. So there's a lot of conditions there that need to apply, and I'm saying, unfortunately, in most cases, it's not being applied. Which is why I highlighted this point of us making many of them popular, where we say dua that had like 4 times their subscribers, 5 times, and they were engaging with them. And then bit by bit, this individual became well known, and then he's engaging with another person, and then he reached where he is today. And it's we have to. I sometimes make these mistakes, or I can engage with someone I do not know, and I had no idea this guy was well known. Can make these mistakes. We can always remove the videos. I don't allow anybody to use my content. Can make it clear that like we're not going to allow you to become popular based on what we're doing. We're not going to allow this. We're not going to allow this to take place. Yeah. So this is just
move on to this other issue. Of,
absolutely.
So tell me what your position is. I don't know it.
Yeah. So here's what I said in the video, and here's where the thought process comes in. Right.
Okay.
I'm talking specifically about women giving da'wah to non-mahram men being in the forefront of da'wah. And these women, where they are engaging in the da'wah, they are not observing the Islamic standards. Now, and even the Islamic requirements of a woman when a woman engages with someone else. But I'm also going to add that I do not believe, this is a position I take, that women should be in the forefront, even if she's observing. That's the position I would take, even if she's observing the requirements when it comes to the hijab.
So what do you
That's
mean
a position I'm going to take.
Let's define everything you're saying. So are you saying that it's halal or haram for women to just do da'wah to men and non-mahram men? Is it halal or haram?
Yeah, so I'm saying it depends on the context. That's what I'm saying. So I would make a distinction between, for instance, let's say a Muslim woman was randomly somewhere and was approached by someone, right? And he was in need of guidance, and he asked a question in need of guidance, because I say we'd have a president of that, and a president of that, sorry. And someone was coming and asking, and then you have an obligation. Now we cannot do katm of the verses of Allah Azza wa Jalla. In that case, when someone is coming asking you and is in need, and she's observing the Islamic hijab, she's observing it. I would say in this situation, I wouldn't say this, right? I'm not gonna say.
So you're saying it's dependent on the context, then, isn't it?
I'm saying it's dependent on the context, and I made the video because the issue is I see it happening in a different way now. What I mean by forefront, I mean making it. You're not, for example, doing da'wah directed to women, right? And occasionally, if some guy comes out here and there, we're not seeking them. That's not the case. I'm saying women right now in the forefront, meaning they're making a general channel open to everyone. Come here and let's engage and let's talk and let's do. For me, I have an issue with that. Where you would go to the people. You would go.
So explain.
All right, perfect.
Yeah, and by saying you have an issue with that, are you saying that there's a hukm sharia attached to that, or are you saying that you have a personal opinion relating to
that? So I would say that there's two things there, right? So of course I would say that there is evidences and verses I would use to support this position, but I would also say that there's a huge issue when it comes to the maslaha mafsada, and of course this can be discussed and talked about and back and forth when it comes to it, right?
Yeah.
So now when it comes to the
hukm,
when it comes to the ruling, when it comes to the hukm. So what I would say, first thing I would start with is the following: is the men and women in Islam are not viewed the same when it comes to restrictions when they communicate, let's say, or engage with the opposite gender. There's a lot more strictness when it comes to the requirements that are given to women than the ones that are given to men. I don't think anybody would disagree.
For example, in Surah Al-Nur, where it says that they shouldn't hit with their feet and stuff like that.
Yes. Alongside many other things, like for example, the general text where Allah Azza wa Jalla says in the Quran, زُيِّنَ لِلنَّاسِ حُبُّ الشَّهَوَاتِ مِنَ النِّسَاءِ. The first thing that has been adored for the people is the women. Prophet ﷺ said the biggest fitna I fear for you, right? The fitna of the women. So all of these texts that can be applied.
I agree with that.
So we know that that's something I think everybody will agree with, right? So then when we talk, because sometimes when we talk about the cases, they're like, okay, but what about the man? It's not the same case, because Islamically, we don't, the observation is not the same, right? So that's the first thing I say. Second thing I'm going to say, da'wah is an act of worship. Da'wah is ibadah, it's an act of worship. So since da'wah is ibadah, because we know an act of worship is اسم جامع لكل ما يحبه الله ويرضاه من الأعمال والأقوال الظاهرة والباطنة, etc. So it's a name that is encompassing everything that Allah loves, whether it's external actions or internal actions, everything that Allah loves and is pleased with. Of course, da'wah, nobody will disagree with this act of worship. And when it comes to the ibadat, now if we want to specify that a specific, now so we agree. Also, let's put this also principle: the idea of mixing between men and women, non-mahram men, women and non-mahram men, is not allowed without necessity. So general mixing, right, between talking, chit-chatting, engaging. Okay, so we have these two principles now. Now, someone is saying, okay, but there is an exception.
Second principle, I didn't get that. You kind of skipped through that bit.
Okay, so the second principle I'm saying is the idea of a Muslim woman engaging with a non-mahram man without a need or without a need or a necessity. She's not going buying something. She's not working. She's not doing any of that. She's just like engaging, chit-chatting. This is haram. We all agree with that. There's many texts, many evidences for that, right?
Yeah.
So now this, so this is second.
that's the case either way, right? So it's man to woman, woman to man.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
But again, why I mention women, because like I said, there is more strictness when it comes to the women in these issues about the idea of fitna than it is with women.
Just chime in on this? Like, so
of course,
I would agree with the fact that. So now we're talking about like essentially hijab. Okay, we're talking about hijab because where the strictness really comes in the field of like, for example, the evidences that you can bring. Obviously, a woman has to cover more. That's no question about it. And then she has to watch how she adorns herself, and she has to watch how she conducts herself in more of a strict way according to Quran. There's no question about that because, like we said, for example, the verse in Surah An-Nur where the woman is said that she shouldn't hit with her, shoes on the floor because
and the voice, for example,
etc. Right? So don't soften your voice. So you can see that. So we're talking specifically about observance of hijab here, just to be clear, right? Yeah.
So we are talking about.
We agree on everything, actually. So
So far we are agreeing on anything, not on everything. So I'm using these are foundation principles before I talk about the next point, right? Yeah. So I'm saying now, okay, da'wah is an act of worship. Yeah. So the when it comes to acts of worship, the default is they're haram unless you bring evidence that they are halal. So it's not upon me to present evidence, right? Yeah. That it is allowed in this case for a woman, because we know the general ikhtilat without necessity is haram. Now, someone cannot go and bring a general verse about doing da'wah and apply to a specific situation. If we have a prohibition of men and women mixing without a need. So if someone's saying, okay, a woman can go and she can go to non-mahram men and she can engage in da'wah with them, I'll say, okay, do you have what evidence can you provide? Because this is it's not upon me, it's upon you. But what I provide, what I provide is the following, right? I provide all of these verses that show you, even when it comes to the wives of the Prophet ﷺ, because obviously we know the verses about Aisha radiallahu anha. A lot of the people will say, okay, some scholars would say that this applies to all the women believers. Some scholars would say it doesn't. But what people miss is two things. Number one is the mothers of the believers are examples for all women. Nobody would disagree with this. So if Allah is, for example, when Allah says, Ya Nisa Nabi.
Muhammad, before we get there, because we were going to go to too many points at one time. So let's.
Okay.
We agree.
If you want to say something, go ahead, of course.
Lala, because one point at a time, otherwise we're not going to get through it. So in terms of like, okay, I agree with the fact that that acts of worship, the asl form of it is haram, it's hurma, and that you have to provide an evidence. So there's two masail, because obviously, if we're talking about just public discussion, now that's not ibadah necessarily. So if a woman, for example, for the sake of argument, comes out and she speaks about activism, she speaks about like Palestine, she speaks about Uyghurs, she speaks about whatever she speaks about, right? You could argue, is this an act of worship? Is not an act of worship. So there's a discussion here to be had about that stuff, which is completely different to, because you're saying now we're going to say dawah is an act of worship, right? So the issue of women coming out in a general sense is a different mas'ala to the issue of women coming out for dawah, right? Would you agree with that? So?
Yeah, I would agree with that, and I would say it would be other things used for that specific situation. But continue.
For example, like if a woman coming out in a general sense, the burden of proof will be upon the person who's making the claim, right? Because now, what do you call it, al-hil in this situation, that is barat al-asliya. So if we're talking about, which means that default is everything's halal because it's transactional, it's interactive.
Yes.
So now we agree for a woman to come out like so say for example, if a woman comes out and talks about the Palestine issue or something like this, you can argue, or even a medical issue, something, whatever, she's a specialist, a law issue, or whatever it is. The person who's saying it's haram would have to present evidence as to why it's haram.
Yes. So here will be. Yes, absolutely. So here it will be, if it's just general coming out, it will be first is she observing the requirements, all the requirements in regards to the hijab. And the second thing would be the idea of maslaha, mafsada, and fitna. This is the two things, the only thing we can talk about if we talk about the specific one, right? However, in this case, I'm just talking about the da'wah phenomena, and we can also address
I wanted to delineate those things, because a lot, like now.
Absolutely.
Okay, so just a related point on this, and just want your opinion, and maybe your opinion as well. In Africa, and Hijab saw this when we were in Malawi, we actually send out teams of men and women, and obviously they're married or they're brothers and sisters, right? Because in villages, you actually get a lot of women and you get a lot of men, and you get basically situations where you have a team of two people, either brother or sister or husband and wife, who have to live in the village. And actually, the woman and the man both have to give speeches to villagers and stuff like that. Where would that fit in? Is it the case that we have to provide evidence that is halal, or is it the case that someone has to provide evidence that is wrong?
Now,
No,
do you wanna go on, Hijab?
Huh?
Do you wanna? He's asking a question. Do you wanna go first? I think he's asking both.
No,
Just
you go
want your
first.
thoughts. Just want your thoughts.
Yeah, no worries. I think in this case it's completely different, because I would say that the mahram, as you said, is brother or husband or whatever is with her. I'd also make a distinction, because when it comes to maslaha and mafsada, between something is being broadcasted, live streamed, millions of people can repeat it, can use the images, can do all of this stuff, can use the voice, can reuse it, all of that, and a person in a village doing something where villagers are there, right? So I'd make a big distinction.
That's a good question, because actually that would indicate that there are many contexts. Because now you've mentioned many contexts in which you believe that a woman can actually give da'wah. So it's because I never watched your video, I don't know what your views are. So I think that a lot of people assume that you were basically saying that women should not give da'wah. So that's not what you're saying, actually, to be clear.
I think that's extreme. I think that's the other extreme. So I think that's the other extreme. I think there's two extremes, of course, in this case. I think one extreme for anybody to say which women shouldn't give da'wah, full stop. In the video, I was clear. I said it twice, that this is not about women generally, the idea of giving da'wah, writing books or giving da'wah to other. I'm not addressing this idea, right? And I even told the editor, please write it with text when I say it the second time, because I know people sometimes. But some people still said it anyways. I was like, come on, guys, I haven't said this, please. Like,
they were saying that his view is basically women cannot give da'wah. So
subhanallah. No, absolutely. So
now it's good that we're getting to the bottom of actually what your view is, right? But here's my question to you, right? It seems like what we're saying is, because we're at the stage where we're talking about the evidences that women can give da'wah, right? Because it's an act of worship. And you would accept and you would agree that giving da'wah is different to a woman leading the prayer or doing a khutbah and Jum'ah, right? In the sense that you've given examples of situations where a woman can give da'wah to a man, non-mahram man. You mentioned the necessity in the village or whatever it may be. There's no examples in which a woman can give a khutbah or she can lead the prayer. You would agree that there's a difference between those edginess of worship and stuff, right? Okay.
Yes, absolutely. So we gotta always make a distinction between necessities, the presence of a mahram, observing the conditions. I think all of these things are important. The people miss the nuances. It's never a general yes or no when it comes to Islam. We gotta look at the cases, right? Al-hukm ala shay'i far'u an tasawwuri. If you want to give a ruling something, you gotta first understand, internalize fully what that thing is before you say it's halal, haram, right or wrong, or all any of these things, right? So now, we've established this idea. So first, now I would say to whoever is saying it's okay for this to happen, is for them to provide the evidence for this specific thing, right? Before I do that, I'm gonna then highlight what I did in my video, is highlight to what extent the stressing of the idea, like the fear of fitna, right? When it comes to the engagement of men and women and non-mahram men in Islam, right? Because this is extremely important for the case of maslaha and mafsada, which I'm also making alongside.
You can make an argument on both sides on that. So like the fitna issue, right? So one can say, is it okay for a man to give da'wah to a woman? Because there's many contexts in which actually a man doing da'wah to a woman will create fitna for himself, right? So me and you give da'wah to women, right? We do it in the streets. I'm sure, I don't know if you still do it in Leicester Square or in the streets, but yeah, I'm sure you give da'wah indiscriminately to men and to women. And you're in a environment that's mixed. Essentially, you can make all the free mixing arguments against what you do and what I do. You can make all the free mixing. You're both in the same space. You're both talking to each other. There's the fear of fitna or etc. etc. So what I'm trying to say is the following, right? So the point is, on the point of women giving da'wah, we both agree that a woman can give da'wah to a non-mahram man in a certain situation, right? And the verse I would use is, I think the foundational verse is.
I'm sorry, Akhi, if it's okay if I stop you, because I would like you to give your evidences and then I can comment on them. But before you do, I want to give the evidences I was mentioning. I don't know if you guys have time. It's late over here as well, but I think it's very beneficial to have this discussion. So what you said about men and women is the reason why I started with the idea of the differentiation between the commands to men and women in Islam, because I said this is a lot of the responses that we get when we talk about the idea of fitna. I know what you want to say. But you're not wrong, by the way, when you talk about the fitna, right? I'm not saying there's no fitna present when a man gives da'wah to all.
The issue is the differentiation is in hukm al-hijab, right? So we've already accepted that the hijab for a woman is completely different to the hijab of a man. whether that includes her actions, her physical actions, or whether she's hitting on the floor with her shoe, or whether she's talking with a softer voice, or whether she has to cover more parts of her body. So that's
but when you say the hijab, are you also referring to the default in the idea of the women being hidden? I'm adding other things. This is why I'm talking about adding these texts, which I'm about to talk about, which I'm saying it highlights the clear difference. So the first thing I would say, I started with this for that reason, but not only that, is also the idea that we already have many presidents, of course, like never ending, you can say, of women coming asking, not just the Prophet, of course, asking Sahaba, after the Prophet ﷺ, asking Khulafa, they're asking ulama. This has been happening throughout Islamic history. We have many presidents. It's not something where someone needs to bring evidences for, right? So I'm saying there's a big difference between these two issues right now, right? Of course, the man has to observe everything, right? That's like not to go into fitness. So I'm not saying the man can, just go speak to naked women in the street or something. Yeah, stuff a lot. We're not saying any of that, right? So that's also another extreme. But I'm also making a distinction for a reason, looking at the Islamic teachings and the Islamic text. So what I did in the video is highlight some of the Islamic evidences. There's many, of course, that talks about about the idea of a woman in Islam being preserved, being hidden. And this is not like a culture kind of view. It's not someone who wants to lock women in a basement. No, look, the thing is, because a lot of people may have issues and think something is extreme. If the Quran and Sunnah say it, and we're not misrepresenting the Quran and Sunnah, right? We're not being extreme in what we're saying. Then people should have this idea of being a believer, a Muslim, and submitting to it, right? If we're going to extreme misrepresenting things, I completely agree, right? However, in this case, look, I was talking about the wives of the Prophet ﷺ, and I was starting with talking about the verses, because when we read these verses, which some of the scholars would say this is referring to the mothers of the believers. Of course, we know, of course, the first thing, the asl, when it comes to the verses, is العبرة بعموم اللفظ لا بخصوص السبب, for example, right? This principle. The idea is just because something is revealed specifically mentioning or addressing a specific person, doesn't mean it doesn't apply to the rest of the believers, like the verses talking to.
So are we talking about the verse in Surah Al-Ahzab, وَقَرْنَ فِي بُيُوتِكُنَّ وَلَا تَبَرَّجْنَ تَبَرُّجَ
Yeah, so I want to. This is what I want to highlight from these verses. I want to highlight a few things, whether they are only about the wives of the Prophet ﷺ or not. I don't think it makes a big difference. But I'm highlighting that in this case,
Muhammad, though, because let me explain why. Right, the reason why I think it does make a big difference is, like, if you look at how this verse is started, يا نساء النبي لستن كأحد من النساء. إن تخضعن بالقول فيطمع الذي في قلبه مرض وقلن
فلا تخضعن بالقول.
So here it starts لستن كأحد من النساء. The Quran is making very explicit, okay, that you're not like any other woman. Okay, so oh women of the Prophet, you are not like any other woman. لستن كأحد من النساء.
In what sense, though?
So the point, and then it continues now, and then you've got وَقَرْنَ فِي بُيُوتِكُنَّ.
Yes,
the verse in I don't know, verse 35 or whatever it is. وَلَا تَبَرُّجْنَ تَبَرُّجَ الْجَاهِلِيَّةِ الْأُولَى. And then there's another qira'ah of it, قِرْنَ فِي بُيُوتِكُنَّ, which is that, and which comes from maqar, which means the idea of tranquility, having tranquility in your house. And the majority of scholars that I've looked at said that this is actually very specific to the wives of the Prophet, and they said that you can't do qiyas on the rest of the women with that. And they also say that, for example, like when it continues and it talks about other things relating to the wives of the Prophet. For example,
I think you're referring. Sorry to interrupt you. You're talking about وَقَرْنَ فِي بُيُوتِكُنَّ specifically when you talk about that, right?
No, there's a lot of other verses in Ahzab which basically are for only the Prophet. For example, that when they talk about
I agree with that. I agree with that. I'm saying within the context of these verses regarding the mothers of the believers. This is the point that I wanted to highlight. So I'm saying my case is not based on قَرْنَ فِي بُيُوتِكُنَّ anyways, right? So that's the point I'm trying to make, right?
You mentioned Ahzab, so I thought that it's important for us to mention that
sure, go ahead.
We have to be honest about this, and this is the wives of the Prophet had a very specific treatment that was more strict than the rest of the women. And so it's a majority of scholars say that you cannot do qiyas on a specific case, on a general case. So we have to be honest about that and say, okay, well, a lot of these ahkam in the Quran Sunnah that talk about, like, basically a woman having to be in the house, etc., are very specific to the wives of the Prophet. And, like, for example, in the Surah Al-Ahzab, it's also mentioned, that you cannot marry anyone after the Prophet. It's also mentioned that if you do fahisha, that you get da'af, that you get double what another woman gets. So you've got a series of very specific injunctions relating to the wives of the Prophet. So I think this is important to note that, because if we then use that to make a general case about women in dawah or lack thereof or whatever it is, I think it may be a problem. It'll be stretching it a little bit.
Yeah, so this is where I'm saying I'm not disagreeing with you, because I'm not using that specific verse as evidence, right? That's what I was saying. I was saying to you. That's why I said it doesn't matter if it is or not. This is what I meant by that, right? I meant by that this is not my kind of main evidence or the evidence I'm using, specifically the idea of qarna fi buyutikunna. Why? Because we know when the verse says يا نساء النبي لستن كأحد من النساء, all women of the Prophet, you're not like any of the women. فلا تخضعن بالقول. This applies to all women. فيطمع الذي في قلبه مرض وقلنا قولا معروفا. Say قول معروف applies to all women.
Why would that be applicable to all women?
To say something good? Because other verses, of course, also indicate the same thing.
I don't think so. I think this verse.
Which part do you think the other verses don't indicate?
You started the ayah started يا نساء النبي لستن كأحد من النساء فلا تخضعن بالقول, right? So it's saying, I'm not saying that the rest of the women should do that, right? To soften their speech. There's other qara'in for the fact that they shouldn't. Like even in the same surah, there's وَقُولُوا قَوْلًا سَدِيدًا, right? Even for men and for women, you have to speak a very strict and decisive speech. But I mean that this particular verse starts with a very specific dhikr of the Nisa al-Nabi, right?
Yes.
Ya Nisa al-Nabi. It says, oh Nisa al-Nabi, lastunna ka ahad min al-Nisa. You're not like any other woman. So what I mean is that I couldn't use that now and those verses that follow as a means of generalizing to all the Muslim believing women. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. So here is where the issue differentiates. First, we know that Muslim scholars throughout Islamic history all use this verse. Why? Because the illah is mentioned. فيطمع الذي في قلبه مرض. And this is applicable to all Muslim women. So we would say this فلا تخضعن بالقول applicable to all Muslim women because the illah is applicable to all Muslim women. If a Muslim woman, I'm not sure if you disagree with that.
We both agree that a woman shouldn't do that, right? But
so what I'm
do you know when you said al-ibratu bi umum al-lafz la bi khusus as-sabab? That's what I'm differing with you on this, because it's al-ibratu bi umum al-lafz la bi khusus as-sabab, that the usuli or the tafsir usul tafsir principle of that the situation is based on the generality of the phraseology, not of the specificity of the context, right?
I agree with you.
A maxim. But what I mean is that what I'm saying here is that where I'm differing with the process here is, if the ayah starts in the beginning of it with a specific mention to a group of people or a person, right? So it makes it khas. It makes the ruling khas for me. So for example,
not necessarily, akhi. Not necessarily, right? يا أيها النبي اتق الله ولا تطع الكافرين, for example.
Yeah, sure. I get your point. No, that's true. But what I'm saying is that if you're doing it, if you cannot do qiyas on that. We have other qara'in for taqwa. We don't need that particular verse for taqwa. You know what I mean?
So what I'm trying to, I'm not saying I'm using that principle as the evidence. I'm telling you the other things in these verses apply to other women, and not specifically qarna fi buyutikunna we can talk about, right? We're on the disagreements of scholars on. I'm talking about the other things mentioned in the context of these verses, because when you say to the people, this is only about the mothers of the believers, they understand the application of all the verses there only applies to the mothers of the believers. That's not the case, right? So that's what I'm highlighting in this. Well, this is what I'm highlighting in this case, right? So about being lenient with your speech, of course, وَقُلْنَا قَوْلًا مَعْرُوفًا applies to all women, because I'm saying there's other adilla that indicates the same thing, right? Of course, وَقِمْنَا الصَّلَاةَ وَأَتِينَا الزَّكَاةَ. Yes, وَقِمْنَا الصَّلَاةَ وَأَتِينَا الزَّكَاةَ. But I'm saying it's not just that. The idea, yes, there are some parts of the verse that you can only say is only specific to the mothers of the believers, but the overwhelming majority of the things mentioned, وَلَا تَبَرَّجْنَ تَبَرُّجَ الْجَاهِلِيَّةِ الْأُولَىٰ وَأَقِمْنَا الصَّلَاةَ وَآتِينَا الزَّكَاةَ وَأَطِيعْنَا اللَّهَ وَرَسُولَهُ, the overall, with the exception, I would say with قَرْنَ فِي بُيُوتِكُنَّ, I would say the rest of them, I don't know if there's another thing that you would say, is only applicable to them. Of course, the punishment as well. That's not a command. The punishment.
There's like 3 or 4 that no scholar differs that is only applicable to.
Yes, like the punishment. يضاعف لكم العذاب ضعفين. This part, for example, and a few others.
What do you call it? They can't marry any husband after the Prophet.
Yeah, of course, of course, these are things we all agree on, and it's not basically in relation.
This applies to all the other women, so that's what I'm
saying.
No,
of course,
carefully, because these ones in Surah Al-Ahzab, it's got a
But this one cannot apply to other women anyways, right? Because it specifically says that you are the wives of the Prophet, and if the Prophet, nobody's allowed to marry the wives of the Prophet after the Prophet. We cannot say it applies to other women because it's specific to the Prophet.
It's saying the same sort of thing. It's saying that you're not like any other woman, right?
Yeah. So I'm thinking we're sticking on this idea too much. I think we kind of agree with. I don't think we disagree when it comes to the understanding. Yeah, I think we're just talking about the same thing, but in a different way when it comes to this verse. And like I said, it's not what I'm using as evidence, right? Now I'm talking about now the ilal that Allah Azza wa Jal mentions in these verses, which many of them would apply now to the rest of the believers. So I'm saying the people actually come and use as evidence the wives of the Prophet. I'm not the one who comes and uses it. I'm saying the wives of the Prophet are the exception. The people who on the other side usually say, oh, look at Aisha radiallahu anha, people who come to her. That's what the other side is doing. So I'm not the one here, by the way, trying to justify the use of the verses in relation to the wives of the Prophet ﷺ. But I highlight that the wives of Prophet Muhammad ﷺ, they had restrictions in which these restrictions, the reason behind the restrictions was mentioned, which is applicable to the other women. For instance, where Allah Azza wa Jal says, وَإِذَا سَأَلْتُمُهُنَّ مَتَاعًا, right? فَاسْأَلُوهُنَّ min wara'i hijab. If you ask them for something, ask them behind a barrier. Now barrier here is not talking about the hijabs. Like, so for example, let's say they're outside the house or whatever, you don't see them, right? You ask them for something. So you come and ask them for something, they give you a response, and the issue is over, right? Now Allah, why does Allah say this?
That's what I'm saying.
ذَلِكُمْ. Yeah. I'm saying now about the illah now, which I'm telling you it's applicable, right? ذَلِكُمْ أَطْهَرُ لِقُلُوبِكُمْ وَقُلُوبِهِمْ. That is more pure for your hearts and their hearts. This is the part that I want to highlight, Akhi, right? Not the specific command. Why is Allah now saying the pure for whose heart? For the best of women and the best of men. So Allah is saying.
Let's respond to that, right?
Yes.
So because this once again, it could you might be falling into qiyas mal farq here, because the issue is this: it could be a disanalogy. This is the danger of using a very specific verse addressed to a very specific group of women and generalizing it, because as we've already established, there's aspects of these verses that are ijma'an only applicable to the wives of the Prophet, and this one is one of the ones that you could argue easily is only applicable to the wives of the Prophet, which is that if you want to speak to a woman, speak to one of the wives of the Prophets and speak to them from wara'i hijab, speak to them from behind the barrier, because the fact is this: even if you take the second part, that it's athar, it's more pure for their hearts and your hearts. Even then, it's not enough to establish hurma. You know why? Because it says athar.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Akhi. I'm sorry, Akhi, to highlight. I'm not saying something's haram here, right? What I'm doing with the verses, just to be clear, so people don't get confused, is what I'm highlighting now. To what this is what I said in the beginning, right? People, if you go back, they will understand. I was saying I'm highlighting the verses. To what extent the protection, when it comes to dealing, this is what I started, if you remember in the beginning, to dealing with non-mahrams of the opposite gender or whatever, right? So I'm highlighting certain texts that talks in Islam regarding this specific issue. Now, I'm not saying, because like I said in the beginning, it's not upon me to provide evidence for the hurma of something. In this case, for this act of worship, which we're talking about, which is da'wah. In this case, the other individual is the one who's supposed to bring the text. So I didn't say in the video the word haram, I believe, at all. I just asked, is it permissible? And then in the video, I went and talked about evidences and talked about to what extent this is viewed. So I don't even believe I said ever the word, this is haram. I never said this, right? People went and said I said that. But I highlighted these things and people understood just by highlighting these things to what extent Islam goes into preserving the women. And that was enough, because I could have started, of course, I don't want to go into things which confuses people, like an usuli principle with the idea of ibadah and you need to present. I don't need to do that. I just gave people some verses, right? So in this case, I'm highlighting the idea of Allah referring to about the purity of the heart to the best of women and best of women, because even them, this is the only thing I'm highlighting. There's no qiyas here. It's something that you may agree on, that even them could fall into an issue, or Allah wouldn't command it. Even the best of women and the best of men. So Allah is saying even those best of women. So I'm that's the only thing I highlighted from the verse, right?
Okay.
Now there's many other.
Go ahead. Is there anything else you want to add to that?
Yeah. So I'm going to highlight a few other things quickly, and then inshallah you can come in if you want to say, like, you want to present evidences or something for the other side. But here's what the other things that I presented in the video is of course there's many things where we see Allah Azza wa Jal making certain commands specific to women in order for the idea, again, for the maslaha masala. I told you these cases I'm presenting because the other case of maslaha masala, not just the evidences. For instances, the women in the prayer correcting the imam, Allah Azza wa Jal would say that you would make a clap on your hand. You wouldn't say Subhanallah as the man would. Of course, we have many other exceptions to do with the adhan. Sorry?
You said Allah would say? You mean in the hadith it's mentioned?
Yeah, I mean the Sharia, of course. I mean the Quran and Sunnah. When I say Allah would say here, I don't explicitly don't mean the specific hadith, right? A specific verse of the Quran. So the idea of, for example, clapping, the clapping of the hands, the idea of doing the adhan, about the woman in the prayer. Be the last rows in the prayer is the best. The ones in the front is worse. Why? This is something we all agree upon, because the woman is clear, can be seen more to the people. So the Prophet ﷺ is saying hidden is more better. The Prophet said that explicitly. Salatul mar'ati fi baytiha, the prayer of a woman in her house is better than her prayer in her courtyard, and her prayer in her chamber is better than her prayer in her house. So the more hidden, even in your own house in a chamber, is better for the woman. It's hidden to that extent, where Allah Azza wa Jal is highlighting all of these commands. For instance, so these are just like some of the evidences that I provided, because Allah Azza wa Jal. Yeah. So here. Yeah. So the last thing I'm going to say is the idea now of the maslaha and mafsada. I think there's two other important points, not in relation to evidences. If you can remind me, just give me one second. Let me write it down here before I forget them. So okay, one is all right, and the second is subhanallah, I'm about to forget the second point now. All right, yeah, alhamdulillah, I got them. Okay, so the last thing about the maslaha and mafsada. Okay, actually, let me talk about the maslaha and mafsada and add them to the points I'm going to talk about. I'm going to let you come on now. If you want to provide evidences from your side, or you want to talk about what I talked about, of course, you're welcome to do that.
So what are you trying to prove with the evidence? Are you trying to prove that? So because we already established there's a differentiation between, you mentioned the adhan, you mentioned the salah, we already said that, like you said that, for example, if there are contexts in which a woman can give dawah to a man, a non-mahram man, and you'd find that fine. But with the adhan, there's no context in which Sharia has ever allowed a woman to give the adhan, or the Sharia has ever allowed a woman to lead a man in a prayer or give khutbah. So you accept that there's a difference between those two genuses of worship, all these different types of genuses of worship. So once again, it's
what I'm trying to do with the evidence, if you're asking me, is, like I said, is I'm going to link this evidence, the idea of sawn and hifd and protection and preservation of the woman and the hair being more hidden is better for her, and all of these things, to link it to the idea of maslaha and mafsada, which I'm going to talk about. Because like I said, I don't need to do, these are not evidences for me to say something is halal or haram, because the other side in this case is the one who needs to present evidences for halal.
Maslaha, are you talking about maslaha mursala? Are you talking about maslaha mula'ama? Are you talking about, what kind of maslaha are you talking about here?
Yeah, so we're talking about maslaha and mafsada in relation to the specific idea of women. Like I said, we talked about the exceptional cases. The specific idea of women being in the forefront of da'wah, doing it generally, chatting with them for hours and stuff like that. And we're going to talk about that, inshallah.
Okay,
we're going to get to this.
Before we get to that, so we both agree. Like, for example, you asked about evidence from the other side. There's the evidence is, I think you know it obviously, right? Which is in Surah At-Tawbah, which is chapter 9, verse 71, where Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says that وَالْمُؤْمِنُونَ وَالْمُؤْمِنَاتِ بَعْضُهُمْ أَوْلِيَاءُ بَعْضٍ يَأْمُرُونَ بِالْمَعْرُوفِ وَيَنْهَوْنَ عَنِ الْمُنكَرِ, right? Which is that the believing men and the believing women, that both of them are allies of one another, and that they command to the good and they forbid to the evil, right? So that's, you were talking about al-ibratu bi'umum al-lafz bi khusus sabab, right? Which is that it's generic and less specified. That's generic. Yes. So obviously,
sorry, I know I spoke for a bit and I don't want to stop you, but we can go one by one evidences if you'd like to give them, and you'd like my response. Let you finish them, and then I'll tell you what is my view on.
I think evidence. It's better to take it one thing at a time. But you already, me and you.
So I'm saying this verse. If you want to go with it, yeah,
go for it. Yeah, so me and you both agree already that a woman can give the dawah to a non-mahram man in certain contexts. That you said that so long as some dawabit are in place and conditions. And then you ask for evidence from the other side, but then the evidence becomes a bit frivolous because we already have an agreement here, but which is that we both agree that there are some contexts in which a woman can give dawah to a man, right? Where that's all context. Like, for example, in khalwa, no one can give dawah to another man, or a woman cannot give dawah to a man.
Yes, so I'm not necessarily saying it in that. So I'm saying these are exceptional cases. I'm saying these are exceptional cases. I'm not saying this is a general rule. And I'm saying these exceptional cases talked about necessity of presence of a mahram and stuff like that. A mahram and stuff like that. I'm saying in this case, yes.
The mahram has to be present for that.
Because of the khulwa, for example. We're talking about the village, and then we're talking about we're talking about the case of the village.
No, but hold on. You can have a lack of seclusion without there being a mahram, right? So, for example, when you give dawah in the streets, if a Muslim woman came to you that's like not practicing, would you ever say to her, sister, can you go get your mahram before I speak to you?
So, can you repeat that question again?
All right, let me say that again. So you said that there's an issue with seclusion, right? But what I'm saying is that your criteria...
I'm saying that in the context of Saboor's question.
No, so I'm saying, for example, like, if you are in the streets in the dawah, doing your dawah that you do in the streets in Leicester Square, right? And then you have a woman that comes to you that's not like she's Muslim, but she's not practicing. If you think that it's not acceptable for there to be a conversation between a non-Muslim or a Muslim woman that's not practicing with a Muslim man or a non-Muslim man who's a not mahram, would you
I don't
say
think that.
Yes, so then you don't need
that's a separate
condition is made up, isn't it?
No, it's not, because in this case we're not talking about the idea of a Muslim woman doing da'wah to a non-Muslim man. It's a separate issue now. The issue you're addressing, and we already talked about this and agreed upon it, the idea that evidence of presence of evidence of women coming to people of knowledge, scholars, or whatever, asking questions. I think that's something that is completely different in this case. It's a completely different issue, not related to what we're talking about.
So why would it be? Why? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Because you mentioned what khalwa, right? So it's the issue of seclusion is, my understanding of it is, if when you're alone with somebody, right? But if you're in a public place, then that kills the seclusion, doesn't it? If you're in public, then there's no seclusion going on. So if in this case, there's a few things, right? So in Saboor, like I said, I'm specifically, I cannot like generalize that specific statement on all cases. Specifically, Saboor's situation, people are women are traveling to a different place, being in a village. In this case, if they're going to be alone, given da'wah to non-mahram men, I don't believe that's permissible. Why not though? It's alone.
Traveling alone. The idea of traveling alone. The idea of them being in a place without the presence of. I don't believe that that's permissible.
Yeah, that's fine.
So in this case, that's
different. I'm talking about like.
That's why I said that's a separate issue. Yeah, that's why I was saying it's a separate issue. But again, like I said, it's not upon me here to provide evidences, right? It's upon.
What kind of
in the case
women are like? So, for example, there was a sister that done like a 20-on-1 discussion or something like with other women. I don't know if you.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I really don't want to talk about like any specific people, because I think it probably do more harm than good. Okay, and it's best. Yeah, it's best if we keep it.
For example, like that kind of context. Not with her. Let's just say, for example, you got a sister that's giving dawah to other sisters online, whether it's 2, 5, 20, or 100, right? Is that something you consider to be haram?
So before I talk about this, because this is going to also be related to the idea of maslaha, so that I'm linking it to this idea, right? So because now women and women da'wah, and which is something we agree is halal, but now the way it's being done is where I'm going to talk about, right? So now that would be linked to the idea of maslaha and mafsada, right? But here in this case, that's why I said we can highlight the evidences. So what you mentioned, for example, about a general verse. And we agree it's a general verse. Like, for example, you mentioned a principle. We both agree it's a general verse. Like, there's no disagreement, it's a general verse. But this verse doesn't talk about men to non-mahram women, mahram women, or vice versa. It doesn't talk about that. It talks about general. It can be applicable to a woman giving da'wah to her father, brother, husband. They're all men and women, right? So there's nothing in this verse that indicates.
It could implicate that, though, because the way it's phrased, وَالْمُؤْمِنُونَ وَالْمُؤْمِنَاتُ بَعْضُهُم أَوْلِيَاءُ بَعْضٍ, that the Muslim men and the Muslim women, that both of them are allies with one another, that يَأْمُرُونَ بِالْمَعْرُوفِ وَيَنْهَوْنَ عَنِ الْمُنكَرِ, it could indicate that a Muslim man could give nasiha, it could do amr al-ma'ruf and nahy al-munkar to a Muslim woman, and vice versa. Even it could indicate that even if they're not mahram. And you know, like the Prophet said in, sorry to cut you. There's a hadith of من رأى منكم من ألفاظ العموم من رأى منكم منكرا فليغيره بيده فمن لم يستطع فبلسانه فمن لم يستطع بقلبه وذلك أضعف الإيمان. Right, so it's whoever sees a munkar, let him change with his hand, if not with his tongue, it's not with his heart, and that's the weakest of iman. So men is min alfaz al-umum, includes men and women, it includes men to women and women to men, right? So in order for us now to restrict these ayat and hadith, we need specifiers, we need mukhassis, don't we? If we're going to say no, if these are verses that could that do include actually men to women, women to men, mahram men to women, and vice versa. So now we need mukhassis or muqayyid. You need something to constrict it. You need something to specify.
No, I would completely disagree. Okay, for only one reason. The idea is that you cannot use a specific this general verse, am verse, to specify that situation. And even if it could indicate that, we would apply it to the thing which is in line with the other ahkam and the other rulings. In this case, where you're saying this could apply to the da'wah with non-Muslim men, this is where the idea of ikhtilat and the idea of generally the principles which I put forward in the beginning, right? The idea of a woman dealing with a non-mahram man without necessity being haram, all of these things which I've applied in the beginning.
Let's take it step by step. I didn't quite understand what your area of objection was for what we said in the beginning, which is that you've got these verses in hadith which talk about Deen al-Nasiha, for example. We've got like we've got al-mu'minun al-mu'minat. We've got lots of verses that indicate and specifies men and women, and that indicates linguistically that men can do it to women, women can do it to men. And unless we find something that specifies or constricts this, then it's left ala umumiyati. It's left actually on its generality. So what you have here.
So I would say, like, for example, someone says that Allah Azza wa Jal says, a verse in the Quran, the general verse says, Aqimu salah, that this means I can establish a prayer, let's say 12 o'clock every day, 4 rak'ah, 3 rak'ah, 2 rak'ah, or whatever, right? You cannot use this specific umum of the verse and say, because the verse is just I'm going to do this every day for the rest of my life, and I applied this verse for this specific issue. What I'm saying in this case is we have the idea of the hurma of women dealing with non-mahram men without necessity and need, right? We're saying we've already agreed on that principle. So I'm saying this principle is already there. So I don't need to say this verse doesn't go against that principle. So if this verse is an exclusion now,
we're getting a bit confused here because I think we're mixing the masail. We've already said that, like, the ikhtilat issue here, right, is what we said is we agreed on the fact that there's a stricter criteria when it comes to hijab of women. That's actually all we agreed upon. We didn't agree anything to do with free mixing, because free mixing is a very complicated topic. As I mentioned, when you're in Leicester Square or in any other place, in Speaker's Corner or any other place, and a woman approaches you, I personally believe that it's as haram for you to speak to a woman as it is for a woman to speak to another Muslim man or another Muslim man. It's the same hukum, and there's no difference in free mixing. If a woman comes speaks to you, she's non-Muslim, and versus if there's a Muslim woman and the non-Muslim man comes, I don't see anything in Sharia that actually differentiates between the two actions. And,
okay,
and you have to find something in Sharia that differentiates between two actions. If you want to, you're in Leicester Square, you speak to the women there, so it's you don't bring the ikhtilat issues in that. So it's the same thing with a lot of the other guys.
But I wasn't talking. Yeah, I wasn't talking about ikhtilat, but I get what you're saying. Yeah. So
So what my problem is that we apply such a criterion which is not found, and then so look, the ayah is generic. Okay, the ayah is generic. والمؤمنون والمؤمنات بعضهم أولياء بعض يأمرون بالمعروف وينهون عن المنكر. These are generic ayat. In usul al-fiqh, you need something. In the Quran, most scholars say you cannot have a hadith to do takhsis of a ayah, Quran ayah, actually. So you actually need something in the Quran.
I'm sorry, Akhi, because I think we're also straying from the idea. I think maybe I don't know, the audio is not reaching, because I thought we are agreeing. Perhaps the audio didn't fully reach. But I said we both agree. That time you said yes, but perhaps like we misheard each other or whatever. Talked about the idea of a woman chit-chatting and talking or mixing with a non-mahram man. Right, we're not even talking about a kafir non-mahram man.
Either way, I say both ways. If a man is chit-chatting, what do you call it, with a woman, or a woman is chit-chatting?
Yeah, sure. No worries. Like we agreed on the impermissibility of this thing. Then I went on to tell you the exception in which you're referring to, that we have precedents in the text for this specific issue of a woman, a non-mahram, coming to a Muslim man who's observing the conditions and then giving the ruling. But we don't have the specific evidence. You're saying, where do we make the distinction? Here is where I'm making the distinction. Is where we have specific evidences where the men are approached, but we don't have specific evidence where the women are approached. And when it comes to the verse, I'm saying this verse, I don't agree with you that the umum of this verse is in reference to non-mahram and mahram women anyways to begin with. So this is where I'm disagreeing with you, and then I'm applying, and then this is where I'm applying the idea of ikhtilat, because you said to me, okay, but it also applies to the men. So I said to you, no, but we have evidences where the men can have exception, right? This is where I'm making the distinction here.
Yeah. But the issue is that it's not just this verse. You've got ayat, you've got other ayat, and you've also got a hadith, right? We've got ad-din nasiha. We've got so many hadiths and ayat which are all am, which don't differentiate.
I think the response I would apply to any verses or hadith. I think this response would apply to all of them. That what restricts them is what I referred to, the evidences and the hadith in regards to the mixing. And if you say it applies to the man, then I would say, like, no, we have presence for the exception for the man. But the question I asked in my video.
So what's the ikhtilat?
Yeah.
Sorry, evidence again. What's the ikhtilat? Well, that makes it specific for women, not a man. Yeah.
For what again? Sorry. So, no, I'm saying for the man, we know that the ikhtilat is haram, but I'm saying in the cases of da'wah or religious ruling or asking questions, we have precedents for that. I'm not saying that for the man it's halal to do ikhtilat. Of course, it's haram also for the man to do mixing.
No, I mean, I don't get this. Like, okay, so there's different masail, right? There's the hijab mas'ala, which we spoke about. A woman has got a different hijab to a man, that's well known. And that the ayat al-Qur'aniyya is talking about, for example, that if a woman shouldn't hit on the floor, she shouldn't soften her voice, all that kind of stuff. We accept that's very specific to women. It's more shadid with women, right? That's what I accepted. The ikhtilat issue is not something we actually spoke about or agreed upon, because ikhtilat issue, I personally believe it's a symbiotic thing. So it's the same ruling for a man as it is for a woman. So for example, if a woman speaks to a man in the street about Islam, I don't see anything that's different between that versus a man speaking to a woman in the street about Islam.
Okay, can I ask you this question? Yeah, here's where I'm making the distinction. In specifically the cases of religious, given da'wah specifically, right? Which is the issue which we're talking about. I'm not talking in general, right? When it comes to the ikhtilat. The question I'm asking you would agree with me, obviously. You would agree with me. We have all of these evidences for non-mahram women coming to scholars or du'a or people of knowledge and asking questions and getting responses. We both agree on the existence of multitudes.
We agree on the existence of the opposite as well. So, for example,
here is where I make it. This is the mahal niza, right? This is where I'm saying. So I'm saying for the man, I'm making an exception for a man, not because I like to, because I already have these evidences for it, right? As long as the person is observing it in the right way, right? Now, in the case of the woman, I'm making this is what I said in the video. I said, can you guys bring me this evidence specifically? Right now, because now again, I said the umum doesn't work. I'm saying specific issue.
What kind of evidence would you like? From what? From where?
Yeah, so evidences from, for instance, sahabiyat woman or coming out. Yeah. So, but I haven't said they should. But sahabiyat woman specifically going out, right? And because now we're talking about the women doing tasaddur da'wah again, right?
Very specific.
Because this is the issue. No, I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why. Because this is what I'm making the video about, right? This is the specific issue where I'm making the video about. This is the issue which I'm saying it shouldn't be done. Go ahead.
I'll be honest. I don't think it's a strong point. Let me tell you why. Right? Because first of all, and I was explaining this to the guys in the beginning of this discussion, right? In usul fiqh, there's no difference of opinion among the fact that you cannot use qawl al-sahabi to takhsis of an ayah Qur'aniyya anyway. So this is a false premise, because no one says takhsis or specification of something which is generic can be done with qawl al-sahabi. It doesn't matter if qawl al-sahabi or fa'al al-sahabi, one particular sahabi, one sahabi or something like that can do specification of an ayah. But even if we go with that, for the sake of
I'm sorry to stop you, Akhi. I agree with you, but I'm not referring to the usuli principle. I'm talking that's something. That's why I'm saying in this case it was done in public. No, I'm telling you. Yeah, no. I'm saying it can be a hujjah in the case which I'm kind of trying to refer to it, in which it was done in public and it was happening repeatedly, and we have reports for that, and nobody condemned it. Which now, of course, the idea of ijma' as-sukut and all of that. So I'm referring to in this case, right? Talking about the idea that this was done, because that's why I highlighted it specifically to her coming out and doing it publicly and men sitting there and learning from her. Because I said if that was the case, then we'd have a report of that. If it was wrong, we'd have refutations of it. If it was done publicly and there was no refutations, if it was narrated, that would mean that it's allowed. Do you agree with me that this is evidence? This is what I'm referring to.
No, I don't agree. I don't agree with the way you framed this, because like I said before, the qawl al-sahabi, or the saying or the fa'al or the actions of a sahabi companion, is min al-adilla shar'iyya al-mukhtalaf fiha. It's not something which even is affirmed as a hujjah, number one. But let's go
sorry,
with
the ijma' as-sahaba in this case. I'm not saying as a qawl as-sahabi. Ijma'
yeah, but ijma' sahaba is very difficult to establish on an issue like this anyway, because it's difficult to establish on these sort of issues.
No, actually, I disagree, because I'm saying if this was done publicly, the Sahaba would refute it publicly if it was something that was done, known to be done.
A narration. Let me give you a narration, right? So, from my understanding, in Bukhari, you have a woman called Ibn Sulaym. She was Sahabiya, right? And she had a husband who was Christian, who became Christian or is Christian, and she became Muslim.
I know the story.
Right? And she then called him to Islam. He was non-mahram to her. She called him to Islam. He's Sahabiya. So that's one example. And then let me give another example.
Okay, right? No, before you do, can I just comment on that briefly? And it's we can agree to disagree, because I know we've been taking a lot of time. I know you guys probably I need to sleep. It's like where I am, it's 3 a.m. and you guys yeah. So I'm just gonna comment briefly, because like when it comes to this, for example, I said if someone comes to you, right? So the hadith talks about, you're referring to the one about marriage, right? Where he comes to her about marriage.
Yeah, I don't know if she's coming to her, but she's having a conversation with him.
He comes to her about marriage. Yeah. Yes, he comes to her.
The shahid is that what I'm trying to say is that you have a surah of a mas'ala, you have a sahabiya whose name is Sulaym, who's doing dawah to a man who's not mahram to her, who's a Christian, and
this is what I'm disagreeing with. Yeah, this is what I'm disagreeing that this
a narration. That's a narration.
I understand. I'm saying that's not what's happening in narration in this case. I'm saying in this case, she did not. All that happened. Again, this idea, by the way, it's not in reference to what I'm referring to, because if you remember in the beginning, what I said to you, if I'm not talking about exceptional cases where someone is in need of guidance and comes to you as a Muslim and you observe that, I'm not talking. Remember in the beginning I talked about that, right? So I'm talking about doing it public and going and doing tasaddur and being there and the men sitting down. I'm not referring to what you're referring to. So that's the first thing. The second thing I would add before we get to the second thing, the second thing, I'm not agreeing that this applies to what we're talking about to begin with, right? Even if you disagree with the first point I just mentioned. Why? Because I'm saying in this case, it's the issue of marriage. Anybody can read the narration. The man is coming to her about marriage. She doesn't do da'wah. She just says, in my religion, she tells, you're coming to ask me for marriage. I say to you, look, in my deen, in my Islam, I cannot marry a non-Muslim man.
No, but so she does say, if you want to be with me, you have to become Muslim, which is da'wah.
That's Islamic ruling. Is that what we refer to as da'wah, akhi, though? Yeah, or is that her telling him an Islamic ruling where he's asking about a specific issue of marriage, though?
Hold on, Muhammad, because the thing is, what is da'wah? Da'wah is an invitation to Islam, right? So if she's inviting him to become Muslim, is she not?
Did she say accept Islam, or did she say for you to marry me, you have to be a Muslim?
Yeah, you have to become Muslim. So she's
it's Islamic ruling. So she said, if you want to marry me, akhi, she said, if you want to marry me, she said, if you want to marry me, you have to accept Islam. She didn't say, accept Islam because Allah is the one true God. And do you get what I'm saying, Akhi? So I think it's a very different case.
What we're saying is this. You have a sort of a mas'ala. She didn't say what you're suggesting, which is that we need to get a mahram here before I start speaking to you. You're kafir, you're a disbeliever. I shouldn't be in the presence of you without mahram, this and that and the other. All of that didn't happen. She actually gave him an ultimatum, and she said that if you want to...
I don't believe she needs to do any of that, but yeah.
No, but the fact is this, she's not accompanied by a mahram. She's not, all these conditions that were put before.
Okay. Can I ask you, I'll ask you a question, Akhi. Do you know this was before the revelation of the hijab or after?
I don't know, do you know?
The revelation of the verses in relation to the hijab or after?
I don't know.
Yeah, so in this case, the points I'm highlighting is the following, right? Number one, I'm not referring to this specific case, I'm talking about tasaddur. Number two, the idea of I don't agree that this is in reference to what we're talking about, because she didn't say accept Islam. She said to him, if you want to marry me, the condition in my religion essentially is that you have to be a Muslim. So I don't believe that's what we refer to when we talk about giving da'wah. The third thing I would say, we cannot establish whether this was before or after the verse of the hijab. For you to say that when he came to her, that she wasn't with a mahram, she wasn't veiling from him or something like that.
It's a different mas'ala altogether. Yeah. The issue of giving da'wah is one thing and hijab is another thing anyway. So it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Yeah. So So I think we this discussion can be there for a very long time.
For example, look at this situation as well, right? So you have
sorry, Akhi. Just to say, I know. Sorry, I apologize for cutting you if I've been cutting you. You can go on. No, okay. May Allah Azza wa Jal bless you. I want to say this is very important. May Allah bless you. I hope people understand. Look, we're having a discussion, a friendly discussion. There's nobody who hates each other. This is how things should be done. Brother Hijab, may Allah bless him. He's been showing better manners than me in this discussion.
Really good,
he's
examples, and I'm learning.
He's allowing me to speak. May Allah bless him. May Allah accept from him. And I think people should learn. Look, this is not like we're going back and forth at each other, whatever. I'm not going to make any videos after this. It's just a discussion out there for people to benefit, inshallah, learn some Islamic rulings. I think can be very beneficial. Even in istidlal and issues like that, I think it can be very, very beneficial for the people. Absolutely. So I would allow you now, if you want to say something, to kind of finalize and do a conclusion, I would let you do that, inshallah.
Like, for example,
I'd let you make a conclusion, inshallah. Go ahead.
So I was saying that it's not just like that was one example, but there's lots of examples in the Salaf of this, and there's lots of examples of like scholars in Islamic history of this. So, for example, I mentioned on Twitter that Ibn Shihab al-Zuhri, he said to Muhammad Ibn Qasim, he said to him that when it comes to ilm, go to Asma ibn Abd al-Rahman, right? Because she's like an ocean of knowledge, etc. So he actually obeyed him. And he went to this woman for knowledge. Like you have narrations of.
Sorry, I'll just say one sentence very quickly. Do you know when she was born, Asma?
Bint Abd al-Rahman.
Yes. Because it's relation to her age when he came asking her. She was born 29 AH. And Ibn Shihab al-Zuhri was born 59. So we'd say she was probably around 50. When he came seeking narrations from, at the very least, I would say probably.
50 is not that old. 50 is not that old at all.
Yeah, I'm saying at the very.
That means nothing.
At the very least, and I'm not saying that we cannot seek narrations or knowledge from Muslim women as well. With a Muslim man going to a Muslim woman seeking an Islamic narration or ruling, that's also not what I'm referring to. But I'll
we agree more than we disagree, then, to be honest, because
we do.
A lot of it is to do with the fact that I think me and you agree. So look, that's an example. Another example is Karim al-Marwaziyya. She's a huge scholar of hadith, Bukhari. She teaches Bukhari, and there's narrations of people sitting next to her and taking this. I'm not saying that should always happen. I'm not saying whatever. I'm saying that there's more scope than a lot of people are making out to be, right? And I accept that. Okay, look, there are some people with cultural sensitivities. I accept that there are some interpretations even you can have of Islam, but here's the issue and goes back to the point that you were making, I think you were making as well, Muhammad, which is that it goes back to maslaha and mafsada. So I'll be honest, when I saw that sister that was giving like dawah to 20 or whatever, 10 or 20 different Christians and stuff, I was very, in a way, happy with that, because I'll tell you why, right? The maslaha of it is huge, bro, because like, think about it, right? Right now we have Muslim feminists, okay? We have these people that are basically, a lot of them munafiqat, like literally they don't believe in Islam, bro. And women are following them, and they are not going to follow me or you, akhi. That's the fact of it. Look at the demographic reality, right? They're not going to follow me or you. They're not going to follow Saboor Ahmed. They're not going to follow Zishan. They're not going to follow Ali Dawah. They don't like us. They call us the Dawah bros. They have a laqab for all of us. Even you, even with all of your politeness and stuff, you can't absolve yourself from this, from the fact that you're a man, and that they don't like the conservative man. They hate the conservative man. So the fact that, okay, you got a woman who's wearing niqab or she's wearing hijab, whatever. I'm not saying all of the women that are coming out, whatever, they're not, they're doing everything right. But this woman who came out, like, and she's 20, don't tell me that is not serving the case of Islam, akhi. Of course that's serving the case. As a maslaha is huge. It's massive. All these women are looking at her. A lot of them are being guided to Islam because of her. And she's not going to be guided to Islam because of you and me, bro. So that's the fact. And what I'm saying is that when you look at the maslaha, because you spoke about maslaha quite a lot, there is no doubt in my mind, zero doubt whatsoever, if that we have like strong women, basically, intelligent, intellectual, articulate women that basically carry the torch of da'wah, especially to other women, and they do it on an online platform. There's no question in my mind that actually helps Islam, that helps the da'wah, that helps, it does things that me and you cannot do. It fills a gap that me and you can't fill. Wallahi, I believe that. I strongly believe that. Do you know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, I completely understand where you're coming from, and I mentioned it in my video as well. By the way, I mentioned it in my video. So I said, like in my video, we have a need for women doing da'wah to men. I'm not saying whatsoever that this is something that I don't agree with. Now, however, when it comes to this case, I'm just going to highlight my problem, right? Because I didn't even talk about the issue of maslaha, where I'm coming from, right? The idea, I didn't even refer to it yet. I was just talking about the evidences and stuff like that. But when it comes to, I would say a few things, right? The idea, for example, if they're not going to follow you and me, I would say that I was surprised. There was so many comments of women on the video that I made agreeing with me. A lot of women are there, and I think we look at the. I would say it's the exception, and some feminists. I really don't believe these are majority of women. In my experience with doing da'wah, with the thousands of women or whatever that come on the da'wah table, or the women that come, or the messages, that any of that, or the text, or ask or questions, or any of that, I do not believe that the overwhelming majority of women have this issue. I think there is a very loud minority that does influence negatively, and there's nobody that can deny that. I think they're very loud, and I think they spread. I'm not saying as well that they don't exist. However, I see there's a lot of Muslim women, that agree with this, that if you give them things from the Quran and Sunnah, may Allah bless them and may Allah reward them. And look, when I made the video, like, I know, like, maybe some women are not gonna they're gonna click unsubscribe, but in the end, yeah, this is not for subscribers, not for followers, not for views, right? I believe, for the sake of Allah, that there is more mafsada if this happens. Some people think, like, go to intentions, and like some people is telling me, commenting things about jealousy. Yeah, akhi al-kareem, yani, she doesn't, like, how can I be jealous from someone, for example, if we talk about numbers, would have less subscribers or less views? How can, like, it's like going to someone who has more money than someone else, you're jealous from the guy who has money. I would like, so I like, some people commented that to me. I'm like, okay, akhi, yani, if that what you believe, if you see my heart.
Hey, you are jealous, ya akhi. There's no question about it. That's the reason why you made
so it's like, I'm like, subhanAllah, yani, why? Yani, wallahi, like, it's not, if maybe my channel is like doing like very bad or something, or nobody knows. I'm like, okay, I agree with you. Maybe you have like an possible.
You saw her and she's making lots of views now, lots of likes and
Allah understand. Yeah, wallahi, so many people. So many people said that, and may Allah Azza wa Jal, deal with me based on my intention. If that was my intention, I'm making a dua here. May Allah deal with me based on my intention, right? If the people think that this is truly was my intention when I made that video, right? So this is the thing. The second thing I would say is, like, for example, when it comes to the idea, I believe that when we say, for example, that these certain women that you talk about that are going to this idea of feminism, they're not going to listen to you. I believe that we're falling into the feminist narrative by putting our women forward, where they're now engaging and being observed and interacting with the filthiest men, which is mostly the case, sadly, the people we deal with in the da'wah. Sadly, the overwhelming majority now, when it comes to dealing with these Christian polemics, are not the good people. Sadly.
Okay, this is now, let's be honest. So we've moved away from, the Shariah discussion, and now we're kind of still in the Shariah discussion, but we're talking about maslaha, which is the communal benefits of this thing, right?
Yeah. So I'm going to quickly. So if you give me a minute, inshallah, I'm going to just make the case quickly, right? And just where I'm coming from, and I completely understand where you come from as well. People would be crazy if they don't feel happiness that there are women that are listening to Muslim women, and that you would have some hate for the deen if you have an issue with that.
Yeah.
Right. I am happy. Wallahi al-Azim, I'm happy with this. But in the same time, I want us to do this in the right way. I'm not saying women don't do da'wah to women. I want it to happen, but I want it to happen in the way that fits the Islamic narrative in the same time. That's the only thing I'm saying. So the final statement I'm trying to make with this idea of maslaha and mafsada, my issues are kind of two main points which I wanted to say. Right. Yeah. Regardless of everything we're talking about and the ruling and all of that and maslaha mafsada, I believe the people on the scene today, please, without anybody mentioning names, please, brothers and sisters, for the sake of Allah, don't make it about individuals. I believe I have evidence. If someone wants to even ask, I'll give them the evidence. Where, like, some of these individuals, look, they are not applying what you with me agree are the conditions when they do that da'wah. These conditions which we agree upon, right? Which is the idea of, like, these sisters are joking, laughing, making hearts in the middle with their hands in the middle of the talk, an intro which she's laughing, joking, and some sound is going on. I heard the craziest amount of cursing. Wallahi, I haven't heard this from anybody in the da'wah, from one of the sisters. F words, like 20 F words. 20 F words. She called the man a B, you know which B word that people use for women? Boy. In the middle, I was like, subhanallah. And she's wearing a niqab. I'm like, Allahul Musta'an, how is this happening?
But maybe that sister was like not practicing at the time, or maybe that sister was like,
yeah. So this is where I'm making these points, right? So the points I'm making is the following. I believe, so these are the points. I believe the sisters on the scene today are not that are examples, are not applying it the right way. Therefore, the issue is they're going to be imitated by ones who are not going to do it the right way. That's when if we talk about the maslaha and mafsada.
Okay,
that's
so
number one.
that's
Number two.
There's no
Yes.
question about this.
Yeah. So number two, I'm just making that case for the maslaha and mafsada for that reason. Number two, I believe they're not qualified. A lot of people say, I believe they themselves said, we have debated like Christians for 6 months or whatever on this place or that place, or I've started a year ago. They're all very young. Yeah, you know this very well, Akhi. You've been studying for many years, and you know how much time it takes to seek knowledge. Yeah, 6 months in engaging with debates and Christians, will you become?
You're gonna get me to agree with you on every point.
No.
Now you're gonna get me to agree with you on every single point.
No, Akhi, no. So wallahi, I'm wallahi, you understand, because you have to go through it to understand it, right? So because a lot of people watching have not seek knowledge. So I can engage with Christians and learn like few answers to certain questions and appear like I have knowledge, but I don't. There has to be time, and we both agree that you need to be qualified to an extent. If not just you're doing that, they're doing debates now. Now talking about the permissibility of the debates that they're doing, like worldwide debates and all of the stuff, right?
There's a lot
So now,
of unqualified men giving, let's be honest, debates as well.
and we both agree it's wrong. I
mean, it depends on the maslaha of it. Like some of them are really articulate, you know. So some of them are like, you know.
But we both agree, Akhi, it's not permissible. Yani if you don't have the, we both agree. If you don't have the knowledge, even if they may do good, but this is the thing, Akhi, we can't say because the result is good and they're doing it in a haram way, which we both agree is haram. They don't have the qualification, and Islam prohibits you from doing that. That therefore it's okay. So I'm saying if we both agree on this, I'm agreeing 100% with you. I believe there's so many men that are not qualified that are doing it the wrong way.
Effort on like like Muslim feminists and other feminists and stuff like that. Do you think that would be? Do you think that would be good? Because like I said, I don't think that we can reach that market, brother. I think honestly, wallahi, there's a segment of Muslim society that we just have to be honest and say that women will be better to reach than us. I know that you've got like women on your channel and stuff. I've got some as well, yeah, here and there. But I'm saying that there are obviously women that follow us, but there are women that don't want to follow us. They're not interested in us. So what I mean is, maybe they can do taghtiya, they can cover that aspect of things maybe a little bit. Do you know what I mean?
I agree. I more than agree with you, Akhi. And I think we can use this opportunity. So because I don't want them to think that I'm against the idea of women going and doing da'wah. Like I said, the idea of their need in the scene to do da'wah for the women. I completely agree with this. So I agree with you 100% that we are in need of this. I think that should be done more. And I disagree with anybody who says that we don't need that. That's number one. Number two, the idea of focusing our videos as well, making more videos addressing. I try my best. Alhamdulillah, there's many videos where I'm talking to women about the common things to do with the feminism. I try to do my best, but we need to do that. Need to increase doing that. I 100% believe there is a need to encounter it, because in the end, the idea, liberalism, feminism, and these issues are what we see when we talk to. We could say 95%, if not 99% of the non-Muslim women. The overwhelming majority of the time, if you're talking to a non-Muslim woman and she has issues with Islam, it is in most cases has to do with women in Islam. In most cases, right? In the overwhelming majority of cases. So I completely agree with this. And I think this is something that 100% we need to push forward. 100% we need to push forward. And that's
you
where...
have you have a much more nuanced view than... I was getting this impression, because the people online, bro, like on Twitter, they're not saying what you're saying, by the way. Like I was responding to something completely different to what you're bringing. You have a very nuanced view. You're not saying women can't do da'wah in all cases. You're saying that there's, you know, there are situations they can't. There's other situations, maslaha. There's a lot of nuance and a lot of thought you've put into this.
Yeah, I think this is another extreme, and I think that also should be called out. This idea of saying absolutely women cannot be da'wah. You're against the Quran and Sunnah. You're against the evidences. You also need to be reprimanded, and we shouldn't have the other extreme. The religion is a religion of a middle ground, right? We have made you a middle nation. We made you a middle nation. This should always be our path. And I think, and I'm going to say this, and again, some people may not like this, but in the end, it's not for people to like or dislike. Sometimes we may seek knowledge from a select group of scholars, only these select group of scholars, and these select group of scholars may be all following a specific opinion within a specific school of thought, whether it is to do with fiqh or aqidah or whatever. And Islam is a lot more vast than that. Islam is a lot more vast than that. And when I was seeking knowledge, alhamdulillah, I had teachers from multiple countries, and they had different views and they had different madahib, Shafi'i, Malik, and this is where you get the idea of that things are not only restricted to what you may think that they are restricted to. Just because there are select group of scholars that are people mention often or whatever, that means everything they say is yani wahi from Allah Azza wa Jal. No, it's not. There are a lot of nuance, and this is what people need to do. Okay, you listen to this ruling from a sheikh, always have other mashaykh from other madahib, from other countries, which are also addressing this topic, and see what they say about it. Trust me, you are going to realize that things are a lot more nuanced than you think they are. So some people may not like this, but this is the haqq, this is the truth. And I recommend the brothers and sisters to keep that in mind. Now, when it comes to this issue, I have asked multiple mashaykh. I'm not going to name names because it's not something I do. I've asked multiple mashaykh from many countries, from Morocco, from Egypt, from Saudi, from many countries. Why? Because I am not. People are saying, "Oh, you should have mentioned names of the scholars." Alhamdulillah, this is an opinion well known within scholarship. I mean, if people go to the fatwa, it's not going to be hard for you to find what I'm saying. It's not something that is hard to find for someone if they go search, right? So I don't need to mention specific names for these individuals. But the issue is, shouldn't go and go bring a ruling based on a select group of scholars following a specific madhab. And be like, oh no, you're right and you're wrong because my specific group of scholars said this. No, there are other mashaykh. So long as they're also using the Quran and Sunnah. They're also using the principles of jurisprudence. They're also people who fear Allah and praised by the ulama and well-known people, good, pious people. Then you should also listen to them and get some nuance when it comes to these specific issues. Now, of course, we're talking about the people who have also this ability to go and look at the text and have principle foundations that they can compare the statements of scholars, of course. So that's something is important for people to go and do. And may Allah Azza wa Jal bless you. I really appreciate you guys, and especially Brother Saboor. Go ahead and say a word.
You're gonna have to come on the stream. Listen, come on our stream just to speak to some Christians and some atheists or whatever it is, and we can have another discussion about another Islamic issue.
And also, Muhammad, we had a brother a few weeks ago who took Shahada with you, and then he came on our live stream.
May Allah bless him. May Allah keep him firm in the truth.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Yeah, we actually had a brother who he'd been Muslim for about a year or something, and he said that he became Muslim on your live stream.
MashaAllah. May Allah Azza wa Jal accept.
Yeah,
from America.
Oh, excellent.
May Allah accept.
The work you're doing. If you need anything from us, or anything you need, just let us know.
And when you come,
likewise.
I mean, we're always in Leicester Square.
Absolutely. Brother Saboor was coming, giving salam. How are you, akhi? How are you? Alhamdulillah. Wallahi, people, and I think it's something we need to do. People don't see us a lot together. I mean, we see the non-Muslims are doing things, collaborating, doing things with each other, whatever. We're doing that all. In the end, we want to push more new du'at. We want people who are doing things the right way. We want to support them, want to aid them. But we also have the responsibility, sadly, in this case, we have to correct. Like, if we have more experience, if we see issues, if we are more senior in the scene, if we have more experience and we've seen issues, things going wrong, sadly, in this case, we have the responsibility of also correcting. But we need to support them, and people need to see us.
Let's not call it whatever. I've always said this, and Zishan can testify. I'm not once again not, but I think that, mashallah, one good thing about you is that you're one of the few guys in this area that you're trained in Islamic sciences, and it comes out in your da'wah and stuff like that. So I've always said that, Muhammad Ali, I know him personally, he's got good Islamic knowledge, because the fact is, a lot of people that get into this field, they may have some Christianity knowledge, they may have whatever, but their Islamic knowledge is severely lacking, and it's more important to know about Islam than anything else. Absolutely. And so you have a double responsibility. You have a responsibility as a more senior person, but as a more knowledgeable person as well, than the vast majority of people in the scene, especially in the comparative religion kind of dawah scene. And yeah, bro, I mean, I always want to have you on here talking about these masail, sometimes fiqh, because you would have known that, like, I'm a little bit more pragmatic with a lot of the things nowadays, using a lot more usul, because I'm trying to look, akhi, I'm not gonna lie, I just want Muslims to win. I want Islam to win, akhi. You know what I mean? So it's tamkeenul muslimin and i'la' kalimatillah. These are my two most important objectives, which is that to raise Allah's word and to make the Muslims, empower the Muslims, and that includes Muslim women, akhi. Muslim men and Muslim women. We need to empower both. If we're going to empower Muslims, we're going to empower both, akhi. And so I'm starting to look at, like, usuli principles, discussion, whatever, that's what I think we all have that in common, that we're trying to make Islam win, make Muslims be in a strong position in the West, outside of the West, in the world. We want Islam to win. That's really what it is. And so if I do seem a little bit too pragmatic for some of the brothers out there that are watching me and say, look, this guy's going to be lenient, blah, blah, blah. Like, my intention is that we want to put everyone in a position so that we can strengthen Islam. That's all it is, akhi. So
let me testify to something,
akhi. Far out, and we'll need someone like yourself who's, actually, you got to think about these other masail here, and I respect that. And I don't think that what you're saying to me is going into one ear and coming out the other. No, what you're saying to me, I'm thinking, you know what, maybe he's making some good points here about the general, the application of Sharia. Maybe I'm taking it too much into a pragmatic role. So I do listen to what you say. But at the same time, I think that there needs to be also the things that I spoke about the pragmatism of it, about the maslaha of it. We need to think about that as well, because there's maybe a middle ground between what I'm saying and what you're saying. Wallahu alam, man.
Akhi, let me testify to something, and people need to know. Look, I'm not saying this because Brother Hijab is praising me. I'm praising him for the sake of it. We're praising each other. Allah Azza wa Jal knows. I spoke we spoke a lot in private. Like, we spoke a lot, many times. We spoke in private. People haven't seen it, don't know about it. And something that I see. This is what I see from a parent, from dealing with the people a lot. I see that our brother here, he has good intentions. Now, the application and how things are being done, that's a different story, right? And I see brother Mohammed Hijab. No, I'm not saying that. No, because wallahi, the thing about hijab, he comes out and he says, I'm doing wrong. Like, it's not like we don't even need to come and say he's doing wrong. He says, like, I admit this and this and that. May Allah Azza wa Jal accept from him from that. But I see the intention. I see the sincere intention. We one time talked about an issue, and you did something straight away. You didn't hesitate. You said, I think you're right. And you did that thing straight away. May Allah accept from you. People don't see, don't know. And many people are like, oh, go talk to this. You guys don't know who we talk to in private, and you don't know people's intention. And then a lot of people attack you. This is not how you advise people. It's not how you advise people. There's a way to do everything. There's an approach to take. And have a good assumption in your brother that he has in his heart a good intention for this deen. Like, he hasn't been for years and years discussing with non-Muslims, doing lectures, doing debates, for no reason, for the sake of it. There's many things haram a person can do to get money. Do you think the character of Mohammed Hijab is hard for him to get an audience if he does like any other random thing? Easy. He's got the charisma. He's gonna joke. He's gonna do that. Like, people are gonna get the following. That's that. Why is he sticking to Islam? He doesn't need to. And he's getting all of these, threats and bans and this and that. So in the end, I'm telling you what I see from my interaction. This is what I'm testifying to. This is what I see from my interaction. I do mistakes. He does mistakes. Everybody does things the wrong way. That doesn't mean that any of us is infallible. I want people to understand this very well. But however, we talk about the intention. When the brothers do, is he intending evil or is he intending good when he's doing what he's doing? I think it's very important and essential to keep in mind. And I know I kept you guys a very, very long time. It's very late here. May Allah Azza wa Jal bless you guys. May Allah reward you. And inshallah, perhaps we'll do it at a different time, inshallah.
We've got to come on your stream a little bit as well.
Yeah.
Inshallah. Bi-idhni Allah Azza wa Jal, we'll plan something. All right, my brothers and sisters, may Allah Azza wa Jal bless everyone watching, and may Allah bless you. Guys, anything I said correct is from Allah. Anything I said wrong is from me and the shaitan. Subhanak Allahumma bihamdik, ashhadu an la ilaha illa anta, astaghfiruka wa atubu ilayk. Inshallah, until next time, inshallah, we talk and we see each other whenever I'm in London again, inshallah. Assalamu alaikum, brothers. May Allah bless you.
That was beautiful.
Wow,
That was beautiful.
fantastic.
That was fun.
It's brilliant.
A lot of people in the comments, they first thought, oh, it's going to be whatever, but you could see respectful. You can see a lot of very clear Islamic reasoning. And in fact, what was interesting is I was actually learning a lot about the different maxims, the different principles, the different ways.
Yeah, because it's good. It's like
it.
when you go from mas'ala, that's good to actually learn Sharia.
And also, like, his answer to the Africa question was very clear.
Yeah, his nuance as well.
And not only nuance, it's actually refreshing because, like, if someone was to ask me, I can give them more nuances.
He's not one of those guys that what I was responding to. Akhi. No way, bro. Some people were saying women should be like this. Akhi, there was things I seen on Twitter. There was no way that he's anything like this, bro. He's very nuanced, and there's a lot to learn from him. I like him.
And
Man.
he's
I like this
careful
guy.
with the way that he's describing the situation. He's not saying, I'm saying this, that categorically. I understand these are the things. And most importantly, let's look at him overall. What is he doing? Is he out there dissuading people from dawah, or is he talking to people who are non-Muslims and bringing them into Islam?
Yeah.
And most of his content, if you look at like 99% of it, is only dealing with non-Muslims.
By the way, do you know I pray Fajr at 1 o'clock now? Because
of the 18 degrees.
18 degrees. And by the way, that's another mas'ala. We can talk about this later. But if you're in London, okay, if you want to pray Fajr at 1 o'clock, it's actually the stronger opinion, bro. Honestly,
it's a contentious issue.
It's not at all. It's a stronger opinion.
No, there are two opinions.
Yeah, anyway.
All right. If you're watching this, we have 1,100 people.
And I believe you can do Jama of what do you call it, Isha and Maghrib at either of the times now. I believe that you can do this now. No, but only now, because there's no actual.
Isha. So please go to Mercy to Humanity. The link is actually there. We are fundraising for the people of Lebanon. Before we end this live stream, we want people on the ground to get aid, to get support. Muslims, Christians, Shia, Sunni, probably all sorts of other people. What's the other group that's out there? The Druze.
They're not Muslim, akhi.
No, that's what I mean.
Oh, sorry.
I mean, they are non-Muslim. This guy.
I thought you were saying groups of Muslims.
This guy, he just wants to refute me. Like, you know what I mean? Anyway, we're done here. So we're going to end here. Any last words?
No. It was a pleasure having a great stream, and that's all I have to say about it. I'll get the Egyptian shirt next, and the Moroccan one, and the Senegalese one, and all the Muslim teams.
All right. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
Yeah. Keep on.